I'm going to be designing an island with no terraforming over the course of the next 30 days. I can't change anything about the layout of my island, and I'm even stopping myself from moving buildings once they've been placed as an extra challenge. I love designing in New Horizons, but I've always leaned heavily on terraforming. I mean, just look at my island, it's a terraforming mess. This time, I want to challenge myself to work with what I've been given from the start. I'm hoping to make an island that actually looks good by the end of this, so I'm going to have to rely on some other methods of designing. The rules for this challenge are as followed. No terraforming. This includes adding pathways using this feature, but I can place QR codes manually. Time traveling is allowed. I must finish this island in 30 IRL days. No use of Nintendo Online, and finally, no moving buildings. By the way, I want to give a huge shout out to my friends Froggy Crossing and Crossing Minute for inspiring the series. I highly recommend you watch theirs, they're great. So, can we do this? Can we make a good looking island with no terraforming features and other limitations in just 30 days? There's only one way to find out. Let's do this. Okay, so we're taking the very first step into starting up our island. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to design this character slightly different from the one you usually see on my channel, so I'm going to go for something similar but just, a little bit off, so that they stand out amongst my usual character. I always forget that this mouth option is in the game. It is incredible, honestly. Why have I not been using this up until now? Okay, so here is the big moment, probably the most important step in the entire series. We're going to be choosing our map. Now, like the rules suggest, we cannot do anything to really change this map from how it is. We can't do any terraforming, we can't move around any of the buildings, so it's going to be quite a challenge, and we need to make sure the map we start off with is perfect for this. Okay, alright, so the good thing is we have some maps here that have the resident services nice and far away. We have this one that is close. I'm definitely not going for that map. We have others, I don't know, this is really tricky. Because again, I can't change anything. The river is going to stay exactly how it is. The cliffs are going to stay how they are. We can't move anything around. The thing that I kind of like about this map is the little cove right in the top corner. That's kind of like a neat little feature. But at the same time, Resident Services is kind of close to the airport, so I'm not sure. I will say on my original island, the little sort of dock is on the left side. So it'd be kind of cool to get one on the right side like you see here, but I don't know. I'm leaning towards maybe choosing this one just because I like the fact that it's got the resident services nice and far away. But one problem I will say about this one is kind of how the beach goes. It's very, very small up the top there, so I don't know. I just love this little river bit in the middle, the little island. I'd love to put my house there, but unfortunately you can't do that this early on. And I can't move my house, so I won't be doing that. I also have to consider the fact that I can't move my house at all, so this little space where resident service is where my house is going to stay. And that is final, so gonna have to work around that somehow. Do you know what? I think I'm going to go for this one. I've taken way too long to decide this, but I can just... I've got ideas for this, I've got some cool ideas, so I'm going to go for this one. I'm going to be bold, I'm going to choose this one. I'm probably going to regret that decision because there was kind of limited space due to how the river goes. But hey, we're in it now. Okay, we have cherries. I'm so happy about that. I love cherries. They're my favorite fruit. And since we can't really use any online features, it's not like we're going to be able to trade for other fruits. So this is going to be a very cherry-centric island. But who are my villagers? Oh, okay. We've got Teddy and Agnes. That's interesting. Really not who I was expecting at all. I've got the green airport. I love that. Green is one of my favorite colors. Probably my favorite colors. That's cool. Teddy, hello. Follow the guides, let's hustle. And what about you, Agnes? What are you going to say? Want to get left behind? Let's go. That's kind of vicious. You don't really get that sort of dialogue from them later on. They become very, very nice. There he is, the man of the hour, Tom Nook himself. He's going to start us off in this beautiful new island. I'm pretty happy about everything that's transpired so far, honestly. I love the fact that I've got cherries. I've got the green airport. I've got a pretty interesting and unique map. I think this is going to be good. I'm feeling positive about this already. Okay, this is the moment I'm very nervous for, honestly. I really don't know where to put my house at all. I have no idea. I wish I could do it in that little island in the middle, but I do not have a pole, and I just have no way of getting over there at all. So, I don't know. I want to be over there. It's so cool. Look at it. It's great. It's amazing over there. And don't worry, we're going to help these two as well. Once again, I've got to decide really good positions for them because I can't move their houses. Once they are placed down, they are stuck. They are there for good. So, yeah, it's going to be quite important. Oh, I don't know. I'm really struggling with this. I want to kind of go somewhere off in the distance, like maybe over here. I don't know, I could go on the beach. There is a lot of different options for me, but at the same time, I'm really struggling because I don't want to make a decision that I'm going to regret, you know? Like, this is quite a small amount of space. There's not a ton of leeway here, so we're going to have to think about this. This area would be pretty cool, but can I destroy the rock? Because this would be a neat place to move into. Yeah, I kind of like this. This would be cool. I could see myself living here. Okay, we're going for it. I've decided. This is our house. We might regret this later on, but hey, we're gonna make it as nice as we possibly can. And I just feel like this is a cute little location, you know, it's out of the way, it's not really getting in the way of anything else. It's neat, and it's actually really similar to where I placed my house in my very first playthrough of New Horizons, so great minds think alike, but with myself. Okay, Agnes, you are not moving here, I'm sorry, it's too close to resident services, we're not doing this, it's way too close. I don't know where your house is gonna go, but it is not going there. I'm sorry, okay? I'll find you a spot. Let me do this. Let me handle this, Agnes. You know what? This is going to seem kind of odd, but I'm going to put her house almost exactly where Teddy wanted to put his house, because this is actually quite a good location. It's really far out of the way. I've got plenty of space to do stuff around this. It won't get in the way of anything. This is absolutely perfect. So Agnes is going here, okay? This is where Agnes is going to live. I think this is great. I think this works perfectly. Oh, I don't know, I kind of like this location for him too, but I don't want it too close to Agnes, you know, I want plenty of room, so let me find you a spot as well, Teddy. Okay, I'm just gonna put Teddy's house here. I don't really know why, this area is just kind of cooling to me. I can imagine a bridge kind of being right next to it, over there, so, you know, I've got things kind of planned out in my head slightly. Once again, I feel like I'm gonna totally regret this later on, but what are you gonna do, hey, you gotta live and learn. Now, this is the part of the game where Tom Nook just wants me to do random chores for him for basically no reason at all, except to make me suffer, so I'm probably just going to speed this little section of the video up so you don't have to suffer through it. Okay, so here is the fun bit where we get to decide the name of the island, and I'm terrible at this. I'm really bad at this, so I have no idea what we're going to call it at all. I'm gonna have to have a good think. Okay, I feel like I've named an island this before on my channel somewhere, but it just kind of makes sense, you know, we're making an island with no terraforming, so let's just call it Terra. Not like terror as in being scared, you know, it's not a scary island. It could be. If this was Halloween, it could be. Somehow, I think they're going to choose my name. I just have a sneak suspicion that they're going to go for it. It kind of is the best name there. Ben seems to have the enthusiasm. Yeah, I have the enthusiasm. Yeah, they're all going for it. They love me. They love me. They love the name. That's an overwhelmingly positive response. Each and every one of you clapped. I wish it was like this in real life, honestly. No one listens to me like this in real life. This is why I play Animal Crossing. Okay, we're getting out the strawberry daiquiris. Tasty. Really tasty. Good job, Tom Nook. Actually, I guess these are cherry daiquiris. What am I saying? We don't even have strawberries in Animal Crossing. Do you think these characters have never tried strawberries before? That's kind of sad, honestly. Why didn't Nintendo add strawberries to the game and other fruits? That would have been amazing. And where's our bananas from Animal Crossing New Leaf? Now I'm just making myself mad, honestly. Okay, now we're going to take a short little nap in-game so we can progress with the first real day and actually make some progress on designing this. Okay, so we're all set up to begin our first proper day in the game, and there's honestly so much I can do. I can donate things to get the museum unlocked, which I definitely want to do here. I can also get my house paid off by getting those Nook miles. There's a lot of different goals that I'm going to need to work towards, so I want to try and do all of that within this first day. I'm going to avoid time traveling within this first episode, but I am allowed to time travel in future episodes. Teddy seems pretty happy about where I put him, which is definitely good, and he's going to give me a freebie, which I like. Oh, it's only a hat. You know what, actually, I can't really complain about being given a free hat. What am I saying? Thank you, Teddy. I'm grateful. This might be our most iconic look ever. Let's take a look. It's kind of Nintendo self-promotion, but you know what? I kind of like it. I'm really not sure where to begin. This is kind of overwhelming, honestly. There's just so much you can do within your first day. I guess the very first goal will be to talk to Tom Nook, so let's do that. Okay, so the first thing I can do is make a fishing rod. All I need is 5 tree branches. That's nice and easy. This will allow us to begin our first step towards unlocking the museum, which I'm very excited about. I'm honestly half tempted to keep the tent museum rather than actually upgrading it. I think that'd be kind of cool. It might fit the theme that I'm going for as well, which I'm not actually going to reveal to you yet. I'm going to keep it as a little surprise so that you can tune in the future and see exactly what I've got planned. But for now, I'm going to keep it a secret. Either way though, we can definitely get this museum up and started, and who knows, maybe we will keep it as a tent. But first, we have to actually get it done, so I'm probably waffling on instead of actually doing it. I've always liked Tom Nook's big DIY recipe bench. I just think it's so much cooler than the one we have ourselves. You know, I really want this one. It kind of reminds me of woodworking class in school, so I need one. It's great. Honestly, there's a lot of items in buildings that we can't get as items to use ourselves, and it makes me so sad. This is definitely one of them, but there's so many others, honestly. Okay, more recipes for me. I love it. We're gonna get all of the recipes. Okay, fishing rod and net crafted, so now we can begin our quest to getting museum. However, I also have to make sure that I get enough Nook miles to pay off my house too, so there's gonna be a lot of multitasking here. I'm gonna try and remember all of the different little things that you can do to try and get the Nook miles early on in the game. Some of you are probably gonna shout at me because I'm forgetting really obvious things, but I'm just gonna try and do what I can remember, okay? I feel like maybe buying or selling something is one of them, so I'm gonna try and do that. I'll see if I actually have any money. I have a little bit. I have 100 bells. Okay, I don't think we're buying anything right now. What can I buy for 100 bells? Nothing? Okay, great. Alright, fantastic. Okay, I guess I'll have to sell something to him to make a little bit of cash because I'm really poor right now. Okay, we've got some good stuff to sell. We've got free cherries and we've got a cardboard box. So, how much money am I making from these? I'm gonna make a ton. Oh, 330 bells. Great. Amazing. I feel like you get some Nook miles for checking this machine, so I'm going to try and do that. I don't know if I've actually unlocked the ability to do that yet, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to try literally anything to get these Nook miles because I got to pay Tom Nook off. He's threatening to break my kneecaps. I'm scared. Yes, okay, I've got 50 Nook miles from that. Amazing. Thank you so much, Tom Nook. And I've sold some unwanted stuff, so I get even more Nook miles. This is amazing. I'm doing so well for myself. I think I can also take a photograph and get some Nook miles that way, so let's try it. Why not? Yeah, first photo of the island, and look how dumb I look. I love it. Yes, more Nook miles. This is amazing. I'm getting so many. How many do I need again? I feel like it's a really crazy amount. I feel like it's 5,000 or something like that, so I'm actually quite far off. About my moving fees. Oh god. Oh no. Yeah, okay, maybe I'm not as close as I perhaps hoped I was. Okay, let's get to actually doing things. I suppose catching some bugs and fish will also help, but I know one thing I can do is write on the bulletin board, so we're going to quickly do this. What am I going to do? I'm being really lazy with this. I could put a funny message for the video, but I'm going to be lazy. I'm just going to put hi. Maybe in the future we'll do an actual proper message on there, but for now, we're just going to put hi because I'm extra lazy. And look at that. More Nook miles to me. Rumor mongering influencer. Now, if that doesn't describe me to a T, I don't know what does. I mean, they've clocked me there. That's exactly who I am. I like your net, Teddy. I don't know why. It's kind of cooler than mine. It looks different. No, it is the same. It's exactly the same. I'm just jealous for no reason of Teddy. To be fair, Teddy's pretty cool. Look at his eyebrows. Look at his demeanor. He's just a cool guy. Okay, I need to stop focusing on Teddy. I need to actually do something. A bug. Okay. Yes, our first bug. Glavers is absolutely going to love this. Well, he's not actually. He's going to hate it because he hates bugs. But, you know what? That's life at the end of the day. He's got to deal with it. Tommy with his little flag just walking around the island. Why couldn't that have been a feature for the whole game, you know? Give him a break. Let him out of the store for once, Tom Nook, and let him just wander around with his little flag. I don't know why he has a flag, but it's great. It's amazing. I forget we can fish as well. I probably should do a bit of that. I don't really like fishing in Animal Crossing. I'm pretty bad at it. I know a lot of people share this feeling with me, so I don't feel too bad. But still, it's been one of those things I've never really been able to get the hang of. I can do it, don't get me wrong. I completed my museum in New Horizons. But did I enjoy catching all the fish? No. And did I ever complete that Nook Mile goal where you need to complete like a certain amount in a row or something? No, I never did that. So I'm not exactly the best at fishing. To be fair, it's kind of good that I did this in July. Oh, look, it's Agnes. Okay, I need to just keep one train of thought at a time. No, that's mine, Agnes. Agnes, that's mine. You don't have any. Agnes. She's trying to steal it from me. I really don't appreciate that. Agnes, stop. Nope, it's mine. Where is it? It's mine. Agnes. Agnes. She's not happy about that. Look at her. She's walking away. She won't even look at me. She's really not happy about that. I've made an enemy for life. Look at that face. She's not happy. Agnes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, okay? You know, that seems kind of sarcastic to me. I'm just getting sarcastic vibes from her now, you know? I feel like everything she's saying is a little bit snarky. Oh, a leaf umbrella, though. Hey. A leaf umbrella, that's kind of her. You know, I wouldn't have minded a recipe for a ladder or, you know, a pole to cross the river, but, you know, I'll take a leaf umbrella. I can do lots with that, I suppose. Yeah, there's so many bugs out right now. I've kind of forgotten that I need to be fishing as well. But it's so good. It's so good to just get all of the bugs. I love the fact that it's July and I can just get so many of these. I don't love this bug though. I'm really upset by this bug. Maybe I'll try and get his brother over there. No, I'm not getting either of them. They're too clever for me. Okay, well, since I didn't have any luck with those two, maybe I'll have some luck with the fish, you know? The fish are a little bit less evasive than the butterflies, so I'm gonna take my chances with them. I feel like I have a good shot. Okay, well, I'm not having a great shot so far. Please just look at it. Please. Please turn around. Hey, please. This is really... Okay, you know what? I give up on him. I give up. I'm done with you. You're probably nothing anyways. You know what? I'm... Okay. Okay, what is it? Oh, it's Nemo. We found Nemo. We've got him. Okay. It is officially time. I have given enough critters to Tom Nook that Blathers is going to move in. I'm so excited about this. I love Blathers. I love the museum tent. This is absolutely amazing. Now, deciding where to actually put it, that's going to be the really tough part because we can't cross the water yet. But I'm going to try and think of something. I've got to put it somewhere really good, you know. I've got to think about this. Okay, I'm really nervous now because I just don't know where I'm going to put this. I'm really nervous. But at least we're racking up the Nook miles. Okay, now I can officially buy something. I'm going to get this cooler box because why not? It's cool. You know, it's really cool. And I think I'm going to get some tools as well so I can actually get even more Nook miles. This is a really good idea, you know. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to have enough time to actually complete my goal of paying off my house today, but I do want to put down a few neat little items which I managed to acquire for myself, just to kind of get us started on our journey here of designing our island, because we're very much going to be relying on these items throughout the course of this series, so I just want to use as many cool ones as I can, and especially acquire a lot of them from DIYs. You know what though, I'm actually not too upset about not paying off my loan on the very first day, because it's kind of neat in a way to keep the tent around for longer. I feel like the tent is a really underrated part of the game that you just don't get to enjoy for very long, so the idea of us getting to enjoy it for just slightly longer in this game does make me quite happy. And I like that, it's just looking kind of cute at the moment, you know, it's really simple, it's not like we've made a fancy design or anything, but it's nice. However, what I do want to finish this episode off on the very first day is us putting down the museum, and I have absolutely no idea where it's going to go. Okay, I don't know why, but this area is just kind of calling to me. It is kind of close to the two villager houses that I have, but at the end of the day, I feel like we're just so limited with the amount of space and room that we have, that we're just going to have to work with what we've got at the moment. We can't move these around, but at the end of the day, that is part of the challenge and part of the fun, and we can work around it. We can make something really cool around this whole area, so that's exactly what I'm going to try and do. And hey, kudos to these villagers for getting to live next to Blathers' tent, because look how cool this is. It is so cool. It is amazing. I would have absolutely loved to have put it on that little island that we can get to in the future, but of course, that is in the future, that is not right now. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we can get there. Still, the main thing about this plot is I've got plenty of room around it to design. There's nothing actually blocking me from designing it, despite it being kind of close to these two houses. So that is a good thing. Okay, so here we are on day 2 of our no terraforming island. In case you missed the first part, I definitely recommend you watch it. But basically, we've started up a new island where we can do no terraforming, we can't move the buildings around, we've got to try and design something nice within 30 real-life days, and this is the second day. And some pretty big things are actually going to be happening today because Blathers has officially moved into the island. I am so excited about this. I can't wait to meet him for the first time. I haven't seen his tent in so long, so I'm really excited. First though, a letter from my dear mother. What has she got for me? Free apples? Hey, I'll take that. Free apples, free apples. And there is our friend Teddy. Hello Teddy, how are you doing? Hey, a Groof. You good? Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Hey, isn't that the hat I gave you? Looks great. Yeah, Teddy gave us this hat in the last episode and I wasn't so sure about it. But you know what? I quite like it now. It's grown on me. Not literally. It's not like a hat that has grown on me, but you know what I mean. I tried to make a joke there. It didn't really work. Oh my gosh, there he is. I wasn't too thrilled about where I had to put him, but with a bit of work, you know, a bit of changing scenery up, you won't even notice that he's in the middle of these two houses. I had such limited options because of where things are, and I can't move anything later on, so it is what it is at the end of the day, you know. Oh my god, it's him. Hello. Hello. I'm so excited. Oh, a pleasure to meet you. My name is Blathers. I'm exceedingly interested in the ecosystem of this island. Me too, Blathers, although I'm never actually going to upgrade you from this tent because I love it and I think it's going to fit the theme that I've got in mind, which I'm still not going to tell you folks. I'm keeping it a secret for a future part, so you'll just have to keep tuning in so you can find out what the theme will be. Don't worry, I'll put it in like the thumbnail or something saying theme reveal so you don't miss it, but try and watch every part because it's great, and I'm having a lot of fun, and I hope you are too, and I really appreciate your support. Finally, a vaulting pole. I mean, it came a little bit too late, given the fact that I really desperately wanted it to put Blathers' tent somewhere else. But hey, we'll take it at the end of the day, and I believe we can get some other things by donating to Blathers. I'm pretty sure, some other cool things. So that's going to be one of the goals for this episode. There's a lot of bugs and stuff around, thanks to it being July, and a lot of fish. So there's a lot we can donate to him, but definitely what I want to do is get, hopefully, maybe Nook's Cranny down as well. We'll see, I'm probably being quite ambitious here, but either way, we're going to try and get that vaulting pole, and hopefully be able to explore a bit more of the island and get some more tools and such as well. Tom Nook wants me to weed to get Nook miles, and yeah, it is kind of a good idea. But at the same time, oh, it's so painful. It's going to take me so long to get up tons of these weeds. I'm halfway to paying off my loan. I probably should have done it in the last episode, but I kind of like the idea of keeping the tent for a little bit longer, you know? It's just not something you really get to enjoy for very long in Animal Crossing, so it's something I wanted to do. Ooh, we're getting some more items as well that are going to be fun. I don't really know what I'm going to do with these. I'm just trying to accrue as many items as I can, since obviously I have to design without any terraforming, which is hard. And here's the shovel. Okay, I never noticed this. I don't have enough bells. Are you kidding me? Okay, I'm gonna have to sell something because I desperately need this shovel. I probably should have looked at that before I went and bought a bucket and a beach towel. You know, I didn't really need those things, but hey, what are you gonna do? You know what, I might actually sell them on because we can buy them again from the catalog later, so I know it might seem kind of silly, but I genuinely think that is the smartest thing to do. Oh god, I'm making back so little money from this, but it's what we've got to do at this point. I'm desperate, I need that shovel. I just realized I could have crafted one really easily this entire time. I feel so stupid now. And we still don't have enough to get a vaulting pole either, so we need to really maybe get ourselves some bells using the shovel. I actually realized I still have the axe, so we might be able to get enough materials to build that vaulting pole. The only problem is I've used this axe a lot already, so I think it's very much on the verge of breaking for good, but I'll try and conserve it as much as I can. I say as I literally just made an extra hit on that tree for no reason, and I've worn it down even more. And yeah, I do know the cool trick where you can customize tools in order to extend their durability, but unfortunately at this point in the game that is just not something I can do. I don't have the ability to customize any of my DIY recipes yet, so we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer before we can do anything fancy like that. But it is definitely a good strategy if you do want your tools to last longer. And there we go. Just like clockwork, just like I said, there goes my trusty axe. It's kind of bad, but I'm so used to just buying everything in Animal Crossing, honestly. I don't really craft very much on my main island, you know. Getting the materials for some of this stuff can take a long time, so generally I just spend my money getting tools at Nook's Cranny. I feel like that's a much more efficient way of doing it. So I'm going to have to adjust to actually doing this properly again, you know, the way Nintendo intended. By the way, I don't know how I failed there, but I did. I didn't get all the bells. But still, this is really going to help me out. It's going to help me out massively in getting some of these tools and making some quick progress. Okay, I'm really starting to rack up the Nook miles now, which I'm super happy about. I'm getting, honestly, pretty close to paying off my loans. This is going to be a pretty big goal to have completed by the end of this episode. I'm really excited about that. Something else we definitely need to do though is get a ton more materials, and that might involve doing some weeding as well. I just generally need to do everything that I possibly can to get lots of different materials. After all, materials are going to come so in handy throughout this series when you think about it, given the fact that I won't be able to use any terraforming or anything fancy. I'm going to be crafting a lot of items to design my island with, so I'm going to need an absolute ton of different materials, and that is going to involve a lot of grinding in the game, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going to catch these. I'm going to do it. Watch. I'm not going to let them sting me like I did in the last episode. There we go. Boom. I'm a pro. I'm a pro Animal Crossing player. I got the wasp. It's going straight to blabbers. I'm the king. I feel so powerful right now, honestly. I shouldn't because they're just virtual wasps, but I don't even care. I did it. I'm proud of myself. Also, I just realized I'm going to need a ton of this anyways if I want to open up Nook's Cranny. I do think I'll probably have to pay off my house first, maybe. I can't quite remember how it goes. But either way, I'm definitely going to have to do a few things. And there we go, I got stunned. I got so distracted that the very thing I said would not happen ended up happening to me. Gosh darn it, look at me. Why? I just realized I won't actually be able to donate too much to Blathers because I don't want him to turn this into a fully fledged museum. So I'm just going to donate a few little things to him so I can get some of the unlocks and such. Also, I think I might have been a little bit too ambitious about my goal of getting Nook's Cranny open on day 2 of this. Somehow I don't think that is going to be happening. But at the very least, I do want to get my loan paid off here on day 2, and just see what I can do to get things rolling, you know? There's a lot to do early on in New Horizons, and I kind of want to take my time, even though I have 30 days, and I really need to start designing things at the same time. I have actually unlocked a bunch of new DIY recipes, which I'm very excited about. I'm not sure where to start with this. This one I definitely want because, come on, it's a hay bed. You gotta love it. I'm probably just gonna get all of them so I can just try and do different things with each and every one of them. But I'm gonna need some more materials. It looks like I might be able to get that big campfire though, which I definitely want. That's a really cool one that I'd kind of like to put around my house maybe. There's just so many ideas kind of in my head at the moment, and I'm very excited to see exactly what I can do in the future. I do also have to be conscious about the fact that I need to save some materials if I want to get Nook's Cranny, but I guess at that point I might actually be able to go to some of the Nook Mile Islands and farm resources there too, so there's a few different options for things I can do to try and get these resources and also craft items at the same time. Okay, I think I might finally have the 5,000 Nook Miles. I do, and I even have a little bit extra as well. Look at me go. I'm doing this. We're gonna get it. We're gonna finally pay off our house loan. I say finally, it's literally the second day. It's only the second episode, but we're doing it, okay? And I'm really happy about it because whilst I love living in the tent, and it was very short-lived, I want to progress, you know, I want to start doing some of the real designing stuff on my island, and this is just one important step that we gotta take. The tent's fine, I guess, you know, it's okay. But I guess we're gonna need a house, right, Tom Nook? That's what you're saying? You're gonna put me in more crippling debt in this game? Yeah, okay. I know that's exactly what you're gonna do. Okay, Tom Nook, do it. Upgrade me from a tent into the fully fledged house. I'm ready to live in a house, Tom Nook. Let's do it. Give me that house. I just realized I haven't talked to Agnes today, so I gotta do it. Whoa, 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 what's up with your face? Hey, Agnes, I know we've got beef with each other since that first episode where I stole that bug from you. But come on, that was uncalled for. I mean, you're right, I do have an ugly face, but still. If I had some medicine with me, I'd give it to you. But tell you what, I'll show you how to make medicine. Wow, Agnes is actually doing something nice for me. I mean, I kind of wish she would have just given it to me, but I guess that is kind of lazy of me. You know what, thanks Agnes, that was nice of you. We still kind of have a beef going on, but but you're alright, okay, Agnes? You're alright. Okay, now we're going to do something fun. We're going to do kind of like a mini speed build. I'm going to have lots of these in this series, and this is basically going to be the very first one. First things first, I need to get some energy so I can dig up some trees, and then we can design the little area around our home. At least a temporary little design around the home, since I'm probably going to change things around a lot in the future. Okay, let's do this little speed build. Okay, I'm not proclaiming as anything special at all, and realistically I haven't changed very much, but it's just a little bit of fun, you know. Before we lose the tent vibe, I just wanted to have a kind of little camping themed area, something very simple but sweet for the early part of the game, before we move on to something a little bit more grand. But I basically think that's going to wrap up this second day, but obviously don't go anywhere because this is just one day out of a few extra. Okay, so it is officially day 3 now. We are into day 3, and I kind of feel like I didn't achieve as much as I wanted to in day 2, so I'm really hoping I can do a little bit more this time around. I would love to open up Nook's Cranny, you know, at least get it put down, that would be great. I am going to have to get a lot of resources in order to do that, however, so I'm a little bit nervous. But at least we have the vaulting pole now, because I think I want to put Nook's Cranny in that little area that I mentioned in the very first part. So this little island that's right above kind of where my house is, I'm really tempted to put it there. But at the same time, I'm also kind of thinking about maybe turning that into like a little camping area, because I feel like that'd be kind of cool, you know, a little camping island. Maybe having Nook's Cranny somewhere else? I don't know, actually. Now that I've thought about that, I'm really conflicted, so we'll just have to wait and see what exactly is going to transpire, but I'm sure there's lots of different places we could put it. And of course we finally have a house now, which is a pretty big step. I always love this little part of the game where, you know, you've got the little bushes next to your house. I just think that looks so cool. And later on you actually lose that. You don't get that option later on, so I feel like the early game option of how your house looks is the best one. Okay, exactly as I thought. The shop. We are going to get a chance to build the shop. This is great. This is what I've been waiting for. We're making some good progress, I feel like now. Okay, good. I'm glad. Alright, so we're gonna need a ton of different resources in order to do this, which is gonna be a little bit difficult. We might actually get the opportunity to go to a Nook Island, which would be great, because that would mean technically we can find our very first villager that, you know, wasn't one of the starting ones. It'll be either, I believe, Peppy, Normal, or Lazy. So we could get Bob. Oh, we're getting a Nook Mile ticket. So yeah, I might genuinely be able to find Bob, which would be absolutely incredible. I'm not going to be able to go to more than one, I don't think, because I only have so many Nook Miles, but let me check actually, how many do I have at the moment? Well, I'm kind of close, so maybe later on I might be able to go to another, but for now, we'll just go to the free one that Tom Nook has given us. That's exciting. Oh, we can do a little bit of villager hunting in this day. That's going to be great. Okay, so what exactly do you need, Timmy? Because I know you're going to need a lot of resources in order to open up a shop. It's going to be a ton, isn't it? I'm interested. I'm very interested. I just need to know how many it's going to be. It's going to be a ton, isn't it? It's like 30 of each of something. I can't remember if it's steel or stone. I really need to know now. Okay, I'll help you. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna assist you. I'm gonna be your greatest friend. 30 pieces of each wood and 30 iron nuggets. Okay, we can do this. We can actually do this. I believe in us. We can actually get this done, which is very exciting. So we've already got 30 hardwood, so we just need a ton of regular wood and other stuff. And the iron nuggets, and then we can actually do this. So you know what? Let's get started. Okay, we're here on our first Nook Island, and it is absolutely pouring with rain. Wilbur has a little umbrella, and it's Dodo Airlines themed. I love that. That's great. That's adorable. I love you, Wilbur. You're cute. But yeah, here we are. We can hunt for a villager. We can get a ton of different resources. We can get some... I was going to say we can get some cherries, and I realized we already have cherries, so we won't be doing that. But who is the villager that's going to be here? It's... Oh... I don't know, folks. I don't know if I want Annabelle. I'm not gonna lie, she's not one of my favorite villagers. Hey, no... I'm not trying to insult her, you know, I'm sure Annabelle has plenty of her fans watching this video, you know? But I just don't think she's for me. I don't think she's the right villager for my island. I kind of wanted to find Bob or Audie or someone like that. So maybe we will have to grind some Nook miles and try and get some more so we can get a villager we really love. Okay, so I went ahead and got myself another Nook mile ticket so we can see if we can get a different villager. I probably shouldn't have spent all of my Nook miles on this. I should have gone for like the upgrades for my storage and stuff. But you know what? I just want to find a villager, and I can kind of see one in the distance. I don't know who that is. Did you see them? Did you see the head? Oh my god, I can see the head. I don't know. Look, I don't dislike Pudge. I really don't. It's just not who I wanted for my island, you know? It's just not who I envisioned having on my island. So I don't think I can go for him either. This is really sad. Both of my Nook Mile tickets so far, we've gotten villagers that I just wouldn't really consider, you know? I'm open to having different villagers on my island than what I usually have, but I want some of my favorites, you know? And I've just got to say, Annabelle and Pudge are not in my favorites list. I'm sorry to any of their biggest fans watching this, but they aren't, so I just can't go for them. But on a brighter note, we are really oh, not a brighter note, that's really sad. On a brighter note, as I was saying, we are incredibly close now to our goal of unlocking Nook's Cranny, which is really exciting. I've gotten a ton of resources off camera, since I didn't really think people would want to watch me just hitting trees and rocks for like half an hour. So I did that off camera and got a ton of the resources, and now we are incredibly close to being able to actually open up Nook's Cranny on the island, and I think I know exactly where I'm going to put it, which is really exciting. Thankfully I have a ton of hardwood, so getting this shovel is absolutely no problem at all. And yeah, I'm really excited to open Nook's Cranny up. It really feels like we're actually getting somewhere. Like I said, I did feel a bit like with the second day, I didn't get as much done as I wanted to. So the fact that we are getting Nook's Cranny open within this episode, that just feels like a really good chunk of progress. So I'm excited to put it down and then hopefully, you know, in the near future start doing some actual designs, since obviously we do want a good looking island. But yeah, we're so close. We're literally one nugget away at this point, and this island is definitely going to help me get them. There's tons and tons of rocks here, so it's almost time for us to be able to open up Nook's Cranny, and I'm very excited. Okay, it's time to do it. I have literally all of the different materials needed. So now we can officially open up Nook's Cranny, which I'm so excited about. It just feels like such a big step. It's going to be quite a while before we can do the Able Sisters, so I do have to consider my placement with the Able Sisters in mind as well. But I think I already have an idea, so I'm looking forward to this. And I forgot, we get some free items as well for doing so. So thank you, Timmy, that's very generous of you. So here are my thoughts. Originally, I was thinking about kind of like the top sort of left corner, where maybe I could have a little shopping district and I could kind of have the Able Sisters and Timmy and Tommy next to each other. But I don't really feel like that fits the overall idea that I've got for the island. Now, something I did do back on my island was have Nook's Cranny very much nestled within the cliffs. And I think I might have found an area on this island which would work really well for that. So that's what I think I'm going to do this time around. It'll certainly help me be able to design it a little bit easier since I know what I'm doing. And so this is going to be the area where I'm going to put the campsite for sure. This special little island, I'm going to have the campsite like, I don't know, maybe right in the middle or somewhere up the top. And just have loads of camping themed stuff right here. You know, maybe have a little bridge so people can get over. It's just going to be a really cool area. I'm really excited to do this design actually. I think it's going to be great. But for Nook's Cranny, I want it here. Nestled away in the cliffs, you know, very tucked away in a neat little sort of hidden area. I just feel like this is going to be fantastic. I'm actually really excited to put it here. And like I said, I've got some good ideas in terms of how to design it. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Okay, let's imagine it first of all. Does it look good? Yeah, I think it looks really good there. It's just, it's just kind of neat. I don't know. I like it. I like the waterfall next to it. It feels very, I don't know how to say this, it feels very rural, you know? And I kind of actually want to keep this basic Nook's Cranny. I don't know, though, if you have to upgrade it in order to get a I only really need 3 stars. A 3-star island. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to get a 5-star island, but I don't know if I'm going to achieve that. But either way, I want to be able to unlock everything that I possibly can, especially cap and islands and stuff. So, I don't know. We'll see. I would really like to keep it as the basic Nook's Cranny, though, because honestly, I think it looks so much better, and it's kind of going for the theme that I've got in mind, which I'm going to reveal soon, I promise. I'm going to reveal it soon, but you've got to wait. Okay, so I don't really think there's anything else we can do at this point. I've achieved quite a lot today getting Nook's Cranny up and ready and such, so we're going to stop here, but I will see you very shortly for day number 4. I can't believe we're on to day 4 already. I really need to do even more. Okay, so we're here in day 4, and it looks like there's an incredible thunderstorm going on the island. I feel like I don't get this weather very much in Animal Crossing, so I'm actually kind of excited about this. Timmy and Tommy have opened up their new shop today. That's fantastic. I'm so excited. We've got Nook's Cranny. Like I said, I really want to try and keep it as the basic Nook's Cranny, but I'm going to have to buy stuff there, so I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to do that. That's the only worrying thing, but we're going to try. We'll do what we can. Okay, so I'm pretty sure today we'll be able to put down our very first bridge on the island, which is a nice step, you know. I'm looking forward to that. It's also kind of interesting that I haven't actually done any terraforming so far. Not terraforming, what am I saying? I can't do any terraforming. I meant time traveling. It's interesting that I haven't done any time traveling so far, because I could progress things a lot faster if I did, but I think for kind of the first week of this, I'm not really looking to do a ton of designing. You know, it's still really early on, and we've got 30 days, so I really want to be able to just enjoy the game as well. And I think that's kind of a big goal of mine. But here is Nook's Cranny. It looks lovely. Let's go inside and see what they've got. We're going to be relying on their items a lot. Okay, and there is our good friend Mabel. I can't wait until we can open the Able Sisters as well, but it is going to take a little bit longer just because there's certain requirements. That will just take a little bit more time, but still, all in good time. All in good time. Hopefully it won't be too long before we can get her to move into the island as well. But we'll just have to wait and see. Okay, so Nook's Cranny didn't actually have anything that I wanted for now, but we are going to have some other important things to do today that I really want to get done. Like, I think we'll be able to get the bridge, and maybe even, I don't know if we'll be able to do it today or not, but we might even be able to build the free villager houses that you get at this part of the game, which will be a pretty huge step, because once again, we have to heavily consider where we're actually going to put these, because I can't move them later on. I'm also debating on whether to go villager hunting using my Nook miles, or to actually, you know, let them autofill. I feel like that could be kind of fun too, and then I wouldn't waste so much money on Nook Mile tickets. So I'm kind of considering that. I feel like you folks would find that fun as well, just to see who ends up moving in. So that'll be very interesting. I've also decided midway through doing this, by the way, that I'm going to upload these weekly. So I'm probably going to upload an episode every single Sunday. So you should be watching this one on a Sunday, unless something else happens where I can't do that, but generally that's what I'm planning on doing. Because, like I said, I'm not going to upload them daily because this isn't really the usual type of content I make on this channel. Whilst I am trying to do something new and fun that can, you know, appeal to different people who maybe prefer this kind of video to my usual news type videos, I still have to make videos for the people who come to my channel who like watching the news and stuff too. So I'm trying to have a good mix, you know. If I uploaded this series every single day, the truth is I probably would lose a lot of subscribers because obviously people subscribe for very different reasons. So I'm trying to give something for each and every audience. Okay, it is time to start building the bridge. We're building some bridges with Tom Nook. You gotta love it. Good symbolism. I find it so weird that you actually craft this bridge. This is the only time in Animal Crossing ever that you actually craft a bridge. And it makes me think that it would have just been a good idea if they let us craft bridges ourselves instead of paying money for them, and we could put them wherever we wanted. That would have been great. Okay, so we need some log stakes. Thankfully, I think I might be able to get enough of them right now, just based on what I already have. The one thing I'm not going to lie that I'm not looking forward to is the part of the game where you have to gather a ton of materials in order to be able to get those free villager houses. It just feels very grindy to me, and then I have to try and remember all of the different items that I need to do it, and it's just, it kind of hurts my head a bit. Like, I know that probably sounds like I'm just overly complaining, but I think a lot of you get where I'm coming from. It reminds me of Animal Crossing Pocket Camp in a sense, where you have to get the items they like in order for them to move in. But I can't just get them, I have to actually build them myself, so, you know, there's layers to it. But we did it, we got the bridge right away, so that's good news. And now we can actually put it down, and I think I know where I'm going to put it. Okay, so I really want to put it, like, over here somewhere, so I've got easy access to the camping part of my island. I just don't know if it's going to fit, because the river is really weird. No, see, oh, it's annoying. It's really annoying, because I don't want to put it too close to my house. Oh, this is going to be painful, isn't it? I just know this is going to be difficult, because look at this river. It's abnormal. I don't know now. I'm actually really stuck. Could I maybe put one here? I feel like the game does make it more difficult than it needs to be, low-key. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is probably one of the more frustrating parts of it. What do you mean? I'm standing in front of a river. You can't say there's no river here. You're lying. So genuinely, I just realized something. Some parts of our island might not be able to have bridges at all, just because of how the river is, and we can't change the river. We can't terraform the river. So, I just realized that's going to actually be quite a big problem in terms of getting around. I'm really stuck right now. Do you see this? Do you see how weird my river is? I don't know what to do. Okay, so I might be able to put one directly next to my house, which feels kind of cheeky, but at the same time, I feel like it's something I need to do. Can I do it? Oh, this is annoying. This is really difficult. I did not expect this. Okay, finally. I just don't know if I actually want to put it here, though. I feel like I've kind of been forced into it. I don't know, actually. It would be really useful. Usually I wouldn't like having a bridge so close to my house, which I know sounds kind of weird. But it also does make sense. So, I think I'm actually going to do that. Yeah, I'm going to go for that. We can't move the bridge later on, but we could remove it, I guess? I don't know, really. What do you folks think about that? Obviously, I've got the rule where I can't move buildings, but can I remove things I've added? Like, can I remove inclines and bridges when I've added them if I don't like the position? Or should I be forced to keep them? I'd like to get your opinions on that. Okay, we can actually start building these new homes now, which is good. The only thing that I'm kind of worried about is I haven't got a ladder yet. So, I don't know. I don't remember how you get the ladder. I'm going to need to Google this. Okay, Google, what do you have to say for me? I can't believe I don't know this. Literally, Animal Crossing is my job, and I don't know this. Minimum 3 days must pass for you to unlock a ladder. Build a house, build Nook's Cranny, and build your first bridge. Nook will send you the recipe electronically. Okay, wait. So does that mean he's going to do that now? Wait, did I just Google this and he's going to do it anyways? So I didn't even need to Google it, because he literally does it if I just waited for him to finish his sentence. Oh, I feel dumb now. Oh, and we need wood. Gosh darn it, Nook. You're making me do so much stuff. Since I can't use Nintendo Online, I'm gonna have to do so much grinding for materials off camera. Because, like, I genuinely don't think I could even fit it. And then this sort of thing happens. Oh, I was gonna say I hate this early part of the game where your tools break, but I also do love it because, like I said earlier, it just feels so nostalgic, but still, it's so easy for tools to break. I just realized I could actually just buy one from Nook's Cranny. I probably will do that in the future, to be honest, because I want to save my materials for other things. Like I said, I'm gonna need them. Hey, look at your house. It's kind of cool. I feel like you should get a proper bed rather than having that sleeping bag, but hey. Okay, so now is the time to try and decide where we want to put our villager houses. I'm going to take a little sort of look over my entire map and maybe get some ideas. This is going to be a tricky one, honestly, because, again, it's permanent. I feel like I want some up on the cliffs, just because I'm not sure what else I'm going to put up there. I'm not going to put, like, Able Sisters up there or anything. So I feel like I want some up on the cliffs. But it's really hard. Definitely that area that is, I don't know. I'm stuck, actually. Okay, I'm gonna have to have a good think. Okay, yes, I definitely want to have one up on the cliffs, kind of around here. I feel like that would be a neat idea, just because I'm not sure what else to put there. I kind of like this area for a house, though. I could kind of imagine having one right on the beach side here and maybe theming it after that. Oh, wow. Okay, no, I won't be doing that. Maybe I can put one here. Ah, I forgot that you need such a big plot of land. Oh no, so these aren't going up on the cliffs, folks. These are not going up on the cliffs because it's too big. Oh god, so I'm really limited with where I can put this. However, I might be able to put one up on this cliff because it's just kind of nice and big, and I feel like it'd be cool to have a house up here, you know? So yeah, I think this is what we're going to do. We're going to put our well, not our first technically, but yeah. Let's do it. Let's put one up here. This is great. I found a pretty good location here. I'm happy with that. I don't know why I did number 2 first. That's going to really bother me that I did number 2 first. I'm glad I found a location. This can be like a little neighborhood for some of my villagers, maybe. Maybe we'll put like multiple houses up in this area. Because why not? I've got some ideas, Tom Nook. Don't worry. Stupendous. I don't feel like I've ever seen him say that before. And I kind of hope I'll never hear him say that again, you know. Okay, so we've got the second house done. This is like our little neighborhood area. I'm kind of liking that. I think when I share my theme with you folks, you'll kind of get the vision that I'm going for. So it works. It works. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to give too much away at the moment, but let's just say it works. We could even try and do one here. No, it's not going to fit. Maybe if I go back a bit? This is actually much tougher than I thought. I'm not going to lie. I don't love these limitations. Oh, but this kind of works. I think I'm going to put it here. I know they're all kind of close together, but having like a little neighborhood, I just feel like it makes it easier to design. Because one of the things I really struggle with is filling empty space. So, yeah, I'm actually really happy with that. I'm not going to lie. Like, I think this works. And it's close to Nook's Cranny as well. This is great. I'm happy with this. Okay, so the next thing we're going to need to do is actually try and get all of the resources we're going to need to craft everything. So I think that's exactly what I'm going to work towards doing. Okay, so this is really upsetting, but unfortunately I lost my audio recording to this part. So it's really frustrating, but eventually I did manage to donate everything. So as you can see, I've gotten all of the items done for this, which is really good. And then eventually I end up moving on to the next day where I also lost my audio recording, which I'm so sad about. So really frustratingly, because the audio messed up, I won't be able to give you a full look at day number 5, which does make me so sad. But I'm going to try and give you a recap on everything that happened in day 5 since it ended up being pretty eventful. So initially, Flora was the first one to actually move in out of those plots, which was really cool. We also had Tom Nook introduce us to a little workshop for customizing stuff, and I'm actually not too upset that I lost the audio for this part, because I was mostly just complaining about how I had to gather a bunch of regular wood, so maybe that wasn't the most entertaining thing to look at. We also got some visitors to the island for the very first time, like Harvey came and appeared, which was really cool, so we should be able to visit Harv's island, which is exciting. And we also got to meet Leaf, which was really great. This was also the first episode where I actually time traveled, so I made it through basically 2 extra days so that I could get all of the villagers to move in, and you'll soon meet them as well. During the next day, we found that Drago moved in, and we also got to meet Mabel for the very first time, which was really cool. So we're definitely getting super close now to actually unlocking her shop. There was also this great bit with Teddy where he was doing a workout, and whilst this isn't pivotal to this part, I just had to include this because look at him, he's an absolute gem. You've got to love Teddy. We also had a little chat with Drago. I'm really happy that he moved in, honestly. I think he's a great villager. Unfortunately, we found out that the third one would be Rhonda, which I wasn't too thrilled about because she's not one of my favorites. But still, those are the 3 villagers we got. We got Flora, Drago, and Rhonda, so I can't really complain. We also made some good progress with Mabel, buying a lot of our items so we can open up the Able Sisters. I'm super sad that this day got messed up, but hey, at least you've got the full gist of everything that happened. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. It is sad, but at least we didn't make too much progress, you know? Oh, and another thing that I feel like I should mention is resident services will be opening tomorrow, so that's really exciting. Day number 6. So we're getting resident services fully opened before the end of this first week, so that's great. Okay, so it is officially day number 6 on our no terraforming island, and some very exciting stuff is about to happen today. So for a start, I did play a little bit off camera, just because I was mostly intending upon getting a ton of resources, which I have done. I've gotten a lot of wood and stuff now. Something else I took the time to do was buy a bunch of turnips, because you need turnips. If you want to make money in this game, you need turnips. Now I just need some good turnip prices, so that's going to be a bit concerning. As you can probably tell by my inventory, I have something special to do today. But of course, we are in the process of having resident services fully upgraded, which is very exciting news. Tomorrow it'll be done, but I'm actually planning on time traveling so we can get that open today on day 6. I feel like that's the right type of progress to make today, so we can get that open and get some of the tasks related to it done as well. But I definitely want to get the Able Sisters open. I talked to Mabel herself, and she gave me the construction kit. So this is what we need to do today. I think I already know generally where I want to put it. As I mentioned ages ago, I think I really want to put it up here somewhere, right in the top of my island. I like this space. I feel like there's a lot of room to work with here. So you know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. It's going to go up here. I'm happy with this sort of area. I think it's going to look great. It's really nice actually to have an easy decision to make when it comes to putting a building down. I thought I was going to struggle with this one, but unlike the others where I really struggled, this was actually super easy. So we've got it down. I don't think this tree is going to survive, mind you, but hey, that's fine. And we've even got plenty of room to put trees and stuff like that, so yeah, it's really cool. I'm hopefully going to actually get to do some decorating in week 2, some proper decorating that is. We will try and do some little bits here and there now. But yeah, when we get into week 2, we might be able to start designing around some of these buildings and shops and stuff, and... Oh, I pitfalled myself. Oh no. Right now, before I end this day, because there's generally not that much to do today, aside from what we've already done, I just want to see if I can find my villagers, because tomorrow, which is still going to be day 6, but, you know, a new day in game, is going to be the more important one, so that's what I'm really looking forward to. Oh, Flora is out, we should talk to her. I definitely want to interact with my villagers a bit more, they're an important part of this. Staying trendy, Pinky. Yeah, I'm trying. I should write a song about clear skies. Day or night, clear skies let the stars shine bright. Don't forget, like some people do, our sun is a star too, living just 8 light minutes away. Oh my gosh, I just invented SPM, science pop music. I defined a genre. Well, look at you go. Look at you go, Flora. You are incredible. Everyone in the comments section, please show Flora your appreciation. She is amazing. We love her. Someone I don't feel the same way about is Rhonda. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, we haven't met yet. I'm Rhonda, and I just moved to the island. Is it alright if I call you Ben? I'd rather you didn't call me at all, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, I did not want you on my island, okay? I know that's a little bit harsh, but you're going to be moving out. I'm going to be kicking you out, basically. As soon as I get the chance, you're going to be removed from the island. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Also, I don't feel like they can actually escape from this cliff area at the moment because there's no inclines. So that's something we're going to have to try and change soon. Of course, I am going to need the money to actually be able to do that, so I'm really hoping some good turnip prices will come in because today's were abysmal. And we have Drago as well. Hello, Drago. Oh, hey, I wasn't expecting you. Well, you should always be expecting me. I love eating, but I'm a real bad cooker. When I do cook a thing, like when I make toast, it takes forever. I can't wait. I'm hungry now. Toast takes forever? What, one of the quickest things that you could possibly make? I don't know about that example, Drago. Also, you have fruit everywhere in your house. Just eat the fruit. Just eat the fruit, Drago. Okay, now we have the big day. We have resident services finally opening. I'm so happy about this. Look at it. It looks amazing. It definitely feels like we've kind of moved away from the very early game now with this opening and us finally getting Isabel and such. But at the same time, that does mean we'll be able to take the decorating a little bit more seriously now that we're going to be unlocking bridges and inclines and stuff. That is going to allow me to do so much more. And look, Leaf is here as well, and Leaf is absolutely incredible, so I'm very happy overall, honestly. I couldn't be happier. Oh, look who it is, it's Agnes. What do you think about the resident services opening up? Sup, Snuffle? I didn't know that was your catchphrase. This day ain't over yet, Snuffle, no matter what the sun says. It has literally just begun, Agnes. I literally just loaded up the game, what are you talking about? Here we are, resident services. We can do so much more stuff now, which I'm really happy about. I just feel like my full potential for designing this island has been unlocked. Okay, so Tom Nook is going to tell us about his little project to get KK Slider on the island, which is all cool and that because it'll mean us getting free stars, which is great. However, the one thing I will say is it isn't quite as exciting in this save file because generally the main reason why you want to get KK Slider is so that you can unlock terraforming. And of course, as you all know, we don't need that here, so I'm not too worried about that right now. I definitely do want to still get a free star island. But yeah, I'm not as worried about it as I would be in other save files. I just want to make a good looking island. Oh, I forgot that you had to craft the campsite. I really want to get the campsite today, but the fact that I've got to craft it... I know once again this is just me complaining, but still, come on Tom Nook, you're making me do everything here. Okay, well the good thing is I do have all these materials, so at the very least, we can do this, and that's exactly what I'm going to do today. Okay, so it's time to craft the campsite. I'm really glad I went and got all of those materials off screen because it was needed. I didn't realize that I was going to need so many for this campsite, so it's kind of a shame that I can't use them on my own DIYs, but I had to make this campsite, you know, it's got to be done, and I know exactly where I'm going to put it, and I'm very excited about where I'm putting it. Here on this little island. So in the first episode, reading the comments, I could see so many of you were really excited about this little island and me picking this map. And whilst I would have loved to have had my house on here or something, I think this little place is the perfect place for a little campsite. Like, just imagine this whole place as like one big sort of campsite area, but not even really that big, just kind of cozy, you know? So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm really excited about this. I literally can't wait to get this done. Choosing a location is the tricky part. I want to be able to have trees around it and stuff, so probably not there. I don't know, maybe over one and then down one, just so I can actually get the trees where I want them to be. Yeah, this looks pretty good, so I can have trees behind it, I can have trees to the side of it. I feel like that just gives me a lot of options here. And it looks cool. It looks really neat. I'm so happy about that, I can't even explain it. I think this is going to have to be my first build on the island. I think a lot of you will agree with that. This is definitely going to have to be my very first build on the island, the campsite. It's got to be done. The only thing I'm a bit worried about is where can I put a bridge, because as we saw a few days ago, the river is really weird, so I don't know where it's going to allow me. Maybe here, a diagonal one, and maybe here? I'm really hoping somewhere, because I don't not want a bridge going to like one of the most important parts of my island, you know, where the campsite is. I mean, in a sense, it does feel kind of cool. That you've got it more exclusive and no one can reach it except via vaulting pole, but then I'll never see my villagers here, so I don't really want that. But yeah, I've definitely decided that is going to be my very first full build on the island, the campsite area, especially since I've already got a lot of the items that I would need to do that, so it's going to be great. Okay, moment of truth, do you have any good... Oh, it's better. It's better than what it was, but... That's not good enough. What day is it in game? It's only Tuesday, so I think we're going to hold off and we're really going to try and get a good price. Even though I know these two want to scam me. Just look at them. They are desperate to scam me. Something else I'm really excited for is to see who my forced smug camper will be. I have a sneak suspicion that it is going to be someone like Chops. If it was Raymond, that would be amazing, but my heart just tells me it's going to be Chops, honestly, so... I don't know. Now, one thing I did want to mention is I might actually do a little sort of design competition with some kind of prize for designing a flag for this island. That's definitely something that I really want to do, so please keep an eye out for that. I'll probably post about it on my community tab when that becomes a thing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I kind of want to see how much bridges cost because I'm really eager to get a bridge on my little island, so let's see if we can find out. I only have 27k, so I don't think I'm even going to be able to afford the cheapest one, unfortunately. So we really need that turnip money to come through because I'm struggling right now. It's very painful. Also, whilst I can't move buildings around, I think I have decided on allowing myself to remove things. So, for example, I can remove a bridge or an incline if I need to. Of course, it's just a big inconvenience on me. It's not like doing so will really make my gameplay any more difficult. I think moving buildings would be a step too far for me, so I'm not going to change the rule on that. And I'm not really changing the rule at all, to be honest with you. I just think it's an okay compromise. Oh my god, I need 98k for the most basic one. Oh. Oh god, I'm so poor. It's not even funny. I'm so poor. By the way, I think I actually have enough Nook miles now to upgrade my inventory, so that is something I am incredibly excited about. I am desperate to get my inventory upgraded, and we can do it, finally. I've been struggling so much trying to get materials and resources. It's been painful, so I'm really, really glad. Okay, I actually have an idea for getting a ton of bells early on. And I think it is going to be to use crops. I think that's exactly what I'm going to need to do. I've heard a lot of people talking about this as a really good way to make a bunch of money, so I'm just going to literally buy a ton of these carrots and try my best to just get a ton of money from them. The only unfortunate thing is I don't really feel like I'm going to be able to water them every day. I know it does increase the amount you get, but that is a lot of effort when I've only got the regular watering can. So maybe I will, maybe I won't. Either way, I definitely think I'll make back my money and more from these carrots. So that is the important thing. I'm really not sure where to actually put these carrots. I feel like I'm low-key going to regret it later on because it's going to take a while to move all of these. But for now, I think I'm going to put them right by my house. That's kind of what I'm envisioning. Who knows, maybe I could actually make a little farm outside of my house as a design later on, and this will kind of be the early inspiration for it. Maybe that's exactly what I need to do. I'm actually quite liking that idea, to be honest with you. I feel like that could be a good way to fill some space. Filling space is the hardest part of this game when it comes to designing, so that might be something I do. Also, this is kind of random, but something else a lot of people have asked me in the comments is, did I restart my main island Kokomo? And the answer is no. This is my second Nintendo Switch. I will never ever restart Kokomo. I love it too much. It was my first island. It's my day one island. So when you see me doing a challenge like this, it's on my second Switch. Okay, there we go. We have an absolutely massive plot of carrots now. And it really is making me inspired to kind of turn my house into a little farm area. So maybe that's exactly what we'll do. But yeah, I really like this. I think it looks kind of neat. So I think that's probably going to be the end of day number 6. We actually got a lot done today. I mean, I feel like we're on a really good track. Tomorrow will be the end of week 1, and we'll open up the campsite for the first time. We'll hopefully get that forced camper, and just generally lots of other fun things as well. So I'm really looking forward to it. I hope you are too. I will see you for the final day of week 1. Okay, so it is officially day number 7. It is the final day of the first week out of our 30-day challenge, which does make me feel a little bit nervous, honestly, but we have made a lot of progress at the same time, so you know what, I'm pretty happy of how things are going. Now, a question I do want to ask you folks is, the DLC, does that count as using Nintendo Switch Online? I would assume not, because I don't need to go online to use it, basically. But at the same time, I don't know if people might feel like using the DLC to unlock items and stuff might be a step too far. Leave your thoughts down in the comments section below. I'm very much on the fence about it, but it would allow me to unlock a lot of cool items for the island that I just don't think I could get any other way. So I'm really leaning towards using it, at least a little bit, maybe just to unlock the shop where you can get some cool stuff. But that's probably about it. I wouldn't actually do too much with it. Oh, Rhonda is giving a concert to Teddy. Amazing. Hey Teddy, how you doing? Looking built, Groof. Am I though? Do I really look built? I don't think I do at all. By the way, some big things have happened today, some really significant things. The Able Sisters have opened, which is really cool, so that's where I want to go first of all, because I feel like to end off this very first week, I need to get dripped out, because just look at me, I look absolutely terrible, and I need to fix this. Okay, so I didn't really get to change up my look that much, but I feel like I look a little bit more summery now, so I'm happy with my look for the moment. I'm sure we'll find some better items to wear soon. I hope so anyway. But that's not the only important thing that happened today, because the campsite has officially opened. Now, I don't think anyone will be camping on day 1. Okay, yeah, I was right, they're not. But still, the fact that we've got this open now, I'm so happy about that. Like I said, this is going to be our very first build on the island. I have the majority of items I want to use on this already, and it's just a lot easier to work with since it's such a small little space that's nicely cordoned off by the river. So I'm really looking forward to designing this one. It's going to be so much fun. Oh god, what are they selling? That is absolutely terrifying. I feel like there shouldn't be an Animal Crossing, honestly. That scared me for a moment there. Okay, so turnip prices. Please. Please have some good turnip prices for me. Oh, it's the same as yesterday, I think. Not good at all, Timmy and Tommy. I'm disappointed in you. I really am. Stop trying to scam me. Also, another little thing that I've done is I've put a crafting bench and also a cooking thing outside of Nook's Cranny so that I have much easier access to them, especially when we get the campsite open and I need to start building stuff for some of the amiibo guests like they require. That's definitely going to be important for me. Unfortunately, I can't cook yet, which is frustrating because I feel like that'd be a good way of making some money and getting extra energy for moving stuff around, but it'll all come in due time. Like I said, we're only at the end of the very first week. I feel like the progress I've made is pretty good. Whilst we haven't really gotten any designing done yet, we have gotten stuff sort of planned out, so that's really one of the most important steps that we could take. You know what? I definitely think I'm going to time travel ahead one day so that we can find out who our forced camper is going to be. I have to do that within this episode to end this week off. I've got to do it. It's so important. I'm really worried that it's going to be someone like Chops. It could, of course, be someone amazing like Raymond, but, you know, I'm very hesitant to believe that, so we'll just have to wait and see, but we're going to have to find out within this episode. It is a must. It is an absolute must. I forgot how many Nook miles you need to unlock all of the stuff from Resident Services, by the way. It is a ton. I am very, very tempted to use that feature you get from Happy Home Paradise, where you get 1,000 Nook miles for just simply redesigning a villager's home. But in a sense, that does kind of feel like it takes away from the spirit of this challenge, where things are supposed to be a little bit more difficult and you can't really change what has already been set by Nintendo in the game itself. So I'm probably not going to do that. But in terms of using Happy Home Paradise just to get some of those items, definitely leave your thoughts about that down in the comment section, because I'd love to know if you think that is acceptable or not. Unless, of course, you're watching this in a big compilation video right at the end of the month, then you can leave your comments, but it'll probably already be too late because this is done. Okay, so I did exactly what I said I was going to do. I've time traveled forward a day so we can see who the forced smug personality camper will be. First though, I do have to mention the fact that my carrots are so close to being done, which I'm very happy about. And yes, I know I could have watered them to get triple the harvest. I think next time I will do that. But for this first go, I was just feeling really lazy and I didn't want to water them all one by one since I don't have a good watering can yet, so forgive me, but I'm sure I'll still make a good profit anyways. Okay, it's the moment of truth. We're gonna find out who our smug villager is going to be. Now, I suppose they don't have to be a permanent addition on my island. I can use an amiibo card to rid myself of them forever. But I might not end up doing that. I might end up just keeping them. There's so many options of who this could be. Like I said, I would absolutely love for this to be Raymond. I really want this to be Raymond. But it just as easily could be Chops, one of my arch nemesises. Nemesises? Is that a word? My arch nemesis. I don't know, but I really hope it's not Chops. Please. Okay, let's just do this. Let's just find out who it's going to be. I'm nervous. Oh, God. Oh, it's not Chops, but it's not much better, to be honest with you. It's Beardo. Oh, I don't know about this one. Oh, oh God. I have no choice. That's what a lot of people don't understand about this part of the game. You have to have them live on your island. It doesn't matter if I leave. It doesn't matter if I go ahead a day. It doesn't matter if I go ahead a month. No one else will move in until you get this forced villager to move in. You have to have them. I mean, look at the options. I have no options. I just realized I have to get a little plot of land for him as well. So he's really just making me do all of the work so he can move in. And I don't even want him. How dare you? Tom Nook, I would like to complain about someone in the campsite. I want you to kick them off of the island right away. I really do not appreciate having them here. You need to get rid of them. I forgot that I'm going to have to pay for the other housing kits as well. Tom Nook just really wants me to spend all of my money and resources just to get his island project up. I don't know how to feel about this, Tom Nook. I also really don't know where I'm going to put Beardo, but yeah, I'm getting rid of Beardo. I'm just going to say it right now. Beardo is not staying on this island. I will use my amiibos. I don't care. I'm using my amiibos. Beardo has to go. Maybe he can move up here because... Oh, actually, I was going to put one down by the beach, wasn't I? But it was so limited before, I couldn't do it. But now I can actually do it because it doesn't require such a big plot of land. Okay, so... yeah, Beardo's going to live here, out of the way for now. But trust me, he is getting replaced. He's getting replaced by someone else because... yeah, Beardo is not staying on my island. I'm sorry, he's just not. I refuse to be Beardo's friend. Also, I just realized Gulliver is here. What can... oh, he wants me to dig things up for him, doesn't he? I can't remember what you even get by doing that, but I'm gonna low-key leave him there, I think, because I don't think I want any of the items that he's got to give me. It's kind of cruel, I know, just to leave him there. I'm sorry, but I'm busy. I'm a busy man. Hello, lads. Do you have some good turnip prices for me this time? I bet you don't. I really hope you do. Oh God. It's gotten even worse. Okay, so they really did not listen to me. Oh, okay. It doesn't look like we're going to be getting rid of these turnips anytime soon, does it? Okay, so something I think I'm going to do before we end off this first week is actually design this area. I've been wanting to do this, like I said, for ages. So we're going to do it. We're going to speed build the campsite, basically beginning now. Let's do it. Okay, so I hope you folks weren't expecting something too amazing for my very first build here on the island. I'm very limited with the amount of items that I have, of course, and things that I can generally do, so I'm still going to make changes to this in the future and add to it with some custom designs and also some more items and fences and stuff. But this is what we've got for now. I've kind of tried to leave this space here because this is where I think the bridge will probably fit. I don't think it can fit anywhere else. But yeah, I'm really happy with this. It's got exactly the type of vibe I think I want. A very sort of natural campsite just out in the middle of the island, you know. It's a neat little idea, and I can't wait to expand it when I actually unlock more items and DIYs and stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this first week. I will catch you next Sunday for week number 2. So it is officially week number 2 of my 30-day island challenge. We are currently on day number 8. And it's kind of crazy to start up week 2 with an announcement from Isabel when just last week we were getting them from Tom Nook. So this is honestly a pretty good indication of the amount of progress we're making. Also, I'm particularly here on Sunday today. As you know, part of the rules I can time travel, and I have done so because I desperately need turnips. Unfortunately, I did not get good turnip prices for my last turnips, so I had to sell them all for a tiny profit, and now I have barely any money. So I really need to get some turnips from Daisy May today and hopefully actually make some money in the game, please. Teddy wants something from me. Hello, Teddy. Hey, you like reactions, right? Watch this. I'm gonna sneeze in your face. Wow, thank you, Teddy. That's really cool of you. I love that. I really appreciate that you would just come along and do that at me twice now. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted this morning. And you can tell that it's the morning because my voice is turning into like a robot voice. Look at him with his broom. What's he actually doing with that? He's holding that very strangely. Yeah, that's really weird. I'm kind of concerned. Oh, it's Drago. It's nice to actually see him down here. I kind of wasn't expecting that, to be honest with you. I thought he was kind of trapped up on the cliff. But nope, he's down here with us. But yeah, we basically desperately need to earn some money in this particular episode because I am really struggling when it comes to actually developing new stuff on my island because of the fact I have so little money. Speaking of the devil, by the way, look what we've just gotten. Wow, okay, good. But yeah, I'm having a bad time. I can't create any new bridges. I can't create any inclines. I can't really do very much at all. I don't think I can even afford the house plots that you need, purely because I have so little in the way of money. So yeah, I'm really gonna have to get those turnips and make a massive profit on them. That is the only way that I can actually make some good progress in this game. So I'm probably gonna do a lot of time traveling to actually try and just get all the good turnip prices I can this week, rather than wait for them day by day, because I want to make some progress on actually designing stuff and developing the island, and we can't do that without bells. Oh, they've got a wheelbarrow. I think I'm actually going to buy that. I know I shouldn't be spending this money right now, but I feel like this one could look good somewhere on the island, you know. It's a cool color scheme as well. I like that. I just realized it's called a hand cart in this game. Is that how it's called in America? Because we've always called them wheelbarrows here in the UK, but I don't know. Maybe it's different. The real challenge now will be finding Daisy May. I feel like there's just a lot of area she could be in, so that's exactly what I'm going to do now. Oh, there we go. It only took me a few seconds after I said that for me to actually find her. Okay, low prices, please. 100 bells, kind of somewhere in the middle, you know? I feel like that's decent. It's not amazing, but I'm going to take that, I think. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. By the way, I do recognize that there are other ways to make money early on in the game. Like, you can go hunting for sea creatures and stuff, but I don't really see that as a sustainable way of making money. Not on the level that turnips can anyways, because yeah, sure, I'm going to make a decent amount of money by catching sea creatures, but that's going to take quite a bit of time, and it's also going to, you know, be only so much money I can get for the amount of time I put in. So I kind of want to find the easiest methods of making bells, and so far I've found that it tends to be this, doing the crops, and then also doing the turnips, especially the turnips. If we can actually get some good prices from Nook's Cranny, I'm really hoping that's what we'll get this time. Even double, even if we could get up to 2... Gosh darn it, why did that have to happen? But even if we could get up to 200, I would be pretty happy with that. Because yeah, like I say, I really feel like right now there's not much I can do with such limited money in the game. There are lots of small things I can do, but when you consider that I've only got 30 days and I'm already at the end of week 1, I really have to start making progress a little bit faster if I want to get this done and get a good looking island. So, let the time traveling begin. Okay, so I got to the final day of this week, and this is the best price that they gave me. I'm gonna lose money. Once again, I'm gonna lose money. Not as badly as I lost last time. I'm down 8 bells per turnip. So yeah, I will be losing money, but at least it's not as awful as it could be. But still, oh, Timmy and Tommy, why can't you just give me good numbers? It's so painful. I just really want some bells in this game, and 74,000 isn't going to be enough. Turnips really seems like the only way to get them at this point, so I feel like I'm going to have to do even more to try and get them. Timmy and Tommy honestly really want me to suffer, don't they? They do not want me to have bells, they do not want me to be rich in this game, they just want me to suffer. By the way, so I have gotten some feedback from your comments about certain things I've asked. So on the topic of Happy Home Paradise, you folks pretty much unanimously, I think that's the correct way of saying it, decided that I can actually use that. So that is definitely something I will be doing. I will be using it to get a bunch of items that we can use to decorate with. That's going to be a big help to me in this challenge going forward, so I'm really glad that you all decided I could do that. And also, in terms of maybe deleting the bridge that I already put down and allowing myself to move it somewhere else, you also agreed that would be fine. I've just decided I'm not going to do it too excessively, but I'm going to do it a little bit. So with that bridge that I placed right next to my house, I'm probably going to delete that and put it somewhere else. But perhaps with other ones I put down, I'll think a bit more carefully about where they're going to go, so I don't have to do that again. Okay, so we're gonna go for 3rd time's the charm with Daisy May here. Oh, that's such a high price though. I'm gonna be taking a big risk by doing this. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm probably gonna regret this, but I just don't see any other way I'm gonna make these bells unless I take the risk. So Daisy May, please don't let me down. But why couldn't you have been charging like 90 bells? That would have been so much better, Daisy May. Why did you have to do this to me? Okay, so I've skipped ahead a bit, and I know this is going to be a bit of a shock given where I am currently standing versus where I was previously standing, but give me a moment to explain some things. Now, to start us off, I never really managed to get an absolutely amazing turnip price, but I did get some decent ones, and rather than recording each and every time that I got a decent turnip price, I decided just to keep skipping ahead and do it off camera, because the main thing here is getting the money so we can actually start making some changes around our island. Secondly, you can see that I am in an upgraded Nook's Cranny. Now, I never actually intended for this to happen. Unfortunately, it happened whilst I was not recording, and it just all happened very quickly. So that is why I am here now. And I haven't managed to make an incredible ton of money, not in the millions, but 600,000 will allow us to do some of the things we have really wanted to do. And then I can put aside a little bit to do some more turnips as well, and just kind of do that off camera. I'm really sorry because I know it isn't as exciting seeing things happen off camera, and I am disappointed that I didn't get the Nook's Cranny upgrade on camera, but still, it's here now, you can see it in its full glory, and I think this possibly might be one of the next builds that I actually do, which, don't worry, definitely will be on camera, especially given the fact it's so close to the campsite. It'd be kind of nice to try and maybe finish this sort of half of the island, because if you look, this half is not nearly as big as the other, so I feel like realistically we could actually finish this. But now that I've actually got the money, something I really want to do now is get those housing plots done. Because without that, we can't get to 3 stars, we can't really achieve very much, so that is what needs to be done. Also, I'm sorry, I feel like that all felt very formal of me, and this is a very casual series. But, you know, I just wanted to try and explain everything. I didn't want anyone to feel like they'd missed out on too much. Realistically, you haven't. It's just the fact that I got Nook's Cranny upgraded by accident whilst I wasn't recording. I have no idea where I'm going to put these houses. The good thing is, I don't remember them being this cheap. I thought they were way more expensive than 10k bells. I thought they were 50k. So the fact that I can do that is actually kind of fantastic. I wonder if I can buy even more. Can I buy all of them at once just to put down at the same time? Yeah, I do. Oh, gosh darn it, Tom Nook. I want to do multiple at once. Make things easy for me, come on. By the way, as I mentioned, I do fully intend upon using amiibos to move characters onto the island. It has been fun having random auto-queue sort of villages come in, but I do want to be able to get my favorites here as well, so it can feel really nice and homely. So where to put this first plot? This section of the island over here is very empty, as you can see, so I think this is where I'm going to put some villager houses. Oh, could I put one over here? Because I feel like that would be a really cool location for a villager house. Yeah, I'm going to do this. I think this will be great. Yeah, absolutely. I love this location. I could have designed something here, but I suppose I can still design around a villager's house and have it kind of cool. You know, I like that. Maybe if I do unlock the ability to design villager houses, I could actually find a way to change it to be more like a sort of seaside cabin, but who knows. I just really wanted more villagers in that part of the island because it felt so empty. But another really important thing we definitely need to do is get some more bridges and such, because it's so hard to get around my island. But for the moment, we are going to focus on getting these housing plots down. I think, let me do some maths in my head, I think I can get 3 of them maybe? I don't know, it's been so long since I played this part of New Horizons. Usually when I've tried to make new islands, I have never actually gotten this far. So it's kind of exciting to be doing this, it's really making me feel very nostalgic. Also, another good reason for us to unlock the ability to get that house designing feature is we can use it to get Nook miles. And I know I kind of, went back and forth about whether I should use that feature to get Nook miles or not. I think that's completely fine, personally. Since you folks said it's fine for me to use Happy in Paradise, I'm going to include all features in that. As long as I don't go online, it's completely fine. After all, I know it's kind of a more exploity way of getting Nook miles, even though you're not technically cheating, it is a feature in-game. But at the end of the day, so is turnips, the amount of turnips that you can use to get tons and tons of money, I feel like that's the exact same thing. One thing I'm actually quite worried about now is where I'm going to put my bridges. Because I did actually have one viewer comment that they had tried to put bridges down on the island and really struggled because of the limited amount of space. So I'm a bit concerned about that. I might not have an island with many bridges at all. In terms of my map, I might have actually made a bit of a mistake when it comes to choosing a layout for the river, but there's not much I can do about that now, unfortunately. I really like this little plot over here for a villager's house. It just feels really cozy, you know what I mean? It's kind of tucked away, and I can just imagine making this whole area up here dedicated to their house. So I'm kind of getting some plans in my head. Now, I did also tell you folks that I would give away the theme that I'm going to be choosing for this challenge and my island, and I can confirm the theme today. So the theme of this is going to be rundown town/village. Now, that might sound kind of a bit confusing, so bear with me. When I say rundown, I don't necessarily mean a complete dump, but basically I want to create a sort of, I don't know, it's kind of a town where you'd step back into time a little bit. Things were a little bit run down and shabby. It's still functioning, don't get me wrong, it's not a complete mess, but you know, it's kind of like stepping back into time in a sense. I don't really know if I'm describing that very well, I feel like I'm not at all, but hopefully you'll see exactly what I mean. I think the best way to describe it is like, imagine the most rural town you've got in your mind. Imagine that. That is kind of the vibe I'm going for. I think I'm going to try and get a bridge as well at the same time. I'm really debating what bridge to actually get. I'm very tempted just to go for the cheapest one each time, because they still kind of fit the theme that I'm going for. I mean, all of these ones are way too fancy to be the bridge. The stone one maybe, but I personally don't love it in this game. The suspension bridge, yes, that could work. I'll treat myself to a suspension one for now. I do want some variety, I don't just want to use the log bridges, and it is one of the cheaper bridges. But I think for the others that I get on the island, if I can even get some, I will probably go for the log bridge. Like I said, it's going to be rural town core, so we're going to have the most basic things on this island. We're not going to have fancy iron bridges and things like that. Now, where to actually put this is the big dilemma. I am really stuck on this one. I'm thinking it's got to be over here somewhere for a start. Let's maybe give that a try, see if that will work. Oh no, this is going to be bad, isn't it? Okay, surely it can go directly in the center of this. Okay, I've just got to move over a bit. Please work. Oh, I'm so worried about this. Oh no. That person who commented was so right. It's going to be impossible. Oh. Okay, well over here, surely this has got to work. Yes, okay. Not exactly where I wanted it, but I think I'm literally going to have to take whatever I can at this point. It's going to be so sad to see so much of my money go down, but at least it's actually going towards something good on the island. And I'm definitely not going to count on my villagers to pay this off, because let's be honest, they're not going to do that ever, so let's forget about that. But yeah, I think that viewer was 100% correct. There's going to be so limited amount of spaces that can actually become bridges, and that is a bit frustrating. I think inclines will be fine. I think judging by the cliffs, I think it'll be okay. But bridges, oh god, it's not going to be good. I'll probably have one maybe over here, which is kind of annoying because it's super close to this one, so it feels a bit pointless. That's kind of why I wanted that one over here. I can't get any over here, so this bit's always going to be annoying to get to, no matter what. This is actually, I feel like this has actually become a proper challenge now. I mean, you can see exactly what I mean. This is going to actually be really tough. And it's in a neat location. Like I said, it's kind of tucked away. When we actually do get the inclines added, it will make things a lot better. Villagers will be able to access things a lot more easily, because right now they're kind of stuck up on the cliffs all the time, and it is a little bit of a tragedy. I think that might be all of them. Is it all of them? So we have 3 plots, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we need one more. We need one more plot. Okay. Nook is really draining my bank account today. Maybe we should sort of decide where it should go. I was kind of thinking about over here somewhere. This area is pretty empty. I kind of like that. Yeah, let's go for that. And we could probably do an incline around here as well, which will make it easier to actually visit that villager. So These are the kind of things we got to think about. I'm just so annoyed that we can't have a bridge here. I mean, look, you know what? It's kind of ironic because I seriously think this map was designed to force people to terraform. I actually genuinely believe that. Like, originally I was going to say, let's not even have a bridge here because we've got one down here and this one's pretty convenient. But then if we don't have a bridge here, how do we access the campsite? Yeah, this is going to be the only bridge you can use to access Nook's Cranny from this half of the island. That is crazy. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I like a challenge, but I don't think I realized how challenging this was going to be. Okay, the final plot. I'm really excited about this. I'm glad we'll finally be able to get more villagers move in. I think they will all autofill, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Like I said, it's been a while since I played this, so... I just realized I should probably actually talk to Tom Nook. I'm going to have to improve the image of my island, which is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm going to have to get even more items down and such, so there's going to be a lot of different goals for me to do, but we definitely want to do that. Obviously, like I said, the main goal originally of getting that 3-star island would be to unlock terraforming, but not in this case. Okay, so our final villager is going to move up here in this little area. Not too far from their friend over there, which is kind of nice. Again, I'm really sad that we can't build any bridges here. What are we going to do? And I can't do that cool thing that some other people can do, where they can use terraforming in order to make little sort of areas over the water, you know? So... oh, I am really stuck when it comes to being able to design this. And it's kind of funny. But that's what the challenge is for. The challenge is literally to make the best out of something with what you've got. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I just want to make sure the villagers have got a lot of space around their homes so that I can really decorate them. I feel like in the future I'm probably going to dedicate a whole day just to decorating villager homes. So that'll be kind of fun. Like I could imagine a sort of big yard out here with lots of this villager stuff. You know, the whole kind of area would be dedicated purely to them. Okay, so we've achieved a lot here on this particular day. We have managed to get ourselves at a really good point now. We've gotten all of the house plots done, we've gotten our first bridge done, we've gotten a decent amount of money, so I think that's going to end this day off, and we'll continue onwards to day number 9. Okay, it is time for day number 9. The carrots are growing, Teddy is working out, everything is perfect right now. How are you doing, Teddy? Let's start off the episode by talking to you. Huh? It's Ben. How you doing? We haven't caught up a lot lately. Oh yeah, it's probably because I was time traveling, trying to get all those turnips. I'm sorry about that, Teddy. You are one of my besties on this island, and you're never going to leave. So I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm really sorry about that. So we should actually have some brand new villagers moving in soon, I believe, or at least one. We did get those free plots up and running, so I feel like they're going to autofill. Now, I'm not going to end up keeping the villagers that move in, unless they end up being ones I absolutely love, of course. I am going to use my amiibos to get some villagers in, but I am going to keep some of the ones we've got too. For example, Drago and Teddy are 100% staying. I can't not keep Teddy, you know? When I first saw Teddy on the island, I wasn't that excited about the prospect of him living here, but he's really grown on me. He's actually become one of my favorites on the island, so it just wouldn't feel right if I got rid of him. But I still want to see who ends up autofilling because I just feel like that's one of the most fun parts of the game, honestly. Also, having a better watering can has made the whole process of getting these free carrots each time so much better. I mean, just look how many I got from that harvest alone. That is incredible. Also, we have some mail. Let's see exactly what this is. Okay, we've got something from Daisy May. I guess she's quite happy because I have literally been spending all of my money on her. Also got a letter from my mum. Thank you, mum. Even though it is mom, even if you're a British player, which I don't know how to feel about that, to be honest with you. I've honestly got quite a lot of mail. I guess it was from all the time traveling. Daisy May is just constantly sending me bamboo in the mail. I don't need it, Daisy May. Please, please just stop. Okay, and I forgot we built a bridge. Look how small it is. Because of how the river goes on my island and it's kind of weird, the bridge is so tiny. I don't know how to feel about this. I like it, but at the same time, it looks kind of silly. Oh well, it's gonna do for now. We're also going to have to try and figure out more places to put bridges because I'm really struggling and I'm kind of worried about the fact that I am probably not going to have many bridges on the island due to how the river goes, like we discussed in the last episode. So far, none of these plots have had any villages in them, which is definitely a bit of a shame. I'm hoping maybe this third one will? No, okay. And there's one up here, is that? Yes, okay, so this is the one that auto-filled. I thought one of them would have to. Okay, so who's going to be living up here on this cliff? For now, anyways, until we possibly kick them out for an amiibo. Drum roll, please. It's Rolf. I don't dislike Rolf. I think he's a decent villager. He's just not who I had in mind for this island. So I'm sorry, but Rolf is probably going to be kicked out. Something I really do want to do is get an incline up on the island, because I feel like one problem we have is kind of accessing this sort of villager area up here. So having one maybe right here would actually be perfect, and then we could add another one so they could kind of access everything. That'll make traveling around the island, especially to these clifftop areas, a lot better. Now, something that I completely forgot about is the fact that you can, of course, get ladders and put them on cliffs, a really cool feature they added with the 2.0 update. So that's definitely something I'm going to do for the convenience of people who end up visiting when I upload this as a dream address, but also for my own convenience so I can get around a lot better. But in terms of these inclines, villagers can actually use them. That's why I want to get some of them up now. Right, so we want one over here by Nook's Cranny. I think this will be absolutely the best place to put one. Let's just see if we actually can. I really hope we can. Yes, we can. Brilliant. I'm so happy about that. This is going to make life so much better on the island. I can't even describe to you. This is amazing. I'm not going to need to move it or anything. This is just perfect the way it is. And it's also pretty cheap. When you compare it to some of the other public work projects, or I don't even know what they're called in this game, island improvements, it's just, this is definitely on the cheaper side. So I'm going to be going for the cheaper options because, as you can see, I'm not exactly rich, and I do need to make more bells via turnips and such. Something I'm definitely going to do soon is actually play some Happy Home Paradise off camera. Now, I would do this on camera, but it would make these episodes so long, and it's just not really a part of the challenge at all. It's very separate, but I do want to do it so I can unlock that great shop that Wardell has, which will basically allow me to get an absolute ton of different items to use. That is going to be crucial for designing this, so that is definitely something I'm going to do off camera very soon, so we can hopefully get more items, because right now I am lacking. As I said, the theme is going to be rural town core, so I want to get lots of those sort of like rusted items. You know the ones I'm talking about. You can actually get not Harvey to customize them. You can customize them on Harvey's island with Cyrus, and that is exactly something I want to do. Also, I completely forgot that he is living over here. I really didn't remember that. I feel like this part of my island is going to be kind of tricky to design because there's just not much going on over here. I don't know what I'm going to put on top of this cliff at all. There's no more buildings for me to put down as far as my brain is telling me. So this little island is going to be an odd kind of one. I really don't know how I'm going to decorate it. Also, don't mind Mr. Bones over here. He's just chilling. He's not done anything to anybody. One thing I really feel like I need to do at this point is actually change up my look even more, because I did go to the Able Sisters and improve it slightly, but I never actually got to get a new top, so I really want a new outfit to enjoy. Still no top that I really want to wear, to be honest with you. I was kind of considering this one, but I feel like I kind of look a little bit silly, but I guess it would just be a change of outfit, and that is what I've been wanting to do, so you know what? I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna wear this one. Actually, I really like this look. I feel like this is kind of a trendy look for my character, so I'm gonna go for this one instead. I like this. I've actually kind of grown attached to this hat. I really like it. I can't remember where I got this. I think maybe I just randomly bought it from the Able Sisters, but it's grown on me. Not literally, you know, it's not growing from my head, but still, it has grown on me. I really can't wait to actually start designing some of these areas and putting down QR codes and stuff like that. Well, not literal QR codes, I mean more in the sense that I'm gonna get some patterns and put them down. I forget that you don't actually use QR codes in this game. That was from Animal Crossing New Leaf. I really am behind the times. But either way, it's going to be a lot of fun to decorate these areas. I've just got so many ideas already. I just kind of need the items and the DIY recipes to make it happen, and obviously that isn't something that happens overnight in this game. Even if I spend a lot of time grinding off camera, it will still take a while. I'm just planning on really knocking out that happy home paradise super fast so that I can actually get those items from Wardell, because that'll help massively. I have actually slowly been building up a lot of DIY recipes, getting them from bottles and such, whilst I have been time traveling for turnips. So there's just lots of little things I have been trying to do off camera so I can progress a bit. I want to get all the exciting things, you know, on camera and all the less exciting things off camera. By the way, one thing I do want to mention is, unless I get a lot of extra time and I just feel like at the end of this challenge I have nothing left to do, I'm probably not going to be decorating my house. I will probably be upgrading it depending on how many bells I can get, but even then I'm kind of just considering leaving it small. Like I said, the theme of this is rural town core, so unless I literally have to upgrade my house, which I'm pretty sure I don't, I really don't actually see the point in doing it at all. I think it's just something that I don't really need to focus on. I more want to focus on the island. But still, I'm sure I could do something interesting in here, something fun, you know, better than what I've currently got anyways. I don't know how I'm going to get the island up to the amount of stars I need it to, 3 stars. It's definitely going to be a little bit tricky. I definitely think I need to place more random items around the island so we can reach that goal. That's probably what I'm going to try and focus on doing, but I will just generally take Isabel's advice, as you can't really go wrong with Isabel, you know? Oh my gosh, I forgot there's so many of these recipes that you can get from the Nook machine. I thought you just redeemed all these items. I literally did not remember that you have to craft them. Honestly, Nook miles are a lot harder to get than some people think. Yes, if you're using the Happy Home Paradise kind of exploit to decorate villager homes and just get them really easily like that, it's not too bad. But just in regular gameplay, it can take a long time to mass up those Nook miles, and there are so many different rewards that you need as well to spend them on, so it's quite a lot. Okay, let's see what Isabel has to say about the quality of the island at this point, because I don't think I'm going to be anywhere near 3 stars, and I believe that's exactly what we need. So let's just see how rough it is at the moment. I'm kind of scared, honestly. I'm really scared. It could be honestly very poor at this point. Okay, we know how it works, Isabel. I just want to know what my ranking is. We certainly know we're not 5 stars. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but I'm going to try. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, I can see there's some room for improvement. Okay, I think half the problem actually is that we don't have all the villagers moved in. I think that actually increases your rating a lot, so it makes sense that I'm only on 1 stars. I think I'm actually probably done here on day 9. I didn't really do a ton of stuff, but I'm kind of happy with what I did manage to achieve here. I feel like in day 10, there'll be some more important things for us to do, like actually trying to get to those 3 stars. So I'm going to end this day off on a nice little note like this, and we will continue onwards to day 10. Okay, so we are here on day 10, and we're going to get some villagers moving to the island for the first time. Now, I did autofill those in, so we have got Rolf joining us. Unfortunately, he's not going to stick around the island. I'm sorry to any Rolf fans, but I have other plans. And the other villager that moved into the island is Claudia. Yeah, I'm not too huge on Claudia, although I do kind of love the fact that both Rolf and Claudia moved in back to back. They're kind of like an old married couple. I could imagine them having some serious arguments on the island, but they're not sticking around, I'm sorry. Right now, it looks like Drago and Teddy will probably be sticking around. As for the rest, I'm sorry, but they're on the chopping block. Now, when it comes to moving villagers into this island, you're going to see some familiar faces from my main island, Kokomo, but you are going to see some brand new ones as well, which I am very excited about. But you should all know by now who the very first villager we're going to invite to the island will be. There's only one that this could possibly be, our favorite, the leader of the Bob's gang. Here he is. I'm Bob. What do you need? I'm real bored, so let's get real interesting. You want to play at the campsite? Sounds fun. I'll be right over. I'm so excited for this. The only slightly annoying thing is the fact that it is going to take 3 days just to move him in. I never really liked this part where you've got to craft something for them for 3 days in a row, basically. I guess it doesn't have to be in a row, but still, you know what I mean. I feel like this can be a little bit time consuming, honestly, but I'm so happy to see Bob. Bob, you've got to move in. Oh, a shell fountain, huh? I'm sure that won't be incredibly difficult to craft. At least we get some new recipes, though. I can't complain about that. Okay, what do we need exactly to craft this shell fountain? I feel like it's gonna be a few odd little things. Alright, Bob, tell us. What do we need? What do we need? Where is it? Where is it? It's here somewhere. There it is. Okay. Giant clam and stone. Actually, that's not that bad. It's just getting the giant clam. Okay, let's try and get this, I guess. Okay, so something very annoying about Bob's request. There actually aren't that many giant clams on the island. I managed to find 3 of them? Yeah, I managed to find 3 of them and I need 5. So, thanks Bob for that request. Gosh darn it, Bob, why did you request that? Like I said, I should have known that Bob would request something that would be really annoying for his very first request on the island. I just didn't know how accurate that was actually going to end up being. So I can't actually craft that for Bob right now, which is so frustrating because I'm literally 2 away from getting him to move in, and I don't know how long it's going to take for these items to replenish. Okay, I just got a sneaky little idea. Why don't I use a Nook Mile Island ticket so I can go to a new island, and hopefully I'll be able to get the rest of the giant clams there if I'm very lucky. I'm definitely taking a big gamble with this, but anything for Bob, honestly. Anything to get Bob to move in. I just realized I can villager hunt as well, and look who I have come across. It is Cephalobot. I really wasn't expecting this, but I genuinely want Cephalobot to move to my island. So this is amazing. I can actually get a villager I've really wanted, one that I don't have an amiibo card of. I'm really excited about this. Cephalobot, I've never had Cephalobot on one of my islands. So this is great. Okay, we're getting a really cool new villager to move in, and one that's different from Kokomo as well. So I'm really happy about that. But on the more unfortunate note, it doesn't look like there's any giant clams here, so I didn't waste my Nook Mile ticket since I got Cephalobot, but I certainly didn't get any closer to getting Bob. So gosh darn it, Bob, why would you do this? Okay, I put in the work. I got all of the giant clams. Some hours have passed, but I have managed to do it. Now we can finally give it to Bob, and he'll be 1 step closer to moving in. That's the most frustrating part. I have to do this for an extra 2 days if I want him to live on the island. But at the very least, I can get 1 step closer to getting Bob, which is the most important thing, honestly. Okay, I officially have the 3rd and final item that Bob has requested. This didn't take me as long as I thought. The shell fountain was definitely the most difficult one. The only thing is, I've got to decide who I'm going to kick out, because another villager did autofill aside from Cephalobot, and that was Daisy. So Daisy has officially moved in as well. I do really like Daisy. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep her around because I have some other normal villagers in mind, but we'll see. Now, I would kick out Beardo first of all, but I don't think I want Bob's house to be that far away, kind of isolated. So I think I might go for Rhonda. I've never been a huge fan of her, and I feel like that is kind of the most fair decision to make, honestly. I'm sorry, Rhonda, we didn't really get to know you very well, but we're gonna get to know Bob very well, because Bob is my all-time favorite, and he's got to live here, and he gave me a detective hat. I mean, Bob, you're just so incredible. You've given me such great gifts. I can be a detective now, thanks to Bob. Yes, Bob, please move in. Move in. Yes, okay. And we can kick out Rhonda at the same time. I mean, this is just a win-win situation. I'm really sorry to any Rhonda fans out there, honestly. I do apologize, but, you know. Okay, goodbye Rhonda, we're getting Bob instead. What is Rhonda gonna say to Bob though? What if Rhonda says no? What if Rhonda attacks Bob? I use all my courage and ask someone to change their whole life. For me, Bob, a guy they don't even know. Oh, by the way, my name's Bob. Hi. I knew that. I knew that already. Anyways, Rhonda said okay. She said she's already thinking about moving anyways because of all the night clowns. What are the night clowns? Bob, no, I think you do need to get into it. Bob, I think you need to elaborate on that. What are the night clowns? Why did Rhonda want to leave because of the night clowns? What do you mean, Bob? Bob, please, you need to elaborate on that. Here he is. I'm so happy. Bob, welcome to Bob's. I thought I'd be seeing you. Thanks for inviting me back at the campsite. Moving here was a great idea. I'm so excited to chill with you every day now. Oh, my new best friend on the island. I'm so happy that... Look, he's so happy to be brushing. I love that so much. Ah, this is great. Okay, I think this is a great place to end off day 10. Realistically, I didn't get a ton done, but we did get all of the villages moved in, which is an absolutely massive step, and will actually allow us to be able to get to that 3-star marks. So on day 11, I think that's exactly what I'm going to try and do. Really get us as close as possible, or even get us to that mark so we can get there. We've also got Cephalobot, by the way, who I'm so happy lives on the island now. I'm just feeling very happy about things. We currently have 4 permanent residents. We'll see about Drago. I do think I'm probably going to keep him. I'm kind of on the fence, I won't lie, but I probably will keep him. But yeah, we've got Teddy, we've got Drago, we've got Cephalobot, and we have Bob, which I'm very happy about. We'll get some more of our favorites in soon as well, which will be great. But yeah, that was a fun day 10. I enjoyed that. Hello all, so we are here on day number 11 of the No Terraforming Island, and my main goal today is to try and get us to that 3 stars. Now I'm not sure if I'll be able to achieve this in a single day, but I've already done a lot of the groundwork for this. Now I do want to give you a few updates. So something I did decide to do off camera is actually move in a new villager, Quinn. So Quinn now lives on the island. The main reason why I decided to do this off screen is because it just ended up being so tedious to get Bob in. It basically took up the whole episode, so I didn't really want to put you folks through that. So instead, we are going to be doing it this way. So if I get anyone else, I'll get them off screen, but don't worry, you will get to meet them in the following episode. There is Red trying to scam us with his fireworks. I'm sorry, Red, I have no interest. My bells are better spent on other things right now. It did just occur to me I will not be able to do any of the Isabel related stuff today because she's outside. So instead, I'm just going to have to do a few things and probably time travel forward a bit. I also realized I still haven't upgraded my home at all. I'm really on the fence about actually doing it because it doesn't really affect this challenge overall, doing anything with my home. So for now, I might not bother. We'll see. If I come by a lot of money at the end of the game, maybe I will upgrade my home for those of you who like interior decoration. But the main goal is to focus on the actual design of the island itself. So I'm not too worried about that. And also, I don't have a ton of money on me. So I really need to decide exactly what I'm going to do and, prioritize different things. The good thing about inviting villagers using your amiibo, by the way, is the fact that you can get a ton of DIY recipes that you did not previously have. They want you to craft something for them every single time. So this is just an amazing way of doing that. I absolutely love it. What day is it in the game right now? I need to find out. Okay, it's Sunday, so I've just missed the turnips. I feel like I'm going to have to time travel backwards so I can get some turnips, because my cash flow is slowly decreasing. And if I want to be able to get all the different inclines and bridges that I can get, I'm going to need more cash. Not that I'm going to be able to get too many bridges given how chaotic our river layout is, but I'm certainly going to try and get as many as I can. Okay, so I want my next incline to basically go right up here. And the reason for that, that's not going to work. Okay, we're going to have to be creative with this. The reason why I want that is because of the fact I have so many villagers living up in this area. I just think that's a great idea. Also, this looks really cool. Look at this. This is a neat way of doing it. Yeah, I like that. That's probably something I would have actually terraformed. It's kind of in the way of Drago's house a little bit, but it's not really a problem. I'm not doing any like straight paths, so like going straight down, because that would never work with this island layout and how sort of jagged things are. I want the island to feel very natural. Like I said, it is going to be rural town core, so we are going to have some pathways, but they're not going to be in the same sense of, usual pathways. I'm just going to have little patterns scattered around so that we can make it feel like, there's broken bricks and broken slabs of concrete on the ground and stuff. I'm sure you can kind of picture what I've got going, but hopefully soon we'll be able to actually show what I've got planned and I can do some more designs, because I feel like I'm slacking right now. Speak of the devil, here he is. I know you've been on this island somewhere, Ben, but I couldn't find you. I even stood outside your house for a whole day, except when I had to use the bathroom. I didn't think you'd want me doing that in front of your house. My bug friends said I'd find you, and they were right. Let's hang out later. Burn. Yeah, there was something very sinister about that whole conversation that I really did not like, so I don't know how to feel about that, to be honest with you. That's, yeah, I didn't like it. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like it, Drago. I'm scared. Now, I know I said I'd do this off camera, but I have decided to get Sasha in on camera because I've already done 2 days for him. Now, on the 3rd day, he tried to make me craft something really difficult, so I failed at it. I think it was like a carp on a wooden plate or something, and it actually wanted me to get the fish, the carp, in order to craft it. I don't think I've seen many DIY recipes in this game, you know, outside of cooking, that require a fish. There's something very strange about getting a live fish and crafting with it. I don't like that. Thankfully, this time, he just wants me to craft something very simple, and that will actually get him to move into the island, which I'm really excited about. I love Sasha. He lives on my main island, as I'm sure a lot of you know. So yeah, we are having some duplicates here, but I'm getting some new ones too. Like, for example, Quinn. I don't have them on my main island. I have Renee as my kind of sisterly villager. So it's cool to get some ones that I haven't had before, but also have some of my favorites too, just so, you know, it feels more homely for me. Okay, it's the moment. Sasha is officially going to move in. I haven't thought about who I'm going to kick out for Sasha yet. I did actually kick out Agnes for Quinn. I forgot to tell you folks that. I mean, you probably saw. I'm sorry, I feel kind of bad kicking out Agnes off screen because she was one of our first villagers, but I don't think she's exactly beloved. You know, Teddy is the one who's beloved, so I'm not going to kick out Teddy. Teddy's actually going to stay. Or, you know what, let's finally kick out the most hated villager on my island, Beardo. He's gone. He's gone. Beardo is leaving. It's not a question, Sasha. You don't even have to go ask. I will kick Beardo out myself if I have to. Perfect. Don't talk about the night clowns. I knew it. I knew Sasha was going to talk about the night clowns just like Bob did. This is a serious issue on my island now. I'm actually kind of worried about that. Okay, there is Daisy May. So let's see how much she's selling these turnips for, because I want a ton of them. Ooh, it's not great. Ooh, it's not great. Okay, it's not terrible, but it's not great. So if I buy the max, that'll come to that much. So we don't want to do that. I don't know how many I want to buy. I want to save at least 100,000 because I think that's a good sort of backup in case the turnips really fail. So let's see. What if I buy 1,000? Let's buy 1,000, maybe 1,500? Yeah, that seems good. That seems good. Okay, yeah. Alright, we've got a lot of turnips, so we can try and make some money off of these. I'm not sure if I'm going to be successful with them, as I generally haven't before, but even if we can just double what we made on these, that'll be good. That'll be a good step forward. So now we're going to go forward to the next day, in-game that is, not in real life, so that we can get some extra money, hopefully, and we can also see what our 3-star island ranking might be. Okay, we are still here on day 11, but it is time to talk to Isabel and get a word from her to see what we can do to get our island up to those important 3 stars. Because this is a really important step. If we want to be able to kind of get to some sort of important features when we're talking about things like unlocking the stuff on Harvey's Island, getting the cap and boat rides, all things which will really help us design this island ultimately, then we're going to need those 3 stars. And also, I would feel way too embarrassed not getting the 3 stars on this challenge, so it has to be done. Okay, Isabel, talk to me. Talk to me. What is it? I need to know. I'm scared. I don't think it's going to be very good. I'm guessing 2 stars at least now. Yeah, okay. I thought it would be 2 stars because I haven't exactly optimized anything else, but I do have the 10 villages now, so it can't be 1 star. Alright. Okay, so what do we need more of? I've been shipwrecked there a few times, so I could consider myself an authority, and I've got ideas. Here's one. I feel like a fella's rescue party might arrive a bit sooner if that place had more stuff going on. And some more hustle and more bustle. You know, I'm not going to listen to you, Gulliver. You're passed out the majority of the time you're on my island, so your advice doesn't really count. This island lacks appealing scenery, so decorate the entire island. So we need more items, I guess. Some fencing. Okay, alright, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna just make a ton of random items and place them everywhere and hope that actually makes a difference. I'm sure it will. Oh, look who it is. It's Bob, our favorite villager. Sorry, everyone else. I know you're here to listen to that, but it is Bob. It is Bob. I'm sorry. It's always gonna be Bob. You know he's my fave. Something that is so annoying about this game that I always forget about is the fact that you can't craft using the items that you have in storage. I cannot fathom why that is the case. I can kind of understand it when it comes to, you know, you're crafting outdoors, but crafting in your house? I don't get it. I really don't get it. This game seriously lacks some quality of life upgrades. I mean, bulk crafting is another one, but that crafting in storage thing, that's probably the worst one. Okay, so I've crafted a whole bunch of different stuff that hopefully will increase our rating a little bit. I have a lot more that I want to craft too, but I just wanted to kind of focus on items that I will actually use later on. I didn't just want to craft random stuff for the sake of it. I don't want to waste my resources. Okay, so we should have our new incline as well, which is very exciting. Here it is. I love it. It's amazing. The fact that we can now get up here is just super great, honestly. And I can actually kind of decorate some of these a bit more now. I feel like in the past, I was kind of ignoring this part of the island because it felt a little bit annoying to get to. So now we can add some extra touches. I will probably end up changing some things later on, by the way. I'm not intending on keeping everything the way it is up here. I think just sort of my main goal is just keeping out a lot of these items so that we can get those points required for us to get to 3 stars. But once we've gotten there and we've gotten that 3-star ranking, I'm not going to worry as much anymore about having these items in sort of random places just for the points, you know? Now, I can't quite remember, but I feel like generally the thing that they want from you is to have a lot of items spread out across the island, so gonna try and get as many in different places as I possibly can and see what that does for us. Honestly, putting down these random items has just made me realize how difficult it is going to be to decorate this entire thing. Don't get me wrong, it's going to be a lot of fun, but there is a lot of hard work ahead of me when it comes to designing this island. I'm going to have to put a lot of work in. Okay, I want to see if Isabel's advice has changed at all now, because I've put down so many more items. I'm guessing I won't have enough things like flowers and trees and stuff, so I'm probably going to need a lot more of those. But thankfully I have kind of been stockpiling that sort of thing, so that won't be too much of an issue. But what is she going to say? Oh, we've got 3 stars! We did it! Okay! That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. We did it. I'm very happy about that. Okay. I didn't even have to put in more trees. We did it. We got to 3 stars. I'm kind of shocked, honestly. Like I said, I really wasn't expecting that to be the case. So now, soon we'll be able to pick up all those items and actually put them in nice places and start decorating with them. So at least we've built up a nice hoard of items. Now here is the KK Slider concert, the part where you unlock terraforming, which of course we do not need for this island. Well, there we go, day number 11, and we've managed to get our island up to 3 stars. I feel pretty pleased about that, honestly. I don't think that is too bad at all. You know, that's a pretty good achievement. So now we can actually begin with some of the real decorating work. We can unlock some of the cool things like being able to get the shops on Harvey's Island and also get Cap'n. So we're going to have lots of opportunities to get more resources, more DIY recipes, basically just a ton of different things which will help us decorate our island, which I'm so excited about. And Sasha even moved in too. So yes, that is going to end up day 11. I will see you for day number 12. It is day number 12 on my no terraforming island, and there have been some interesting developments. Now, nothing major has happened off camera, don't worry. I'm trying not to do anything too big off camera since I know you folks won't want to miss it. But we have done a few things that I did say previously I was willing to off camera. I've made some progress in Happy Home Paradise, so I can unlock some more items and such. I've gotten to build the school so far, so not a ton. And I have been messing around with turnips a bit to try and make some money. But unfortunately, I've not had any good turnip prices, and with Daisy May wanting 102 bells each for these, not like 90 something, it's not great. But I'm trying my best to just get some money so I can actually get more bridges and such. However, speaking of bridges and inclines, we do have some new ones around the island which I do want to show you folks. So I feel like today is not going to be a huge day in terms of massive progress or anything like that. It's just going to be a day more dedicated to doing some of the usual routine around our island, because I don't know, we got some major stuff done in the last day. You know, we got the 3-star island ranking, which was huge, honestly. So I think at the moment I just want to focus on having fun around the island and maybe getting some ideas for how we're actually going to decorate it. Hello, Cephalobot. Did you hear? Bob got whatever bug is going around Terra. Okay, it's really funny that he would mention that because I myself am ill right now as I'm recording this, so I guess Bob caught it from me? Or maybe I caught it from Bob? I really don't know at this point, but I guess we're gonna have to visit Bob and give him some medicine. I completely forgot this was even a feature in New Horizons, honestly. It's been so long since I've seen a sick villager. Okay, so it looks very weird. I don't know how to feel about it, but this is where the new bridge is on the islands. You've got easy access to the campsite. Unfortunately, I have gone around my whole island and I have basically discovered that this island in the middle is literally the only place I can place bridges, which is not great, but it's not the end of the world because this camping island is basically the biggest obstacle when it comes to getting to places like Nook's Cranny and getting from my house and such. So I'm just going to place in a lot of bridges. For example, as you can see, I've got one planned for up here, which I can't pay off right now because I don't have any money. But, you know, it'll give you ease of access from that part of the island over there, and then I'm planning on maybe adding an incline. And also, I'm probably going to add another one, like, right here. You can see the river's kind of diagonal, so it should let me, I think. And if it does, that's just another quick little easy access to Nook's Cranny from up there. So yeah, it's almost like this camping island is kind of, you know, the hopping off point for all these different locations on the island, which is kind of cool. But yeah, when you folks visit this via the Dream Suite, just know there's not going to be a ton of bridges. And that is unfortunately something I can't control at all because this happened to have the weirdest river layout I have ever seen on an island with so few places to put down bridges. I also unlocked some small things off camera like the ability to cook, which is going to help a ton when we need to move around a bunch of trees so we can get that energy nice and quickly. You know, I've got to get that energy if I want to be able to move things around. It's very important. We can't forget to get the medicine. This is incredibly important or Bob will basically die. No, come on, they're trying to stop me from helping Bob. This isn't right. Oh no, look at Bob. He's so ill. He had to put the Santa hat on. Ben, did you get worried and come to check if I was okay? I bought medicine, Bob. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be alright. Medicine? For me? Does it taste bad? Nah, you bought it for me, and you only bring me good stuff. I'm bringing you the good stuff, Bob. This strange bag of medicine. Yeah, do a little flip and then you'll be safe. I'm genuinely convinced that Bob gave me the illness I've got in real life right now. I can't really blame him too much because he's just a purple cat and that's kind of, you know, it's just kind of in his nature, I feel like, to catch diseases and spread them around. But I kind of wish he hadn't made me ill. One thing I have yet to do because I wanted to save it on camera is going on a Cap'n Island tour. Now really I should probably be saving my Nook miles, not spending them on Cap'n tours, but these are a lot of fun and you can get some cool resources and such, so I feel like I've got to do it, you know. Once I can get the ability to redecorate villager homes, I will be able to get 1,000 Nook miles for each one I do, so that'll make things a lot easier in the Nook mile department, but for now, I'm kind of struggling a bit. Oh, and another thing that I forgot to mention is we do have Harvey's Island fully unlocked now. We have all the shops, but I forgot that they cost 100,000 bells each. So once again, without the money, there's not much I can do there. I'm not honestly planning on unlocking most of them. I just really want to get the one with Cyrus so I can customize stuff, make those rusted versions, and also the one with Leaf just for easy access to the shrubs and such. Okay. I wouldn't say our first island is the most exciting one that we could find. It looks pretty plain. I really like the one with like the white cliffs and stuff, but hey, we'll be able to get some good resources from here, so I can't complain too much. It is kind of pretty though, I will say that much. It is a pretty looking island, so we're gonna take that as kind of the silver lining. I also just realized in the future I'll be able to steal a ton of bushes from these islands. I don't really want the hibiscus ones, I don't think they really suit the theme of my island that I'm going for. But when we go to some other Cap'n Islands, I'm definitely going to have to be thieving many different bushes and trees and such. It's going to help a lot. So I think in terms of my design plans, the next thing I want to do is try and design this half of the island. Because if you take a look, this half honestly isn't that big. There's quite a lot going on here with villager houses and such, but generally I feel like this should be pretty easy. The one thing I don't know what I'm going to do is with this sort of edge of the island and the beaches and stuff. I really don't know, like down here, I have no idea what I'm going to put. But when we come to places like Nook's Cranny up here, I actually have quite a lot of ideas for how I'm going to decorate it. I just need to get some cool patterns that I can put down and just get all of my ideas together for how I want things to look, and then yeah, I think it should work pretty well. Like I've said before, this area up here is kind of my little neighborhood area, so I could imagine that working sort of quite well for some of the design ideas I've got in terms of the theme. We're definitely going to need a lot of inclines in this general area, especially since we can't actually use the river at all here. That's right, you cannot put a bridge in this section of the river, so these houses and such will never be truly connected. It is very annoying in that sense. I wish there was something else I could do to be able to cross the river. Obviously there is vaulting poles, so I guess I'll leave those out for visitors who decide to come and visit, but there's not really too much I can do about it. It's shocking how little you can actually put in terms of bridges. I really didn't expect that. It's like I said before, it's almost like this is genuinely the map that they put out so that it would force people to use the terraforming feature or something. That is what it feels like to me. It feels like I'm being forced, even though I can't. I'm also thinking about maybe putting a bridge over here. It's kind of annoying because I put one down here and it feels like having one over there is just way too close, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it feels kind of justified based on the fact we've got the museum over here and such. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still thinking, but that might be one of the ideas I do. Speaking of the museum, by the way, I've got to think what I want to do in terms of designing that. That is going to be really tricky, because originally I was thinking about keeping the tent to go along with a different kind of theme. But now, I don't know, I'm not sure how I'm going to fit it into the sort of rustic town core theme. I think it can still work, you know, and I want to keep it just because it's so cool like this. I love it like this, but we'll just have to wait and see exactly how I can fit it in. Oh, Rolf wants to talk to me. Hello, Rolf. Oh, hey, kiddo. I got one humdinger of a reaction to share with you. Like that one? You caught it yet? I use bewilderment to spread a bit of mustard on whatever I'm saying. I don't like that. Spread a bit of mustard on... Huh? You know, I mean, yeah, that is bewilderment, because what did you just say to me? I don't like that at all. I'm quite frightened of him, to be honest with you. I don't know if I want to see Rolf again. Look at Drago, he's reading. Hello. Huh? It's been a while since we've talked, I think. I've been having a lot of weird dreams lately. Maybe my jar of tomato bisque finally went bad. Don't know why, I keep it in a warm, damp place. Anyway, in my dreams, we talked every night. Sometimes you had two heads. So I'm betting that this one is real. Actually, no, that one was real. I'm sorry, Drago. I was trying to slay you since you are a dragon, but... Wait, but if I have the two heads, then... Am I the dragon? I'm confused. Another thing I need to think about is how I'm going to deal with this mass of weeds. I don't know if maybe Leaf might be able to do it for me, but that feature is incredibly glitchy, so I would not be surprised at all if it just doesn't work. I have never been able to get it to work on my main island. Maybe this will be the exception, but we'll have to see. So, how did you do in the big eval, you know, the Happy Home Academy inspection? I'm pretty happy with mine. I don't want to say best in show, but I know we're all thinking it. I mean, I don't think I did very good, to be honest with you. If you take a look at my house, you'll see exactly what I mean. I have put zero effort into my house on this island. I can't be bothered. Something I'm definitely going to have to do off camera is go hunting for QR codes, or not even QR codes I guess anymore, just design codes. I keep thinking we're back in Animal Crossing New Leaf times when we still use QR codes, but no camera on the Switch, so we can't do that. I'm going to have to hunt for a lot of them because I want to get a good feel of how I'm going to design my island, and I'm going to need those to do it. So whilst I can't use the terraforming tool and I can't use the path pattern feature with that, I can place them down manually by going into my designs and just dropping them on the floor, which is nice and easy. And I've never actually been in here apparently. But yeah, this is how I'll do it basically. It'll be really simple. it'll just take a little bit longer than it would have if I had used the terraforming feature. Okay, well I think we're going to end this day off. I know I haven't done a ton, but I've had a lot of fun honestly. In the next episode we'll try and get even more done towards the comprosion? I'm creating new words now. Towards the completion of this island, so stay tuned for day 13. Okay, so we are here on day number 13 of the challenge, and I've been doing a lot of stuff off camera, off screen, in order to get progress. What I've really been trying to do, honestly, is get a lot of stuff unlocked in Happy Home Paradise, because I really want to be able to use Wardell's shop. That's the main thing, honestly. I just want to be able to use his shop. I do kind of want to be able to have the feature where you can decorate villager homes, because I think that could be useful. But the main thing is Wardell's shop. Without that, I'm going to have access to so few items just because, you know, it's hard to get them in just 30 days. It's hard to build up your catalog. So I really need to get access to that. But there are important things to do around my island. I have a decent amount of money at the moment and I really need to be building more inclines. I'm not going to be able to properly start designing until I've got the right infrastructure around my island. And if we take a look at my map, we can see around this half of the island, there is practically nothing. There's one bridge, and there's not really a proper ability to be able to cross up to these cliffs. So I desperately need to get some inclines in, and that is exactly what I'm going to do today. I'm in a weird kind of phase of the challenge right now where I'm almost halfway through, and I just feel like I haven't made any progress in the decorating department. I mean, I've done really small little things, but you know what I mean, it just feels like there's so much more to do, and there really is actually. So I kind of feel like I need to get on, but also, these last 15 days aren't going to be as crucial as the first 15, in the sense that I don't really have to unlock anything major at this point. I would say just kind of getting Wardell's shop is the most important thing. The rest of the 15 days, you know, once we get there, that can kind of be used more to figure out how we're going to decorate things and where we're going to decorate, because you know, we need the items to be able to do that, so I want to use this time to make sure everything is unlocked, and then the second half of the challenge we can actually use towards designing and decorating. I think I'm going to try and put my incline right around here if I can, just because this seems like a neat location. I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, it does work, great. So this is going to give us access to our villager homes. The only really annoying bit about this island, which I've said so many times, so I'm not gonna yammer on about it here, is the fact that I just can't put any bridges up there. I mean, just look at my map. So we've got these villager homes over here, and I can't really have any easy access to them because of how the bridge situation is. I can't put a bridge there. So I'm gonna have to put maybe 2 inclines up on this cliff, just so I can get from one side to the other. That's the only way I can do it. So it's going to be a very incline-heavy island. Okay, well, the incline is up, and also Quinn has decided to sit down by us. Hello, Quinn. It's Ben. Wahaha, I was wondering when you'd show up proper. Hey, I gotta thank you. If you didn't invite me to the campsite, I wouldn't be here. This place rocks. Anyways, I hope I keep seeing you around. We gotta have some serious housewarming hangout time. Yeah, I don't think you want to come in my house. It's probably the only part of this island that it just hasn't been touched at all. Okay, I did throw down a few pieces of random furniture in there, but it's honestly nothing special. It is quite ugly, to be honest with you. Oh my god, it's my favorite. Hello, Bob. Hey, it's Ben. Man, I haven't seen you for a while. Were you on vacation? Did you eat a bunch of yummy stuff while you were gone? Tell me all about it. I'm sorry, Bob. I've just been time traveling a ton to try and get Happy Home Paradise progressing along. Let's chat. There's a weird rumor going around. Some folks are saying none of this is real. None of it. They say the island is just a game, and everything we say or do, it's just to amuse somebody else. And I don't know, I kind of maybe believe it. So many things would make more sense, you know. Have you ever thought about fruit grows way fast? And ain't it weird that trees have all 3 kinds of wood? And have you ever noticed there's pretty much music everywhere? It's great, but it's weird. And does Tom Nook make any kind of sense to you? Yeah, I'll buy your seashells so you can give me back my own money to pay off a house I'm selling to you? I mean, what? It's also obvious. Our lives are fake. We all should have saw it coming a long time ago. A long old time ago. Okay, Bob, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, I'm just joking. It's a joke. Nobody said that. You ought to see the look on your face. I ate 6 bags of chips last night and fell asleep with the TV on. I had real weird dreams. He knows. He knows. He knows that he's in a simulation. He knows this isn't real. He knows that he's just pixels on my TV screen right now. Bob. Bob is the only one who can get out of this simulation. He was the first villager ever created, #1. And now he's the only one who actually knows what's really going on. I think we need to keep an eye on Bob. I think we need to watch him. Okay, so I wasn't planning on showing any of this in the series because it's not really related to me actually designing my island, in the sense of I'm not designing anything island related here. But I just wanted to kind of show you that I have been making a lot of progress off screen in Happy Home Paradise. This is what I've been spending a lot of my evenings doing, you know, just when I've not been recording, since I've got the time to do it. I really, really want to unlock that shop. I really want to. It is literally the best feature in the game, in my opinion. Like, even beyond the DLC, I think it might be the best feature in the entire game. Getting this will mean we can just design with so many different items. I've unlocked so many from designing villager houses. So that's what I've been trying to do, and I really desperately need Wardell to come and tell me that he will give me the shop, because I've been trying so hard. So many days have passed. Hi, Ben. Okay, he's still not giving me the shop. Come on, Wardell. I need it. I need it. I mean, there's some cool items here, but they don't really fit my island. I think I actually have to buy a certain amount of stuff if he wants to unlock it, but I've already bought so much from him. I mean, look at this. This is 22,000 for an unknown machine. You think I wanted to buy that? I really didn't, but I just desperately need the shop from Wardell. Come on, Wardell. I have overspent. I have spent so much by now. Give me the shop. Give me the shop, Wardell. Please. Come on. Also, another really great thing about Happy in Paradise is all of these really cool DIY recipes as well, because I don't think you can get them outside of the DLC. If you can, then it's on those special Cap'n Islands, but it's going to be much harder for you to get those. So the fact that I can head here and just get some exclusive DIYs and also some special items and such, that's pretty cool. It means I'm making good progress towards my actual island. So that's why I wanted to kind of give you a little peek into the life of what I've been doing here in Happy in Paradise. Everything is very ugly. I've been speedrunning through it, but, you know, I'm trying my best to get things unlocked. Now, something else I have no idea what to do with at this current stage is the museum. I really don't know how I'm going to design this. Originally, I did kind of have the idea of doing a theme based on maybe like jungle core or something like that. You know, lots of palm trees and vines and things, but I kind of leaned away from that because, I don't know, I feel like you can be kind of limited in that sense. And since I can't terraform and put paths down, I can't put palm trees on land, and I really didn't feel like kind of sidestepping the restriction just to be able to do that. So I changed my idea to the rural town core, and I'm pretty happy with it. I just need to figure out exactly what I'm going to do. The good thing is you can unlock a ton of items from Happy Home Paradise in Wardell's shop that are kind of city core themed, and a lot of these items I can turn sort of rusty and stuff. But I'm not looking to make a city core island. Like I said, I want things to feel very rural. I don't want it all to feel super perfect and everything like that. I want it to feel run down, like a small town that, you know, doesn't have all the infrastructure of a city. I just realized this new bridge is done as well, so now we are connected with this side of the island. But in all honesty, it is kind of pointless because we can't actually go anywhere. So I guess I'm going to have to add another incline here. I suppose I could have one up the top and then one down here, and that would connect to all the different areas. It's just so inconvenient because we can't use bridges, but that is part of the challenge. That is why it's supposed to be difficult, because you have to deal with these restrictions that are given to you, and I really feel like I'm having to deal with a lot of them at the moment. To be honest with you, the hardest part about this has been the money. I am so poor in this game. I really want to be able to do a lot that I can't because of money. So I'm really going to have to be patient and try and keep doing those turnips, but it hasn't been working for me. I've redesigned this little area of the campsite just ever so slightly so the bridge can be nice and accessible. I didn't really consider that I'd be having so many bridges on this tiny little island, but it's basically the only place I can have bridges, so it makes sense. I don't know about you folks, but when I design things in Animal Crossing, I always doubt myself so much afterwards. Like, I'm looking at this little area here and I'm kind of like, actually, it doesn't look that good, despite the fact that when I first designed this, I was really over the moon with it, and now I'm just so iffy on it. I don't think it looks bad at all, but I'm just wondering if I could have done things better, but I don't know. I've never actually thought of myself as an amazing designer in this game or anything like that. I mean, I try, and I really do enjoy it. That's why I wanted to do this challenge. But I always see other people's designs and think I could be doing so much better. But I do think that is probably a very common feeling amongst Animal Crossing players, honestly. Even the people putting out those absolutely incredible designs probably have a lot of moments of self-doubt. So it can be kind of hard not to compare yourself to other people in Animal Crossing when it comes to designing. But I think it's something that is important to do. You know, you can look at other people's ideas and get inspiration and such, but don't compare yourself too much because we all are good at doing different things in this game, and I guess that's kind of the message I want to try and put across. I might not be the absolute best at designing, but I really enjoy it, and I feel like that's kind of enough. But I'm actually quite enjoying coming back to this little area and putting a few extra touches in now I have more items and such. That's what I've been wanting to do for a while. I really wanted to add the bushes, but it's taken me a while to build up the different resources in the game, so now I can actually do it. I'm feeling a lot better about this design. I feel like it's looking a lot more what I sort of intended from the very start, and that makes me quite happy. It is interesting to me how much of a difference certain things in this game can make, like just adding a few extra bushes really will help fill this area out and make it feel a lot better, so I'm super excited to see how it turns out. Again, not a master designer or anything like that, but I do have some ideas, and that's what I'm excited about. And once we get some of the proper items that have been needed, we will be coming for Nook's Cranny. This is the area that I really want to design, but I need some of those items like the shopping carts and just other store related things so I can really make this feel convincing. I also need to get some of the QR codes that I want to use for designing this island, because whilst I can't use the path tool, I can definitely put them down manually, and that's what I want to do. So I think we're going to end off this day there. I know it wasn't a very eventful one, but we'll be moving straight on to the next one, which hopefully will make even more progress in, maybe a little bit more than this particular day. We are here on day number 14, and today is a very, very exciting day. Two reasons why. The first is that I finally unlocked Wardell's shop, and now I have a ton of different items that we can use to decorate the island, which is really going to help us speed up progress here, and I can finally start designing Nook's Cranny, which I want to do for ages. But also, I managed to get a decent amount of money from the turnips finally. As you can see, I have around 600k now, which is really, really good. Slightly less than 600k actually, but still, anyways, it's a lot of money, that's what I'm trying to say. So now we can finally put down some of the inclines that I've desperately needed for so long. Also, I have a very, very stylish new outfit. If you can't tell who I'm dressed up as, well, it's Bob, okay? It's Bob. So I think I'm going to put the incline around here somewhere so we finally have access to this sort of part of the island, because I can't remember the last time I went up there. I really can't. I think it was the last time I put the house up there. And if we look, we should actually then be able to completely cross over to the other side, which is fantastic. I think the only thing I'll have to do afterwards is maybe put in another incline, and that will allow me just to have full access. So yeah, definitely coming up with some good plans to make the island feel a little bit more accessible. I've just got to figure out where I'm actually going to put this, because actually it's not looking too good, is it? Okay, I have a really bad feeling that I can't put an incline here because this villager's house is in the way. No! Why does this sort of thing keep happening? I mean, I can put some ladders and stuff, but it's not the same. I mean, okay, technically, to be fair, you can walk around the outside like this, but that's just, it's annoying. Why did this have to happen? I should have thought about my house placements a bit better, but I just thought it seemed cool, you know? Maybe I'm just going to have to leave vaulting poles everywhere so that people can actually traverse a bit more easily, because, yeah, it's a bit difficult. But thankfully, we can put an incline here, which is good, so we'll at least have access to this top part, even if we don't have a way down, you know? There's at least a bit of a silver lining. But yeah, I'm very limited with what I can do due to how the cliffs have been and how the villager house placements have been, and obviously I can't move anything, so we're just working with what we've got. The sad thing is it feels like money goes down so quickly in this game when you've got to build things like inclines and then also spend money on a ton of items. It is definitely disappointing to see all your hard-earned turnip money go down to basically nothing, but hey, that's what it's there for. One thing I definitely want to try is to see if Leaf will actually help me de-weed my island, because this is a really important thing. I got him set up, I got Reese and Cyrus set up. I'm probably going to leave the others because genuinely I don't really feel like I need them for this challenge. You know, maybe if I come by a ton of money I will, but I really don't think I'm going to at this point. So I'm hoping that maybe Leaf will weed my island for me, because I've never been able to get this feature to work, and it is a bit of a tricky one, honestly. Okay, let's see, because basically you need a ton of weeds for this to actually work. So, Leaf, will you do it? Will you de-weed my island? Weeding service. I've been buying weeds. Okay, so that's not the right one. It can be a real pain. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, no, this is it. This is it. Okay, good. Alright, yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind paying for this. I'm happy to pay for it if it'll actually work. I'm just kind of concerned. Yeah, I'm sold. Let's do it. Oh, okay, it does. Okay, it actually works. This is the first time I've ever done this in the game. So all the weeds are gone? Really? Wait, do I have the weeds? What happens to the wheat? Did he just take the weeds? So, I mean, I really don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely not the 2 weeds that I've got there. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe they go somewhere, or maybe he just takes them. I guess I did pay him to get rid of them. Was that worth 100k? I honestly don't know if it was, but I had to do something, okay? I was never going to get my island de-weeded by hand. It was going to take me way too long. I'm way too lazy. It had to be done. Wait, Leaf has a thank you gift for me? Why have I never seen this before? A recipe for a hedge? Wait, isn't that something he gives you for, like... I swear you got this recipe during, like, Nature Day or something. So now he gives it to you when you buy stuff from him? That's kind of cool. It's kind of like how they turned the first anniversary cake in New Horizons into an item you get for your actual first anniversary on your island, rather than to celebrate the game's first anniversary. I guess that's just how they've changed sort of limited time items. Okay, that's very interesting. I didn't know that. So I've literally just learned 2 new things in 2024 playing New Horizons. I mean, I'm pretty happy about that, to be honest with you. Oh my gosh, look at my island. There are no wait a minute. Wait. Hang on. But I gave you 100. Okay, I'm desperately hoping that we'll time travel forward a day and the weeds will disappear. Otherwise, he has completely scammed me. I don't think Leaf would do that. Leaf is a really nice guy. He wouldn't scam me. But what the heck? Okay, the moment of truth. Okay, they are all gone. Leaf did it. Thank goodness. They're all gone. Look how beautiful my island looks. Wow, it looks incredible. Thank you, Leaf. Hey, I'm really happy about that. That was definitely worth the 100k in my opinion. I know that's a lot of money, but at the end of the day, it had to be done. Like I said, I was never going to do that by hand. There's no way. So I'm just really, really glad that Leaf actually did that for me. But where are my weeds? That's the real question. Okay. Left them in a recycle box. Alright, okay. Alright, that's good. That's good. You gave me a present as well. Oh, free yellow cosmos. You know what? I'm not going to complain. This is Leaf. He's literally one of the best characters in the entire series of Animal Crossing, so no complaints from me. I can't wait to see how many weeds this ended up being. Quite a lot. Yeah, quite a lot to be fair. Okay, yeah, it was definitely worth it then. I think I'm probably going to leave them there for now because I don't really have the pocket space. But yeah, you know what? That was definitely worth it. I'm pleased with that. So, as I said, I want my next big design project to be this little area outside of Nook's Cranny, and then I kind of want to work my way around this whole sort of area. After we first designed the campsite, and it's been a while since we've actually done a design, so I really, really want to kind of be able to continue this area on and do a nice little design around here. Okay, so it is time to speed build. Let's see what we can do with Nook's Cranny. Okay, well, I'm pretty happy with that so far, to be honest with you. It's just kind of like, I don't know, just your sort of rural town supermarket that's got a lot of construction going on around it. You know, everything feels kind of in disrepair, so they're doing some work and stuff. And nothing's too neat around here, you know? You've got your public transport options, you know, you can wait here for the bus. You just got lots of sort of nice items that kind of fit that theme. I really wanted to try and fit even more items into this, but I've really struggled honestly with this sort of layout. It is such a shame we can't use custom designs, and I know a lot of you are probably screaming at your screens saying, just do it, it doesn't really count as Switch Online, but given I set myself that own limitation, it does feel wrong to break it in that regard, and getting designs, unless I do them myself, which is never going to happen, it just feels like I'm using Switch Online and kind of cheating, so I'm not going to be doing that. I think honestly, I'm kind of happy with these builds being more simplistic anyways. I think there's something quite nice about not being able to use any sort of exterior resources to help myself here, literally just using exactly what I've got in the game. And there's just so many cool items that it really isn't that hard to make a nice design. Like, whilst I probably wouldn't go for something like this on my main island, you know, I'd do it a little bit more elaborate with some custom designs and stuff. I'm pretty darn happy with how this looks on this island, and I can't wait to expand it further so we can head on down to other parts of the island and make it all feel really interconnected and stuff. So now we've got 2 fully designed areas on the island, and we're only on day 14. We're nearly halfway through the challenge, and I feel like we're making great progress. So I'll catch you in the next one. Hello folks, we are here on day number 15. We are officially halfway through the challenge. And I am so pleased with this Nook's Cranny build that I did. I really think this looks great, honestly. I definitely think, I don't know, I don't toot my own horn too much, but I'm proud of it. And I think it's looking good, especially considering we didn't have any custom designs or anything. However, what I am kind of trying to think about now is how I'm going to really frame the pathways. It's so easy to make pathways when you can terraform and when you can put down patterns, but when you're trying to create them with nothing, basically, it's pretty difficult. So I think what my goal is I'm just going to try and use a lot of items and trees and things to kind of frame them like that, if that makes sense. That is the best way I can think of doing this, where it'll actually look half decent. Also, I didn't mean to show that off, I meant to eat it. That's another lesson that I've learned that I'm going to share with you all. Don't eat fruits one by one. Please, instead, just make stuff. Make stuff and it'll help you out so much. Use the cooking tool. It'll save your life. It is fantastic. So this is the kind of thing that I'm going to be going for. I'm going to just be trying to use a lot of these sort of big fence items and also plant lots of trees and just things like that, and hope that that gives a good sense of where the pathways are. I think that does work pretty well, to be honest with you. Like, look at this pathway here. We'll literally just be able to line this with fences, and I feel like that'll look quite good. It's, like I said, it's not what I would usually do on my main island and stuff, but for this island, I'm just trying my best. I'm trying my best to come up with creative ideas that everything can still look decent, whilst also being realistic with what I can do, because I can't work miracles. I just can't. I wish I could, but this is tricky. This is really tricky. But yeah, it's definitely crazy to think we're now halfway through the challenge. That feels very strange to me. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm quite happy, but I'm also a little bit nervous, because I feel like I haven't done enough. That's why now I'm trying to kind of scramble and design as much as I possibly can. But it really isn't that simple. It is really difficult to try and get all of this done in a timely manner and come up with ideas and just do all this different stuff. It's a lot harder than it sounds. I don't know really what I was expecting in terms of the difficulty of this challenge. I wouldn't say it's difficult in the sense of, you know, competitive video games or anything like that, but it's difficult in just having to come up with so many ideas. And another thing that really took me by surprise is how much preparation I actually needed to make this happen. Like, using the turnips to try and get bells took me ages. I had to do so much that off screen, so much playthroughs with Happy Home Paradise so I could, you know, get that Wardell shop unlocked. There were a lot of different elements to this, but I have to say I have enjoyed every last minute of it. It has been a ton of fun so far. And I'm looking forward to seeing what we can achieve in these last 15 days, which is going to be very exciting. You know, I don't love this based on the fact it feels very uniform. It doesn't feel very natural or anything like that. However, I will say I feel like this is the best possible thing I could do with this particular area, because just look at this. It's literally just a flat path out to the sea. If I could terraform, I would literally never ever have this. I would join the cliffs together or something like that. You know what though? That has just given me an idea. I could very easily put a little incline here, and that would kind of spice things up. So, you know what? I'm getting ideas as I do this, and that is honestly quite fun. Another thing I'm definitely going to do is I'm going to add in a lot of extra flowers and a lot of extra items and stuff just to keep it all looking nice. So don't worry, I have lots of fun little plans for this. It's not just going to look so bland like it does now, because I really feel like this looks super bland and uninteresting. But I'm going to come up with some good ideas, I hope. I'm also going to mix up the trees as well. I know right now I literally just have these regular pine trees or hardwood trees or whatever they're called in this game. But I am going to get a mixture. I'm going to have some cedar trees in there and stuff as well, just to keep it interesting. You know, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my absolute best to just keep this looking as interesting as it possibly can. You know, I want things to just, I don't want everything to look the same, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, folks, obviously you can be the judge of this, but I feel like given what I was having to work with here, I feel like this actually looks pretty decent. I don't feel like this looks terrible. When we add in more items and stuff, and a larger variety of trees, and we add in some flowers and stuff, I feel like this is kind of cool. It's almost like a little gateway to the sort of city part, you know, of my town. And these fences really do give that good sort of rundown rural town vibe that I've been looking for. So I'm pretty pleased with this. I'm pleased with myself. I just have no idea what I'm going to do with this little patch of land here. I really don't know. I probably should have put a villager home up there or something like that, but it's too late for this now. I genuinely don't know what I would do here. That is something I think I'm probably going to struggle with until the very end of this challenge. Okay, we've got our incline. Let's see if it'll actually fit here, because I'm kind of doubting it now. It will, but wait. It will fit there, but can we actually... Okay, we can. Oh, it's kind of annoying. I don't know if I like that, to be honest with you folks. I don't know why in my head it looked a lot better. No, I don't actually like that at all. I think it's kind of better just leaving it as it is. Maybe, you know, putting a ladder or some vines or something, or another fence even. Yeah, I don't know about the incline there. I don't like it. So where would be a good place for another incline on the island? We're very inclined out at the moment. We couldn't put one in that one spot where I really wanted to. You know, somewhere down here probably would be quite good, so you don't have to travel all the way from Bob's house to the top, but then I feel like I'm being really wasteful of the inclines. Okay, even though I have no idea what I'm going to do here, I feel like I just have to put an incline here somewhere. You know, I'll figure out eventually what I actually want to do with this part of the island, but I've got to at least give access to it. So this is going to be the first incline leading up to this little empty bit of cliff. Something else that has been quite tricky at the moment, but again, I'm not going to complain about it because, you know, it's just all part of the challenge, is waiting each day to get the items. That can definitely feel like a bit of a slog sometimes. You know, when you're having to wait day by day just to get 5 items from the shop, Waddell's shop, it can be a little bit frustrating. But at the same time, you know, I don't necessarily need to rush through things. I can time travel, which is good. But yeah, I'm certainly hoping that I'll be able to get all the items I need in time for the challenge, because even though I can speed things up with time traveling, that still takes time in real time. And I only have so many hours in a day that I can actually play this. But generally, I do feel pretty proud of this little pathway area that I've come up with here. I feel like this is actually looking quite good, you know? Like I said, this has probably been one of the most trickiest aspects because I just don't really know how to frame anything. I guess I could use fences as well, to be fair, but these really big items, which are also called fence, just seem to work so well for framing things. So I feel like I'm going to probably rely on a lot of them throughout the challenge. And I take absolutely no shame in that. They're amazing items. You can't blame me. I just really love all the rusty items that you can get. You can get them customized that way by Cyrus, quite a lot of them. Like, even the car and stuff, you can get it all run down. And I just feel like it's so cool. I feel like they look really, really neat. So I want to get loads of those because they perfectly fit the island theme. Flora's admiring my work. Hey, Flora. Oh my gosh, Ben. Finally, I get to chat with you. I've legit missed you a lot. Oh, I'm sorry, Flora. Have we not talked in a while? What's up? Do you want to practice being pop stars together? I don't know about that. I kind of look like one, I guess. Guess what? I'm totally going to catch a bug today. Even if it lands on your head, I'll swoop my net down and it'll be mine. The bug, not your head. You can keep that. You're not having my head, Flora. I need it. I need it to complete this challenge. I'm sorry. Something else I'm really excited about is for when all of these flowers and all of these bushes come up properly and we can see what everything looks like, because when you're kind of in the process of doing that, it can be really hard to imagine what things are going to look like. I'm not the best at visualizing stuff. I know some people are really good at it, but for me, I struggle with that in this game a lot. Something else I'm quite looking forward to doing, and I feel like I'm going to have to do pretty soon, is designing my villager homes. Not the insides, but just their yards, you know? I've got to decide what I'm going to do with them, because I've kind of kept all the generic items here for now, but I can just imagine some really, really cool sort of ideas to fit in with a rural town core. I mean, the villages are basically at the very core of the core, if that makes sense. They're the town. So I've got to really work hard to make these look really neat, you know, and fit the theme nicely. Also, another thing that I don't know if you folks have noticed, but I've gotten a ton of accidental hybrids just by leaving flowers around and having them propagate. Is actually really cool. It means I'm going to be able to share some hybrids around the island. And I'm definitely looking forward to doing that. I've just got to decide some neat places to put them, because currently I only have a few. So, you know, I want to use them somewhere really special. I kind of feel like I should put an incline down here as well, by the way, because if we take a look at this area, it is very, very isolated. There's practically nothing you can do down there, except get through to that bridge, actually. So you know what? That is 100% where I'm putting the next incline, because you can literally make a little shortcut there. I think I'm going to have to time travel ahead of day and get that done now. Okay, so we have time travel for today. We have our new incline, so we can visit this part of the island, which just feels so unloved, honestly, but I'm going to do something cool here. However, more importantly, I really want to create that little shortcut. I never end up using this bridge, because there's really no point going over here at all, as you can see. So now that I will be able to use the incline to get up here, that has gotten me very exciting. You know, it's the little things in this game that get you excited. There we go, that's absolutely perfect. I'm very happy about this. Now it feels like our island is a lot more easy to navigate around. And for those of you watching this, if you decide to visit via a dream address, just remember you probably will want to get an incline pole. An incline pole? What am I talking about? A vaulting pole that I will put down in the plaza or near the plaza so that you can use that to get around easily. I'm also going to put up a lot of ladders and things like that because, you know, I just want the island to be as easy as possible for people to get around. I don't want to make anything difficult like on my main island. I will say I do really love how this campsite kind of centers out the whole island. I mean, it technically isn't in the center, but you know what I mean? It just feels like it connects everything really nicely, and I like that. That makes me quite happy, to be honest with you, so yeah, that's quite cool. But yeah, I think we're going to end off day 15 here. I've really enjoyed this day. We managed to make a decent amount of progress, especially in terms of this little pathway. It wasn't anything hugely significant like the Nook's Cranny build in the last day, but you know what? Small steps sometimes are good. We don't need to do massive things every single day. We can make little progress and feel proud about it, so that's what I'm going to do. I just love how this is looking now with all the flowers. It's looking good. But yeah, I'll catch you for the next day. Hello, we are here on day number 16 of my no terraforming island. As you can see, a lot of the flowers and bushes have grown in, which I am so happy about. I just feel like everything is looking so nice now, so fresh. Which maybe doesn't 100% go with the theme of the island of rundown town core, but I'm kind of trying to accentuate that with some of the items that I put up more than anything else, to be honest with you. Also, we've got a lot of the inclines created now. We have this incline which I made over here. Was it over here? I'm so lost now. Where was it? I think it might have actually been down there. Okay, no. It was over here. Okay, it's over here. So yeah, now you can get around to the sort of campsite area, which is kind of neat. You can follow this down and then follow that bridge down, which will take you over here. So, you know, there's a few different ways to get around now. I was kind of contemplating having a bridge over here somewhere, but I guess I can't, technically. Yeah, I guess the river just doesn't allow me to do that. So unfortunately, I guess that's it for bridges in the game at this point. But we have better ways of getting around now. It doesn't feel as arduous as it once did. Now, I really want to design this little area in front of where the campsite is and also kind of leading up here so we can kind of say we've got this whole portion designed. So that's exactly what I'm going to do today. And you guessed it, once again, I have many fences, but I have a different idea this time. Trust me, the idea this time is going to be more kind of based around making a little sort of sports area, you know? I feel like we'd have a little sort of recreation ground on the island where villagers and humans alike could, you know, play some sports. That's what I want to do. This time I've got some different colored fences just to mix it up a little bit, you know, keep it exciting, so that's fun. The green ones really remind me of some of the recreation grounds that I went to as a child, honestly. It's very nostalgic for me. By the way, I've decided I'm not going to do every single build as a speed build. For some of these sort of more minor builds, I'm going to focus them around the episode itself, or the day itself, I should say, since this is going to be a whole series on YouTube. But, you know, I think I do want to save some things for the speed builds, some of maybe the more larger projects. We'll just have to wait and see exactly what we kind of need to do for each one. Also, I don't know about you, but I get so frustrated with the limitations around where you can actually plant things in this game. I do feel like sometimes it's a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. It's even funnier when you consider that in some of the trailers for Animal Crossing, we actually saw Nintendo planting trees and stuff in areas where they shouldn't have. So they can do it, but we're not allowed to. It's so unfair. This is kind of a neat little entrance. I'm liking this so far. I'm kind of using the trees in a weird way to try and hide things, if that makes sense. Because I feel like the fences look a bit random when they're sort of just out on their own like that. So kind of having them a bit more hidden is a fun little idea, you know, I'm hiding them behind the trees. I feel like this is actually turning out to be a very natural island, which I'm not complaining about at all. I kind of love the idea behind that, to be honest with you. So whilst it is rural town core, it's also very, very natural. You know, this town hasn't quite been... It hasn't seen the industrialization that a lot of other towns have, so I like that about this. For me, making entrances to things are one of the absolute hardest parts, so the fact that we've been able to do this fairly quickly and it actually looks pretty good in my opinion is nice, you know? I'm kind of actually dreading having to create the entrance for my island. I feel like that's going to be a bit of a challenge that I'm looking forward to, don't get me wrong, because I feel like that is one of the more, you know, bigger builds that we can do. But at the same time, it is one of the trickier ones too. Now, I don't know about you folks, but I generally have my own sort of set ways for how I design things. Like you'll notice, I always tend to put the bushes in the same position around my islands. It's the same on Kokomo, my main island. I just do it the same way every time. And I would like to do things differently, but I just feel like it's my kind of style, you know, and I'm kind of happy with that. I really don't mind having my own sort of specific style for designing things. I think that kind of helps me stand out in my own way, especially since I don't really feel like my designs are that good compared to some other people. So, you know what, having my own little sort of touches kind of makes me feel a little bit more confident with what I'm doing. Also, we simply cannot forget about Mr. Bones. Don't worry, I haven't. I'm gonna find a good place for Mr. Bones. I have no idea where yet, but Mr. Bones will be a very vital part of this island, trust me. Now, I have no idea how I'm actually going to place things in this sort of sports area. My idea was kind of to have it be a sports area, but not like a really good one. You know, it's kind of run down. The equipment has maybe, you know, not been looked after the best. That's kind of the vibes I'm going for here. I guess what I'm trying to say is my villagers just don't look after things very well, and it's so disappointing. Why wouldn't my villagers want to look after their beautiful island that I put together for them? These are the important headcanons that I've come up with for my island. Probably the most frustrating thing right now is running out of energy constantly to be able to dig up the trees. That's something I'm really struggling with. I need some food. Oh, I was really hoping Nook's Cranny would have some food. Come on, guys. I love it when they sell a dish and you can just buy a ton of them to get some energy, but not today. Also, I just realized I'm running really low on bells now. I'm down to 100k. I'm probably gonna have to do some more turnips. I don't necessarily know what I'm even gonna spend my bells on at this point, because I feel like I'm kind of done with inclines and stuff. But I guess I will probably have to spend it on a lot of items from Nook shopping, so yeah, I better start getting some more money. But of course, that can wait until we've done with these builds, because I'm really enjoying coming up with this little area, even if it maybe isn't looking exactly how I was planning in my head. Something else I've got to think about a lot is how I want to design some of the villager homes which are very much out on their own. Like Sasha's house out here is just very much isolated compared to some other homes, and I have another one that's really far away. Look, it's there on that little peninsula. I can't remember who lives there. Is it? Oh, it's Claudia. Oh. Well, eventually that is going to be a villager that I actually like, so I have to make it something good for when said villager actually does move in. I think what I'm going to do with my own home is kind of keep the same idea, have sort of like a little farming cottage. You know, you see those in rural towns as well, everywhere, so whilst I don't want to go for a farm core theme like I did on my main island, I do want to use some of that, especially since there's so many good farming items, I just can't miss out on that. Okay, I'm actually really starting to like how this is coming along, you know, I think this is looking kind of neat. I mean, is this your traditional basketball court? No, not at all, not even slightly. But does it look kind of neat in Animal Crossing? Yeah, I think it does. Again, it's so hard to frame things for me, so I just have to kind of do some untraditional choices, like having the trees right next to the basketball net. Yeah, it might not work that way in real life, but it looks kind of cool in Animal Crossing, so that's the logic I'm going for. Again, I could definitely expand this area with more sports-themed items, I feel like, but you kind of get the gist of what the area is supposed to be. You know, it makes sense a little bit. The only thing I will say, which is quite funny, is there's supposed to be a bus up there. There's a bus stop up there. So how does that bus get around this island? Maybe it just doesn't. Maybe, you know, maybe you just wait forever at that bus stop. I'm also really enjoying using these construction items. I just see so many of these around in some of the kind of more rundown towns across my country, you know, just lots of construction going on in buildings that seems to kind of just last forever and ever. So it's kind of fun to use these and try and copy real life in a way, you know, what I've seen in real life. Like, I wouldn't call this a UK town core island or anything like that, which is quite hilarious to me, but, you know, some of the ideas and inspiration are kind of there. I think my main worry, honestly, is how I'm going to design the massive chunk where resident service is. Like, that is by far the biggest part of the island, and it's just so much empty space that it's going to be really tricky. That's definitely why I want to do things like make massive farms where my house is, because that's going to save me a lot of time when it comes to designing things, you know? Instead of thinking what I want to put in the empty spaces, I can just put in some crops and everything will be completely fine. Also, this item just reminded me something I 100% want to make, and I don't know where, maybe even above resident services, to be honest with you. I want to make a used, rundown, derelict car lot. You know, like those ones you see in America where they've got all the burnt out cars and stuff like that. Like, look at this car. Perfection. Perfection. In fact, I think more like what I'm going for is kind of like an old abandoned petrol station or gas station as they're known in America. That's what I want, and I might put it back here somewhere, because doesn't this just look like the perfect space to put one of those? It does, doesn't it? I'm gonna leave that abandoned car there. Please don't tell Copper and Booker. I don't want to go to Animal Crossing prison for committing crimes by leaving cars just out in the open. Something I have noticed that is quite interesting in terms of Animal Crossing sort of discourse and discussions is a lot of people really want to be able to design their islands even more easily than they can now. So for example, they want to be able to use the features that we've got in Happy Home Paradise, where you can kind of just open up a grid and place items down, you know? And then there's a lot of other Animal Crossing players who are really against that idea and don't want it to feel too easy. They kind of miss the old ways of Animal Crossing, you know, where you had to do everything by hand, so, you know, no terraforming and stuff like that. And I'd love to know where you folks kind of sit on that side, because it just feels like it's such sort of, you know, everyone has their own different opinion about this particular subject. For me, I think it would be nice to have it as easy as you want, so be able to use the grids and stuff like Happy Home Paradise if you want to, but also, you know, don't discourage people from doing it the traditional way if they want to. I've always thought that with Animal Crossing, people should be able to play the game however they want. So if they want to do things a bit more easily, then I think they should be able to. But if they do want to do things the traditional way, those options should stay in the game. I think there's a way to keep everyone happy. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like you can't keep everyone happy. But you can certainly do things to try and sort of, you know, give options for everyone, basically. Yeah, I really like how this looks now. I'm super pleased with this. I mean, don't get me wrong, it still needs a lot more sort of details, like special items and stuff. Like, even just adding this little bike in here really makes this area feel a little bit more special, you know? There's like a little kind of story to tell here, like who's left their bike here, you know, what's going on? I wouldn't even say this looks kind of run down at the moment, though. It actually looks pretty cozy. Aside from the rust on the fences, it looks pretty cozy to me, I can't lie. I really want to make that used car lot. That is something I'm super excited about. I don't know why. I feel like that's such a random thing to get excited about. But, you know what I mean? It's just when you've got an idea in this game and you actually get excited about it, that's when you know you're having a really good time in Animal Crossing, especially since this game is so kind of based around designing in most of its elements. When you actually come up with a really good idea and you're excited about it, that's when it's time to cook, as they say. And I will say, I know this game relies probably a bit too heavily on the designing and kind of has lost some of the charm of the older games. I still love this game. I think sometimes Animal Crossing games get compared to each other a bit too much. They're all their own experience, and this game, you know, it had a lot to live up to versus Animal Crossing New Leaf. Don't get me wrong, I'm not giving this game a complete free pass for all the stuff it's missing from New Leaf. I do think that it should have had more, but at the same time, is this a bad game? No. I think, you know, a lot of us spent so many hours on this game, like some people have spent like 2,000 hours on this, other people have spent 500,000, some have only spent 200, but even 200 hours on a game like this is a lot, to be honest with you. So that to me does confirm this game was 100% worth the money. You know, games are too expensive nowadays, I will 100% agree on that, but I feel like this is an example of a game that really is worth the money that they charged for it. You get so many hours out of this, so much enjoyment. I really can't fault the game in that aspect. You know, there's plenty to criticize with New Horizons, I will agree with that. But in terms of the sheer amount of content you get out of it, the amount of hours, I think it's great. And don't get me wrong, I have plenty of criticisms for this game. If you've watched my videos, you'll know that I've had plenty of complaints about this game and the things that I wish we would have seen in it and all kinds of different things. But, you know, you can have criticisms about a game and you can also recognize the good things that it has done too. And I can definitely recognize that this game has done a ton of good things. Also, it does not feel like I should be able to go through that gap. That's really weird. That does not feel like it should be a thing. Yeah, okay, well this area isn't done as such. You know, I'm not going to say this area is done, but this area is feeling really good to me now. That's what I will say. I'm really happy with how this is looking. Maybe it just needs a few more sports items. You know, you can get a basketball and a few other things, but it's really coming along, and, you know, I like the progress that we've made on it. One thing that I will just quickly mention is I'm not entirely sure if I will be decorating the beaches. I might try and do something for them, but it'll all be time dependent, because obviously I've only got 30 days to do this. We're on day 16. Decorating the beaches is something I will probably only consider if I've got a lot of extra time, because I want to focus on the island itself looking as good as possible and getting all of that done. So if I feel like I'm struggling to do that, the beaches are not going to be my priority, which I know might disappoint some people if they really want to see me design the beaches, but I just have to do what I can, you know. I can't do everything as much as I wish I could. It's like my house. I'm sure some of you would love to see me design my house, but I just genuinely do not have the time to do that in this game, and that is unfortunate. Don't get me wrong, that does make me a bit sad. I would kind of like to do an interior design for the house, but I just can't. I just don't have the time to do that right now. Oh my gosh, look who it is. Look who has come to admire my work. Hey there, walking buddy. Hey Bob, how's it going? Terra's the perfect size. Too big to see across, but too small for a sea monster to attack. Bob is always talking about mythical creatures. Like, he was talking about the night clowns originally, and now he's talking about a sea monster attacking us. I'm kind of scared. I genuinely do feel like Bob knows something that the rest of us don't, and that does worry me a lot. So, it's really tricky to say what I want to do next. I kind of have two sort of goals for what I can do. I can either start to sort of design that used car lot that I talked about over behind Resident Services, which would be kind of nice, so that I have got a design over that way. Or I could continue designing this part of the island so that I can complete it. However, that is going to take a long time, because we have this sort of massive cliff area which is completely empty, and then we have the villager area where their neighborhood is, and that's obviously going to require a lot of thought. So I think I probably will do the build behind Resident Services next, just because I would like to get some progress in another part of the island. We've got all of this sort of area up to Nook's Cranny and over there complete now, and that's a really good feeling. So if we can just get, you know, a little bit more done in terms of other parts of the island, I think I'll be ready to return to this and maybe do, you know, the full build of doing this village and neighborhood. I think that's personally what we should do after the used car lot. Tackle these villager homes, you know? It won't be the trickiest thing, to be honest with you, because I already have some fun ideas for how I'm going to do them. And I'm really hoping they're going to work out and look nice. But, you know, I've got some ideas, and you've got to start somewhere, so that's where I'm starting. I won't lie to you folks, I did feel really worried about whether I'd actually be able to design something good on this challenge, because it just can be so tricky. And whilst I think I am going to have to compromise a little bit with some of my original ideas, since, you know, I can't move anything and certain things are just kind of stuck the way they are in terms of bridges and inclines and that, I feel more confident now. Now that I've actually done a few builds, I feel a lot more confident about what I can actually achieve, and that's got me really excited to just do more and more with this. And it's going to be incredibly fun for me to see what people think about all of this as well when this full series goes live, because I did upload the very first episode, but I haven't uploaded anything beyond that, so I actually cannot wait to see what people think about it when it's all done, and, you know, what people like about it. I was going to say what people dislike about it, but I don't know if I want to hear that. I'm a sensitive soul. I don't know if I want people to criticize what I've designed with my island. You know, I'm happy for people to give me more ideas. You know, obviously it will be after the challenge is complete, but I can still do more with the island after it's complete. It's just not part of the series. But yeah, I don't think I want any criticisms. I'm not going to lie. You know, I think I would rather people just tell me what they like about it. But yeah, I think that is going to conclude this particular day. Little steps. It is day 16, so we still have plenty of time left, and we've covered this whole area now, which I feel really good about. You know, this area was effectively nothing not that long ago, and look at Bob, he's fishing. What a great way to end off this episode. So yeah, I think the next step, since I've got a lot of the items ready for it, we'll be working on the used car lot, which I am just so excited about. I can't even explain to you how excited I am to create this massive used car lot behind Resident Services. It is going to be absolutely incredible, just mark my words. Hello everyone, and welcome to day number 17 of my no terraforming island. Today we are going to be building something I talked about, I believe, in the last day, yesterday. We are going to be building my sort of used car lot. I'm very excited about this. As you can see, I have prepared a lot of items to make this happen. I'm completely ready to get this going. I don't know if I'll have literally everything, but I'm hoping so. And yes, this will be one of our first builds in this part of the island, really, right next to Resident Services, so that's quite cool. And where would these builds be without the famous fence item? I mean, I would be completely lost without this thing by now, so I'm very grateful that it exists in the game. So yeah, I'm starting to feel very confident about getting everything sort of done in time for this, which is good, Because I think at first I was a little bit worried, you know, a challenge like this can seem very daunting to begin with, and don't get me wrong, it still is quite intimidating in a way, but I think I'm just more excited now about the prospect of actually completing things than I am worried about not completing it, which is the way I should play this. By the way, I know this isn't completely symmetrical, which might bother some people, but it's just the way I've got to do it. So I'm going to kind of fill the used car lot area with this kind of space up here. That's really my goal at the moment. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to have enough resources to actually do this. Like, you need quite a lot of fences to really make this work, for example. So I don't know. I might have to come back and get some more fences to complete this build, but we're starting off with something. You've got to start somewhere, you know, so this is where we're going to start. At the very least, I can create a nice sort of outline to do all the stuff in the middle. It's more like the fences that I'll need to come back for and get more of probably, but I can at least create a nice basis for this to work, which is something I'm excited about. And obviously I've got to leave some gaps as well so that people can actually make their way through. That is an important step. I hope you folks like some of the ideas that I've gone with so far. Since I've decided to do this as just one massive series rather than uploading the parts each and every day, I'll only really be getting feedback for this when the island is completely done, so I have no idea how people are actually going to feel about it, whether they'll like it or not. I mean, obviously I certainly hope that everyone will like it, you know, I'm hoping you will enjoy what I've done. And of course, at the very end, I am actually going to do an island tour maybe. I'm also going to have a dream address, so even if I don't get around to doing the island tour, because I won't promise that, because I can sometimes change my mind with doing videos like that, there will definitely be a dream address. So if you want to visit the island yourself, you will be able to, which is a lot of fun. And I hope you will. I hope you will come and check out this island, because it'd be super fun to see people visit it. And if you want to do your own tours and stuff like that of the island, please feel free to. I would absolutely love to see that sort of thing. Okay, so by the looks of it, we do actually have enough to create the sort of basis here, which is pretty cool. So I won't need to worry about getting more items for this, which is good at least. And yeah, I quite like this. I think this looks quite cool, honestly. I don't know what it is, but designing this sort of area kind of reminds me of Animal Crossing Pocket Camp, because if you folks remember, that was actually a part of Pocket Camp. You had the sort of car lot area with those characters. They were pigeons, I think? I can't quite remember now their names, which I feel really bad about, because yeah, they are Animal Crossing characters. Although Nintendo didn't deem them worthy enough to ever put them in New Horizons, which is quite funny. But yeah, they customized your camper van in Pocket Camp. That was something that I remember very clearly. And I know they had a sort of like used car lot type sort of area. At least I feel like they did in my memory. I know some of you who are watching this are going to comment their names, so I'm going to have to keep an eye out for that. But yeah, definitely giving Pocket Camp vibes right now. Makes me wish we had more of the kind of campers in the game. So I'm trying to create this sort of little area, I guess, where you would buy the cars from, you know, where they would set up their little office and stuff. I have like this sort of kind of very unofficial looking furniture for their office. You know, it's not like a proper operation, if you know what I mean. Like, it's a bit, I don't know the right word for it. It's kind of a seedy operation, you know? It's a bit suspicious. The cars you're getting in here really aren't the best type of cars. You know, really, realistically, you wouldn't want to buy a car from here. But with how much Tom Nook is charging us, this is kind of what a lot of my villagers have to go for. But yeah, ideally, they wouldn't want to buy a car from this place because the sellers are less than reputable, let's just say that. This is actually quite nice for me because, to be honest with you, I've never really gotten to use a lot of these items in the game, which I've always found really sad. I've always wanted to use some of these. They're so good. Like, these car items are amazing, but they've never ever fit in with my island theme, so I've never really had a reason to up until now, which is why it's so great to start up new challenges and stuff like that, because you can really be inspired to do something that you wouldn't have thought to do before, and I love that about this game. Like, I love the fact that I've still got something new to do in Animal Crossing in the year of 2024. That absolutely blows my mind, and I think that's very cool. Also, just slightly changing the subject here, but I actually do a lot of gardening myself, and it's kind of surreal seeing some of the flowers and bushes that I have planted in my own garden in Animal Crossing, like hydrangeas for example. I always think about Animal Crossing when I see my one in my garden. It definitely hasn't grown as fast as the ones in Animal Crossing, you know, it didn't take 3 days. But I don't know, I love that. I love gardening, so I feel like I really enjoy that part of Animal Crossing as well. By the way, I couldn't afford the luxury car, which made me really sad. I just need a ton of Nook miles in order to get, not Nook miles, gosh, that really would take a lot. I need the Pokey, that currency, if I want to be able to get the luxury car. So, yeah, right now that is kind of off the cards, we'll say. That's not going to be happening anytime soon, unfortunately. Now I just need to decide where I'm going to put the bathroom stall. I'm not sure. I think I might actually move... I might move this one around. Yeah, let's put this one over here, so that we're kind of selling these 2 nicer cars, I'll call them, over here. And then we're gonna have the toilet right next to where the offices are, because that's just considerate, I feel like, for whoever works here. I don't know who works here. It's right next to resident services though, so maybe it's Tom, Nook, and Isabel. Maybe they run this used car lot. Yeah, I like that. I feel like this is looking really neat. I would like to do more with this area though. I'd like to kind of add in some rubbish and stuff like that, or garbage, whatever Americans call it. I know the majority of my viewers are Americans, so I was trying to Americanize what I'm saying there. But rubbish is a good word, wouldn't you agree? Even if you're American, wouldn't you agree that the word rubbish is just quite satisfying? It's one of those good British words, you know, rubbish. It's absolutely rubbish, mate. No, I have to say, I'm very pleased with this little area, you know. It's actually been really interesting designing all of this stuff without the use of any custom designs. That is not something that I thought I could do. When I kind of thought to myself, oh, I'm not going to be able to use custom designs, I was honestly pretty worried. So the fact that I have been able to do this, and not only just do it, but actually make something that I think looks quite nice, I'm really happy about that, you know. I think that's great. And hopefully it might inspire a few of you to try doing some designs without custom patterns as well, because I feel like it is something that a lot of us wouldn't feel too confident in. But, you know, if we try something new, you might really like what you come up with. Also, one thing I have noticed is I don't really tend to play this very much at nighttime. I mostly play during the day. I mean, sometimes I do play at night and record at night, and I'll have it set as day, but generally it has been during the daytime. I don't know why that is, because I love playing video games at night. It's kind of therapeutic for me, you know, it just feels really relaxing to be able to kick back at night when no one else is around and just chill with some video games. You know, it feels like you're kind of undisturbed in a way, and I really like that. And Animal Crossing has good vibes at nighttime as well. I miss the nighttime music from Animal Crossing New Leaf so much. I have to say, I never really gelled with the music in this game nearly as much as I did with in New Leaf. I don't know if it's just nostalgia bias. I feel like that is kind of part of it, but I just haven't been able to get into things like that with this game as much, which does make me really sad. Because I used to just sit and listen to the soundtrack to New Leaf so much, honestly. It was so good, it was enjoyable just to listen to on its own. And I don't really feel that way about New Horizons, and that does make me really sad. But, you know, what are you gonna do? Don't get me wrong though, I don't agree with some people who say this game has no good tracks, because that is just fundamentally untrue in my opinion. There are definitely some really good tracks. Like 5 PM is really good in this game, which to be fair, 5 PM is kind of amazing in every Animal Crossing game, but it is definitely good in this game. And there are others too, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I'm sure lots of you in the comments will have thought of some great tracks that you really love. Definitely share some of your favorite Animal Crossing hourly tracks, or just any of the tracks really, because I would love to hear. Now, when it comes to designing, one thing I'm slightly worried about is how to actually form pathways, because you can kind of see I'm trying to craft one here with the trees, and I don't feel like it looks that good. It might look a bit better when I've added some flowers and the bushes have actually grown and stuff, but it's just so hard when you don't actually have the pathways to put down. That is really tricky, and I love the use of custom designs because I just feel like they give such good framing to things, and I don't feel like I have that at the moment, so I have to kind of be really creative somehow. But no, I'm pretty pleased with this area. I think it looks really good. It'll be nice to add in maybe a few more bushes, a few more flowers and stuff like that, but yeah, I like it a lot, and it would be cool when we can kind of do the whole resident services area and try and connect it all. I think that would be really neat. That is something that I'm going to have to try and do very soon, I think. And connect with my house as well. So this whole sort of bit will be done, which will be fantastic. It is actually coming along really nicely. I feel like we are making really good progress. And once again, I'm really happy with this area, especially now that everything has grown. I just feel like this area looks so good. I'm really pleased with this. See, this is kind of a nice little pathway, so I think if I just try and do more of this sort of thing, with the flowers and the bushes and stuff, that'll all look really good. So yeah, it is all coming along very nicely, and you know, I'm quite excited about my prospects. Maybe it would be a nice idea to actually design my house next, because that connects to this area and it kind of connects to up there, so I could actually try and make that a thing. That'd be quite fun. Yeah, I think that's going to be the next build we're going to do actually. We're going to do my house, we're going to do the whole farm area that I've been planning, and that'll be exciting to finally get that done and finally have my house transformed. Hey Bob, how's it going? It's actually fireworks night on my island. I don't really enjoy the sort of festivities as much because I'm so focused on completing this challenge, but I feel like I need to stop sometimes and chat to my best buddy Bob. What's up? I love long walks. They keep your feet entertained. That is some really nice wisdom. By the way, I'm definitely not trying to copy you and be you. This look that I've got on right now is completely unrelated to you, Bob. There is no connection whatsoever. Trust me, I am not trying to steal your identity, I promise. Also, I feel like we haven't talked to Teddy in ages. Hey, Teddy. Don't mind me, I'm just keeping the peace on Terra. I try to do a few patrol jogs every day. You do that, Teddy. You are absolutely incredible. Teddy has quickly turned into one of my favorites on this island, which I never would have guessed. And Cephalobot, he's another great one that I've never had before. Just look at the sky. Mother Nature always picks such on-trend colors for the season. I don't like that though, Cephalobot. On-trend? I feel like that was just unnecessary usage of words there. You could have just said it looks nice. You know, you could have just said the sky looks nice tonight. I don't know why you needed to say the sky looks on trend. I know you're a smug villager, but what does that have to do with being smug? I don't know. I'm a bit confused. Look at all these pretty hybrids we have, by the way. I know I was mentioning this in the last episode, but so many of these have cropped up around the island, and I'm kind of loving that. Oh no. I'm not loving that though. To be fair, I had used that shovel for absolutely ages, but seeing it go is always incredibly disappointing. Another thing I should probably use to decorate is actually some weeds. I know I just got them all dug up from Leaf, but they make great little decorations, because the weeds in this game versus the old Animal Crossing game are actually really nice. They have like little clovers in them and dandelions and stuff. So I feel like I actually do need to get some of those and place them down. They're just as valuable as flowers and other things like that. You know what? One day, I would actually quite like to start doing some different designs on my main island, because I haven't touched Kokomo in such a long time. I have honestly not changed anything about it really significantly in years, and there are certain things that I really don't like about it after all this time. So I honestly feel like I need to do some design videos, or at least some designs in the back of my videos, where I work on Kokomo a little bit. And if you'd like to see that, definitely let me know, because I'm definitely open to doing new islands and new challenges after this one, but I don't want to completely forget my main original island either, you know. I want to be able to still do some fun challenges with that one too. Is this actually drinkable, or is this just for decoration? I'm really curious. Please tell me it is drinkable. Oh, it's kind of a cool item to get, to be fair. I can use that on my island somewhere, but still, I definitely thought that was going to be a drinkable item. Okay, so we're going to conclude this day here. I managed to get some neat stuff done. I'm really happy I got this build done, and now we've got a plan as well for next time, for tomorrow. We're going to work on designing my house. So yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with how things are going. Let me know your thoughts about the design as well. I would love to hear, and I'll catch you for the next day. Hey all, so it is day number 18 on my no terraforming island, and today I am going to be building the little farm area around my house that I mentioned. So I've cleared everything out, aside from this obviously, because this is going to stay. I've grown some trees in preparation, because I want them all fully grown so I can just easily move them all about, you know, when I need to. I've done some bushes as well for the exact same reason. I'm not going to do that with flowers because it'll just take forever to dig them up and then bring them over. I can easily just plant them and see them later, you know, that's fine. But yeah, I kind of like to have the trees fully grown because I want to be able to properly visualize what I'm designing, so that's a good idea, I feel like. So as you can see, I have an absolute ton of items in my inventory, and pretty much all of these are based around the sort of farming idea. Now, I wasn't able to get every item that I would really like to have. On my main island, I have so many farming related items like the tractor and things like that, and the silo, but I haven't really been able to get all of those yet. So I might add to this design later on, but I think just the most important thing here is getting something designed, you know, rather than trying to get all the perfect items for it. I've just got to get something designed. I've got to get my boots off the ground. Okay, so I really don't know where to begin with this. I do like where I put my house though. Honestly, I have no regrets for that at all. I think it's a fairly cute location. I think it works. I also do have some fences which I want to try and use because I can't really do much with trees right around where my house is. In fact, I can't do very much at all right around where my house is, but I want to try and at least do something, you know, to make this look a little bit nicer. And look who has come to sit in the way of progress. How dare you, Drago? How dare you? Move away from here. I don't mind Bob being here. Bob is allowed to be here. Bob is not disturbing me at all. Also, you folks will be happy to know that I'm not going to use the fence item in this, because I know I've used it in every build so far. Don't worry, it is not being used in the actual build. I am not gonna keep using that item literally everywhere. I will take some breaks from it. You are gonna see it more on this island, I will warn you of that, but it's not gonna be used in every single place. Maybe. I haven't actually really used the fences when designing my island at all, to be honest with you. That is something I'm kind of a little bit disappointed in. Obviously, I've still got plenty of time and plenty of builds to do, but I feel like I need to add some more fences up around the island because honestly, they are great. I love this corrugated iron one that I'm using right now. It really fits the vibe, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm just trying to create a nice little sort of yard area, you know. I feel so wrong calling it a yard. That's a very American word, I feel like, so I'm sorry to my British viewers who are watching this and feel slightly betrayed by me using that word. But, you know, it's a good, accurate representation of what I'm trying to design here, I feel like. It really is a yard. It's going to be really cool to have a fully designed house. That is something I am so looking forward to. Well, not the interior, of course, because that is absolutely terrible, and the less we say about that, the better, honestly. But, you know, the outside can at least look very nice, and that's what's important, right? The outside, not the inside. Actually, wait, no, I think it's the other way around. But in Animal Crossing, it's gonna be the outside that's important, okay? I will say, sometimes the limitations of this game really confuse me, like where you can and can't plant certain things. I feel like with a game like New Horizons, which is so based around decorating, they should have made this a little bit easier. Like, look, why can't I put a tree here? I know the reason is because you can't go between this gap, but is that the end of the world? I don't know. I feel like Nintendo did limit us in some very strange ways that they honestly didn't need to, you know? Obviously, New Horizons does take away a lot of the limitations that we had in past games, which I am very happy about. I think that is a great thing. But also at the same time, there are some very strange limitations, which I'm shocked they didn't remove. You know, like being able to put trees next to rivers and stuff. I remember when this game was announced and when we started getting trailers for it and we were all discussing it and everything, I feel like I actually made some videos saying that Nintendo definitely needed to do that, you know, remove some of those limitations, and unfortunately they never did, which does make me really sad. By the way, I know this isn't looking very farm-like yet. I mean, you know, there's some elements, but I know it isn't looking very farmyard yet, but don't worry, I have some cool stuff planned. One of my favorite items in the entire game that I am going to be using a lot with these builds is the wheat field. I don't know why it won't let me put it down though. Okay, let me put it there. Come on, let me place it where I want. There we go, that's better. That looks good. I know New Horizons gets a lot of criticisms, but I feel like some of the new items in this game are just absolutely amazing. No pun intended that I'm literally making a wheat maze here, but you know. Okay, I lied. I'm not making a wheat maze, but I had to kind of come up with a joke there. Also, look at Bob just chilly sitting. Is that the right word? Chilly? Look at Bob being chill, sitting by my trees. That's great. Bob really is one of those villagers that I feel like would just be great to be friends with in real life. Some of the characters in the game would get a little bit irritating. I hate to say it. Like, some of the peppy villagers I feel like could be very irritating. And you would just get a bit fed up of them, let's be honest. But characters like Bob, you know, Bob is just so chill. No one has any beef with Bob, and Bob doesn't have any beef with anyone. Bob would just be a fantastic roommate, I feel like. That's exactly what he would be like. I see Cephalobot up in the corner, and I'm not really sure what to make of him. I don't know if he would be a good roommate or not. I feel like he'd be doing some strange robotic experiments, which might, you know, not be so great, especially at like 4 AM. So maybe not, he wouldn't be a great roommate. I just love some of these items from the 2.0 update so much. They're so good. I mean, just look at these. You really can just make the perfect little farm with some of these items, and I can't tell you how happy that makes me, especially with my main island being a farm core island. Also, look, we've kind of created this little pathway now, which takes us through to the used car lot. I know these two sort of ideas don't really match up very well, you know, the used car lot and then the really nice sort of farm area, but you know, that's kind of what I'm going for on my island. And I wouldn't necessarily say this is going to be a nice farm area. I know it looks pretty cutesy right now, but don't worry, when I can get a chance to add some rubbish to it, I will. Speaking of which, here is an item that I'm kind of using to that effect, which I feel like is a very underutilized item. This is the tank. And no, it is not it is not a tank in the military sense. It is an actual big just container of something. I don't know what is supposed to be in there. My sort of guess is that kind of milk is in there. You know, this is milk is being produced on this farm. I kind of weird in the Animal Crossing world, I guess, because we do have cow villages, but we have the milk containers down here, so that's kind of the idea I'm going for, and I hope it makes sense. Cephalobot has come to admire my work, which is very nice of him, to be honest with you. Thank you, Cephalobot. I'm glad you're appreciating it, since no one else can really appreciate this right now, since it's only me seeing it. Another weird limitation that I wish they had removed is the fact that if you grow too many trees close together, some of them get stunted. And I hated that in Animal Crossing New Leaf. Let me tell you, to me, that was probably the worst feature in the entire game. I just found it so irritating. You know, when I was trying to create really nice sort of neat pathways of trees, and the game would just be like, nope, you can't do that. That was really upsetting. That really hindered my creativity. You know, whilst Animal Crossing New Leaf is an absolutely incredible game, and I love it with all of my heart, don't get me wrong, there were some limitations in that game which were just really bad, and I feel like a lot of people do forget about them. Like, for example, placing the public work projects, which are basically, in case you don't know, you didn't play New Leaf, imagine the items that you put outside. You know, you can just put any item outside. Well, New Leaf had something similar, but it was kind of a set list of maybe like 30 or 40 different things that you could use as town projects. And yeah, you had to walk around the town with Isabelle to get them put down, and she was very, very fussy about where they could be placed sometimes, and that was always a bit of a headache. I never liked that at all. And you had to wait for your villagers to actually suggest the public works projects they wanted to see, and only certain personality types could suggest certain ones. So as you can imagine, if you were trying to get a certain public work project, sometimes you could wait a really, really long time before your villager would actually suggest it and you'd be able to build it, which was very irritating to say the least, and incredibly irritating to say the most. But anyways, enough ranting about Animal Crossing New Leaf, because I truly do love that game. I think it's absolutely incredible. Look at this little pathway. I really like this. I was worried I wouldn't be able to make any pathways, and I just feel like this looks really good. You know, I have to consider the fact that I do want to be able to easily get to resident services, so I'm going to leave a little gap sort of here. But yeah, I like that. I'm not going to continue my farm very far past this, by the way. I don't want it to be an absolutely huge area where I really have to do so much thinking about all the layout and landscaping sort of down here. I'll do something else down here. In fact, I already kind of have an idea of what I might do down here. But for now, we're just going to kind of leave it to where these plants end, because I feel like that is a big enough sort of area for my farm at the moment. And we can always extend it more later on if we want to. Something I would like to ask you folks, and I don't know if I've already asked this in a previous part, I might have done, to be honest with you, but I'm going to ask it again just to remind people if I already did. What is your favorite item in New Horizons? Because there's so many to choose from, there's so many absolutely incredible ones. I'd love to know what your favorite is. I really couldn't tell you what my favorite is. I know I just said it was the wheat field, but I'm kind of being jokey about that, but it's up there. It is up there. I would say for me, probably all the farming related items are my favorites. Like, I absolutely love this. I also love that bus stop item, which is all the way up there, so I'm not going to go see it, but you know the one. The public transportation stop item. That is, mwah, chef's kiss, amazing. What a great item that is. And just generally, there's so many that I absolutely love. But yeah, the farming ones especially, I feel like are so great. Can't complain about them. I never actually intended for my main island to be a farm core island, and in a weird sense, it kind of isn't. It's sort of like a mixture between different themes. I wouldn't say it's particularly one theme or another. Some people have described my island as cottagecore, for example, which I do think is a pretty fair assessment. There's a lot of sort of cottagecore themes and ideas going on there, but I do also like the idea of it being a farm core island. I did put a lot of farming items in. I have a lot of sort of plots for that kind of stuff, you know, gardening plots. So yeah, I would say it is and it isn't, but it probably is more than it is not, if that makes sense. I feel like I just really confused everyone there. Also, I know I've kind of changed things up as this series has gone on, because as I've been editing this, I've kind of decided that I don't want to turn every big build into a speed build, because, to be honest with you, the episodes wouldn't be that long otherwise. I mean, they're not technically going out in an episodic format. I've decided that they're going to go out as one giant part, but each sort of day would not be that long if I decided to, you know, do these as speed builds. Because the rest of the stuff going on my island right now is basically just talking to my villagers, and that's kind of it. Which I know some people do enjoy, so I hope you're not too disappointed that I haven't done a ton of that recently. But also, at the same time, I feel like the most interesting thing, really, is actually getting the island started up and getting it looking good and doing these builds to see if we actually can complete the challenge of building an island with 30 days, which I'm fairly confident that we can. I have really high hopes now that we can do that, and I'm not going to let anything stop me. I'm going to do this. I'm absolutely determined. And I'm really excited at the prospect of actually completing this, because I have tried challenges like this before on some of my live streams and stuff, and yeah, they haven't they haven't been very successful. So I want to finally have a successful one, and I want you folks to be proud of me for completing this. But yeah, this is looking really cool. I'm so excited about this. I did just realize that half of the items I bought to actually do this are just the wheat fields, which is quite funny. So I'm definitely going to have a lot of those up here, which I can't complain about. I do love them. It's just so hard to place certain things. It really is. The game does not make it easy. Like, I feel like, look, like, I want it to place under my feet, but I guess you have to stand in front of where you want it to place, which is It's very irksome. I get that with most items in the game, but when it's one that you can literally walk through, I don't know. I don't like that. It keeps doing it as well. It just won't place it where I want. It won't place it where I want. Gosh, finally, that actually took forever. And I decided after all that I didn't like the placement of it, so go me for doing all of that and it not even being something that I like. But you just can't deny the wheat field is an amazing item and it should be used everywhere. It just should. I do want to make sure that certain parts of my island are kind of more, I don't know the right word, but I want to lead people in the right direction. I don't want people just wandering off the track. I don't want to make my island restrictive, but I do want to kind of guide people. And I feel like the risk of making some of these more natural pathways like these ones is you don't know where to go. Like, do you skip through here? Or do you like go down here, or do you go up here? So I kind of need to use the trees in a way to guide people. And the same with the bushes too. Use all of that to try and guide people. So that's exactly why I do things where I'll like put a bush here, for example. So people can't walk through that little section. They'll instead kind of be forced to go down, and it will take them to resident services, which is where I wanted them to head. Another thing is I've got to get rid of all these flowers that don't match, because I'm not going to be using any of these sort of colors on my island. I'm sticking for kind of the white flowers and maybe a few hybrids here and there, but yeah, I really don't want any of those ones. I changed up the design slightly here because I just really wanted to use this greenhouse box, and I know it's sideways, so I don't know how you would access it, but it looks kind of cool. It looks kind of cool, so I'm not worrying too much about the sort of logistics of how you'd actually access that. I do always say that sometimes you can't worry about how things work functionally in Animal Crossing. It is better just to focus on how it actually looks, because so much of this game is about designing that I think if you got hung up on every little sort of detail like that, it wouldn't make things as enjoyable, in my opinion. So sometimes it's really better just to focus on the pure aesthetics and not using logic, you know? It's like I've done some builds in the past with Terraforming where I've talked about doing kind of more natural designs, and I've had people comment on them being like, well, this isn't natural because the river can't go this way in real life. And I think to myself, well, you are right, don't get me wrong. You are 100% correct that it can't physically do that in real life. But this is a game with talking animals, so something can not be realistic, but still look natural and still look nice. So you don't always have to think about designing from a logical point of view in that kind of sense, you know? I like this, and I think it does make sense. I don't think it's too confusing to get around. I was kind of worried about that, but, you know, I think it's pretty simple. It's definitely not as confusing as my main island, which, funnily enough, is the main criticism I get. And I can definitely agree with people on that. Yeah, my main island is very confusing, so I can't fault anyone for saying that, because yeah, it is. Drago has just been watching me this whole time, by the way, which, you know what, I feel like he's being appreciative of the work I'm doing, so you keep doing that, Drago. I've actually kind of run out of places to put some of the items that I planned for this, which is really strange. I was not expecting that at all. I will say these little farm plots, to me, look so much better when you're able to put some dirt under them, you know, like the items that you get. That is always something that I feel like just looks a lot better. But obviously I can't do that because we have the no terraforming rule, so I have to just have them how they are. Still, I feel like the theme here is well articulated. I feel like you can tell this is a farm. It can be hard sometimes to design things and sort of get the message across, if that makes sense. Like, I really hope a lot of the ideas that I've used on this challenge, or in this challenge I should say, will actually come across and people will, you know what I'm going for. Because I know it's supposed to be a sort of run-down town, and I feel like so far I haven't really accentuated that enough. So I do need to kind of lean into adding some of the more sort of rubbishy items that you get, and also just, you know, doing what I can to really make that theme fit. I guess that's why I put in that tank there, because I feel like that tank looks like it would contain some chemicals or something suspicious. It definitely, you know, there's something not good in there. I know I said it was milk originally, but I've changed my mind on that. I'm gonna go for, it's now like toxic chemical waste. It is kind of funny to me because I'm not the only person who has decided to do a town where things are a bit run down, and I don't know, it's really funny to me, the idea of Animal Crossing players going into this game that is, you know, very relaxing, very chill and lovely, and just kind of making negative real life aspects out of it. That's so great. I've seen so many islands that have just been completely run down, and, you know, this is on purpose. And I just think that's amazing that players have come up with this sort of thing. Like, how ingenious is that? Just to be clear, I'm not saying my island is ingenious whatsoever. I'm 100% not the first person to come up with this at all. I just think so many people are geniuses for how they design their island. And here you've got a nice little place to relax. I know I said I wouldn't work past the little tree line that I was going for, but I kind of changed my mind. I just want to do a little bit down here just to extend the farm theme, because I'm not going to be able to go all the way to the bottom. I especially don't have enough items or trees or anything, but I definitely want to just continue using some of these items I've got. I don't want any of them to go to waste. I think I mentioned this in a few different videos now, or at least I've mentioned it in this series, but I'm actually really into gardening in real life, so the idea of farming actually quite appeals to me a lot, to be honest with you. I really like the idea of just having a farm and being able to, you know, look after the crops and stuff. And I would never probably be able to do it because it's really tough, actually. Apparently it's really tough to be a farmer, and that's super evident by how hard a lot of farmers work. So I don't think I would actually be up to doing it, but I do love the idea of it, and I think a lot of people will agree on them. Okay, so I would say this area, my little house area, is now officially done. Like I said, I'll probably add in a few extra touches just to finish it off, but I'm really happy with how this looks. I'm really pleased with it. I do need to swap out some of the crops for some of the others I got, and I'm not going to do that on screen. I'll probably do it off screen. But yeah, I'm really pleased with it. So now the whole house area is done. We have a pathway leading down here, which will be my next build. I'm very excited for that. And we also have a pathway leading to resident services. I need to add something in here just to finish that little area off. And I'm going to try and close resident services off from the bottom, maybe using a few more fences, just because I really do want to frame this area in a certain way. And then yeah, we obviously have a path leading up here to our used car lot area. So all the designs are feeling really nice at the moment. I'm starting to feel like the island is really coming together nicely, especially this whole sort of side. However, when you do look at the map, you realize that we have the whole left side of resident services where the museum is. We have pretty much every villager neighborhood on the island, and we also have the Able Sisters area to design. So all of those are going to take quite a lot of time to work on. Thankfully, we do still have a decent amount of time, but I'm really going to have to get into gear and do a lot of designing if I want this island to be complete, or at least look as good as I can possibly get it, you know, by the time the 30 days is up. Because I want something really good to show you folks, and I want to be able to upload a dream address that you can all check out and everything. So yeah, I need to do some more builds soon. Got to decide where I want to do next. I really feel like I need to start up this sort of area, to be honest with you, because that'd be a huge chunk designed. So we'll see where I'm going to design next, but yeah, there's more to be done. I'm happy with the progress we're making, so I will catch you for the next day. So it is officially day number 19 on the No Terraforming Island, and today something I really want to start doing is decorating my villager homes. I've done all down here pretty much, so I feel like it's finally time that I started decorating my villager houses, and I want to try and focus really on finishing this entire right side of the island if I can. It's going to be a bit tricky, but when you actually think about it, given how much I've designed over here, there actually isn't that much to do, so I'm pretty confident that I can do it. Now, I really don't have a concrete plan on what I'm going to do here, which I feel like is kind of bad. I usually try and have at least a little something up my sleeve, but I mostly have just gathered a bunch of items, which I'm going to try and show you some of them now. Here you can see I've just got a ton of items that are kind of like garbage. I don't really know the best way of describing them. But yeah, I just want some of my villagers to have very messy front yards, you know. I don't want it to look nice and tidy. I don't want it to look cute. I want it to look messy. I think that's part of my sort of rundown town kind of vibe that I'm going for. You know, the villagers haven't been taking care of things very much, you know. It's really crazy actually to think how much of my island is untouched, because just up here really, I haven't done anything with this since I put down these items really. I've done nothing at all. So it's kind of surreal to come back to this and actually start designing it again. As always, I do want to try and make a little pathway here just to kind of lead up to where Drago's house is. I'm not super confident that I'll be able to design much beyond Drago. Maybe Flora. Flora is up here, so I guess Flora would be possible as well. Bob, on the other hand, I feel like he should be a special build that I save for the end or something. But no, I will probably do Bob alongside these ones, just because, you know, I want it to be all nice and done at the same time. Also, this corrugated iron fencing is the true hero of this series. It really is. Alongside the other fencing that I love, it's absolutely magical. I'm just going to use it for absolutely everything, and no one can stop me. That's the best part. Another problem I'm kind of realizing on the island, which isn't a big deal at all, don't get me wrong, but it's still something I've been thinking about. There's so many flowers that I'm going to have to get rid of, because all these red ones and orange ones, I just don't want them at all. I don't want them around my island. I have no need for them. It's just not the theme that I'm going for or anything like that. So I'm going to have to spend a lot of time at Nook's Cranny getting rid of all this stuff, I think, which will be a little bit annoying, but at the same time, it's just what you got to do in Animal Crossing. There's no easy way of destroying them in New Horizons, unfortunately, because in Animal Crossing New Leaf, you could literally just run over the flowers, which I know some people absolutely hated, because it would just kill them immediately, and sometimes you do it by accident. But for me, I preferred that, to be honest with you. I much preferred that. You can't even, like, pull them up anymore, because you get the heads. So yeah, there's quite a few limitations in New Horizons based around flowers that I wish weren't a thing. I'm still really pleased with this Nook's Cranny build. I mean, it's only been a few days really since I built this, but I don't know, I'm pleased with it. I think it looks good. It maybe doesn't look quite as rundown as I would like. I feel like the custom designs would have really helped accentuate that, you know, some sort of broken stones and all kinds of stuff like that. I mean, custom designs are so amazing, and I'm always in awe of the people who design them. But, you know, we've worked with what we've got here. We don't have access to the custom designs, sadly, which I'm sure a few people watching this will definitely think that I should have just foregone that rule. But I've stuck to it now, and it's kind of provided for an interesting challenge, I think. You know, whilst it would look really cool to have those custom designs, we're doing something even more challenging, and I think it's kind of paying off. Another build I'm going to have to do at some point is the museum. I really am going to have to work on that, because we still got the tent, so I feel like I could do something really cool here, but I'm not entirely sure what yet. I mean, the whole sort of area around resident services is getting designed nicely, so I can maybe try and connect it to that somehow, and that'd probably be a good idea for finishing that sort of portion of the island. By the way, just a little sort of off-topic aside that I wanted to say, I'm super grateful if you've just been watching through this entire thing. I know sometimes it can be difficult to sit through videos that are so long like this one is. I don't know how long this is going to end up being yet, but I'm guessing it's going to be at least a few hours, possibly even longer. And yeah, I'm really grateful that people would want to sit and watch this. Like I said, I did potentially think about just speeding up all of the builds that I did, but then I really wouldn't get a chance to actually give you my thoughts on anything, and I don't feel like that would be as interesting to watch. Of course, if you don't think it's interesting to watch this way, then you can press the speed up button, and I'll never know. Something I've realized, by the way, is I've been kind of stealing trees from different parts of my island, like I've just done, and the big downside to just taking the trees from somewhere else is that leaves these areas without any trees, and it's basically a continuous cycle where I'm stealing trees from one area to put them in another, and then that means I have no trees in certain parts of the island, which is quite funny, to be honest with you. To be fair, for the farm build that I just did, I did, you know, plant tons of trees, so I can't fault myself too much. But also, I'm definitely going to have to plant way more, because I want to, you know, I don't want to run out of trees. Okay, so this neat little pathway is looking pretty good. I'm going to need to sort of accessorize it a bit more with some items and bushes and things like that. But yeah, I like this. Making the pathways is honestly a lot more challenging than I foresaw. I thought it would be really easy because obviously, originally, I had access to custom designs, or at least I thought I was going to. And then when I kind of realized I wasn't allowed to do that, and I have to make pathways naturally, I got very nervous. So I'm glad that they are kind of working out, even if they're not exactly what I originally intended. And another thing I'm definitely going to do is add a ton of weeds around the island as well, because like I said, they're good decorations. I know I got Leaf to remove 1 billion of them for me, but that doesn't mean I can't put some of them back in my own places, you know? So I'm conflicted about where to kind of start Drago's yard. I really don't know to start it before or after that. I think I'm going to start it before. He's going to have quite a small yard, and that's probably actually going to help me quite a lot in terms of decorating, so that's a big bonus. Also, another sort of comment that I wanted to ask you folks that you can, comment down below as you're listening to this, maybe leave a timestamp. How much do you still play Animal Crossing New Horizons? Do you play it every day? Is it something that you maybe only check in once a week, or do you not play it at all anymore? Because I know that there are all types of people out there who play it in different rates at this point. Obviously we were all playing it so continuously back in 2020 and 2021, especially when the 2.0 update came out. I mean, we were just all so excited. But yeah, in 2024, it's so long removed from the game releasing. I am really curious about how often people are actually still playing this. Because whilst I do still love to play it myself, I definitely don't play on my main island every single day. This is the most I've been playing for quite a while, to be honest with you, and it has actually really rejuvenated how much I enjoy playing the game. Just doing something totally new like this challenge has gotten me really into playing again, and I feel like a lot of people could benefit by doing a sort of new challenge or new playthrough at least. I think the problem is a lot of people have just played Animal Crossing New Horizons so much that they've ran out of things to do, which I completely understand, and that's why I'll always suggest doing something like this, because it can just give you a new sort of perspective on the game that I feel like is really important. I do understand that a lot of people don't want to reset, and I'm very, very lucky because I actually have a second Switch, which I did get for content creation mostly, like this. And I understand a lot of people can't do that, which is such a shame that Nintendo decided to design it this way, because I feel like the game would have had so much more life in it if people could reset their islands and just keep the original ones somehow, or just have multiple islands. That would be the solution, really, wouldn't it? That would have encouraged people to keep playing this game for years and years, and I feel like they really missed out by not making that a thing. I know there is an argument from some people who kind of think Nintendo did this to try and sell more Switches, and I'm not trying to defend Nintendo here, but I genuinely don't think they did that, just because it's not really a good idea. I don't think the majority of people out there would buy a second Switch just to play Animal Crossing. More the dedicated fans would, like some of us, who really love this game, we would do it, but I don't think the average player would actually do that. So I don't think that was Nintendo's purposeful strategy, even though that did kind of work out for them in a sense. I think unfortunately the truth is it has more to do with how they've designed their cloud systems and things like that. They just don't really seem to be the best, to be honest with you, which is a shame for a company like Nintendo, which is obviously such a massive company. You kind of wish they'd do a little bit better with some of this stuff. But yeah, I wish there was a way for people to have second islands, because I just feel like we would see such an uptick of active players again. Everyone would feel so encouraged to try out all these different challenges which have popped up over the years and restart their islands and just begin afresh and see how much the game actually has to offer still to this day. Because, this game does actually have a lot of content in it. And that is something I will always kind of stand by. I do think that New Horizons has plenty of play value. So allow people to create new islands in 2024, and I think even more people will start to realize that. I do also really appreciate the fact that, a lot of you do not play Animal Crossing New Horizons actively anymore, but you still tune into my videos. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you. I know so many of you are excited about the prospect of a new Animal Crossing game, or just some kind of game-related Animal Crossing announcement on the next console, and I promise you, the second they announce anything, I will let you know. You will not miss it, because I will let you know. You know, Nintendo comes out with lots of interesting Animal Crossing announcements that I feel like a lot of people miss. But the next game announcement is obviously going to be the one that everyone is going to be so excited about. So I will make sure that you don't miss it. Don't worry. I can't believe that tomorrow will mark 10 days left until this challenge is over. That is actually quite mind-blowing to me, and also a little bit terrifying, because that means I've really got to get myself into gear to try and finish some of the bigger builds off, and I'm a little bit nervous about them. You know, I'm excited at the same time because I'm really looking forward to doing some of them, like the island entrance. I know I kind of said in the past I wasn't looking forward to it, but I've changed my mind. I'm looking forward to it. But I am still definitely, you know, nervous about how difficult it is going to be. Also, aside from the corrugated fence, I would have to say that Drago's yard really isn't that bad. You know, I know I kind of said I was going for the rundown theme, but I don't think it's that rundown, really, you know? I feel like Drago would kind of have his own little vegetable plot, you know? He seems like he would do that sort of thing. So I might actually kind of focus more on that. Because rural town core doesn't mean everything has to be, you know, run down necessarily. You can have some sort of, you know, nice rustic bits as well. So I feel like having a nice little farm plot for him is kind of a good idea. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Oh gosh, it's so annoying that you can't plant things in certain spaces around houses. It just, it makes life really difficult. But yeah, look at that. That's kind of cute in a way. It's very, very simplistic, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of cute. We gotta give him a bin, you know. He's gotta have one. Maybe not there, because that's kind of blocking us from getting around. I forgot we've got such limited space. Okay, we're gonna have to move the bin. Where should we put the bin? I'm gonna put it outside his house, actually, because I guess that kind of makes more sense. That he would sort of, you know, put the bin out there. He's sat down to admire our work, which is very, very nice of him. Thank you so much, Drago. Also, this is a fun little design trick that I like. Kind of stacking things just to make them look a bit more interesting like this, you know? I really like doing stuff like that. I feel like you can do so many creative things with the items in this game. Okay, so he's got a little farm plot up there. I think I kind of want to give him one over here as well. I think that would be kind of a neat idea. The one thing I'm going to forever be unhappy with about this island is the fact you have to take this long pathway back here just to be able to get to this part of the island because of how the river goes. It is so frustrating. I really wish it wasn't the case. I mean, at least you can easily get up to this part of the island from Able Sisters and such. But it just makes the villagers over here feel so isolated, you know? And that's really sad. I mean, I haven't been over to, I think this house belongs to Cephalobot? Yes. I haven't been over to his house in so long, because it's just so difficult. And it'd be so easy if we could have a bridge there or something. But the game has absolutely deprived us of that, which is such a shame. I mean, look, you just can't. I mean, I could add a ladder, actually, to be fair. That is a good point I didn't actually think about. Why didn't I think about that? I could add a ladder. I could add a ladder kit. What am I feel crazy right now because I could actually just add a ladder kit and that would solve so many problems and I just didn't even think about that at all. Okay, wow, nice. You know what, that's a very good point. Why am I not using more of the ladders around the island? Or just vines, genuinely. Like, why am I not doing that? It'd make things so much easier for people when they come to visit. I've got to do that. I have to do that. Well, if you folks ever feel dumb, just remember that I completely forgot one of these items existed, and Animal Crossing is literally my job. So, go me. What's even worse is that I'm fairly confident I have actually mentioned the ladders and vines and stuff in this series before. So the fact that I just forgot about them that quickly is just a testament to how my brain is running, honestly. Okay, I feel like I'm going to run out of crops before I can actually finish this little build off, which is very frustrating. But we can actually wait. I just realized something. I can get carrots from my own island and I can replant them in the ground. Genius. I'm a genius. See, Drago's farm isn't quite on the level of mine. It's more just like his little private personal farm, you know, where he just grows whatever he wants, basically. You know, it's nothing too serious going on here at Drago's farm. He's just doing it for himself, basically. Whereas my character's farm is more like an actual big kind of operation, you know. Not that I'm trying to flex on Drago right now or anything like that, but you know, it's true. It's the truth. I honestly I can't believe how many things I forget that you can do in this game. It has been a while since the 2.0 update came out, so I will forgive myself slightly, but still, forgetting that you can just plant the crops and forgetting that ladders existed, I mean, oh dear. Also, I don't know about anyone else, but who here just absolutely loves playing the game in the evening time? That for me is the absolute best time to play New Horizons. It just looks so good, and I feel that way about every Animal Crossing. I generally always try to play around sort of 5 PM. That's kind of my favorite time to play if I can, or I'll set the clocks that time. I just think there's something so relaxing about it at that sort of point, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just kind of like the idea of winding down for the day or something like that. But yeah, it is really magical to me. Okay, well, Drago's house took a little bit longer than I was initially expecting, but I do think it looks really cool. I'm very happy with it. You know, it's pretty simplistic. I haven't really done a ton here, but, you know, I think sometimes these builds don't need to have a ton to them, really. They can just be very simple, use a few items, and kind of make them look neat. I think I'm probably going to continue my trend of using the fences along the back of here, maybe, just to kind of build something interesting. We'll have to see. I'm conflicted on whether to actually do that because I've used those fence items so much, but you know, they have kind of been the MVPs for me, so I'm not sure I can abandon them just yet. As for the secret beach, I do have a plan for it, but I'm actually considering doing it off camera so that you folks can have a little surprise when you come to the island. I think that would be a lot more fun than me just showing it off. One thing I'm definitely not going to do this island is try and fill in every little space like I did on my main island. I don't really care if flowers grow wild on this or if weeds grow wild, you know, that's fine by me. I really don't feel the need to fill in every little space. I think it looks better this way. Okay, so that is Drago's house done, and it took me a lot longer than I thought it was going to. I think honestly, a lot of this was just having to design the pathway leading up here as well. That took a little bit of time. So yeah, I'm probably going to end today off here. I'm feeling pretty tired, so I think I kind of want to move on, you know, and try the next build tomorrow. I'm definitely going to do Flora and try and do Bob as well. I think that's probably quite realistic. I've still got a lot of the items I want to use. I just need more bushes and stuff like that. So yeah, I feel like I can do their houses next, and that's kind of where I'm going to go to. So thanks for joining me for day 19. I will see you next for day 20. It is day number 20, and I can't believe we're here. We have 10 days left until this challenge is officially over, which just feels so crazy. And I have done a few things off screen to just get a little bit of progress, but nothing major, I promise. So I basically just created this little pathway leading over to this section of the island. It's very minimalist, it's pretty much just the exact same as the other pathways I've done. Just because I didn't really feel like doing this on screen. I wanted to just get a little bit of progress off screen before I do some of the more major builds. You know, it wasn't that interesting, it's pretty much the same as everything else I've been doing. So yeah, that's a thing now. I do have some vines around the island as well, so people can easily get to these parts of the island. I remembered to do that. And yeah, we will definitely be working on this sort of section in a bit as well. Probably not today, but soon, hopefully. But yeah, I'm glad I've got these little pathways to kind of connect the areas together. It feels like a lot of this area is fully decorated now. And of course, yesterday we did this build, which was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. But today is all about doing Flora's house and also Bob's house as well. And as you can see, I've grown a ton of trees so we can get that done. I've grown so many bushes. And Bob is just so excited to see me decorate his house. And I'm so excited to decorate his house. So that is going to be the focus of today. We're going to try and get this whole area up here decorated. and that should be a lot of fun. I've got some ideas already for what I want to do. It's going to be pretty similar to what I did with Drago, to be fair. Maybe less kind of emphasis on the farming side of things, but still, I'm going to be using a lot of the same sort of ideas that I've previously used, just so I can keep things consistent for myself. Still, 10 days left, I'm feeling pretty confident about being able to actually finish this. I will say there is a few things that I'm a bit iffy on, like kind of the edges of these cliffs. I don't know what I'm going to do with them because it's such limited space, and obviously I can't terraform to really fix that up. So yeah, there's definitely a few things that I'm a little bit iffy on at the moment. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to hopefully do something. I don't know. Maybe I won't do anything with those areas, to be fair. We'll just have to wait and see. But if I can, I will. I do want to try and decorate as much of the island as I possibly can, but I think generally my focus is going to be on getting all of the main bits that people will actually be exploring done. That's kind of what's most important to me, I would say. As I said in sort of a previous kind of episode or day, whatever you want to call it, I'm not intending upon decorating literally every single inch of the island just because it wouldn't really be realistic for me to do that. So I'm just going to decorate as much as I can. I don't really know if I like what I'm going for here, to be honest with you. I'm not fully confident in the idea of using the fences like this, but I don't really know how else to kind of frame her yard. So I think this is what I'm going to go for, to be honest. For these kind of villager house ideas, I do have stuff in mind, but I wouldn't necessarily say I've planned it all out. It's very much kind of, you know, winging it and doing it as I go along. I don't feel like I could really do it any other way aside from this. I'm just not that good at designing. I know some people are incredibly thoughtful with how they design stuff, and I wish that could be me, but unfortunately that is not me. And we have a big area to fill out as well, so this is going to be quite tricky, to be honest with you. I will say I'm glad I made this the neighborhood area. I think that was probably the best call. I don't really know what else I would have done with this massive area aside from, you know, maybe putting a building here or something. And even then, I just don't know how I'd fill that out. So at least with it sort of being a villager area, I can try and utilize the space the best I can by theming it around their houses. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I don't feel like I've always been able to stick to the theme 100% of kind of the rundown town. Some of it actually does look quite nice, to be honest with you, so it has been tricky to really truly stick to that theme. I'm doing my best, but I think sometimes you have to take creative liberties just because there's only so much you can do, really. Also, I will say the way I'm decorating this island is just so different from my main island. It's taught me a lot of lessons because, to be honest with you, there's a lot of things on this island that I would never do on my main island design-wise. You know, mostly because I'm very fussy about how I design stuff, so I talk myself out of doing a lot of things. But because on this island I'm working with a lot less and I'm a lot more limited, I've kind of had to try a lot of new things that I never would have tried before in terms of designing. And that has been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed that, and, you know, I feel like that's kind of something I can take with me when designing my main island, or designing my island for the next Animal Crossing game. I feel like I've actually learnt a lot here. But okay, her sort of yard area is kind of framed pretty nicely now. You know, it's maybe not exactly how I'd like it, but, you know, you've got these nice little pathways down to Bob, and I've got a little idea for what I'm going to put just before Bob's house. But I feel like that's pretty decent. Now we need to actually put in some of the items. By the way, I am probably going to kick her out and replace her with someone else, so if you feel like the theming around here just doesn't suit Flora, don't worry about that, because, yeah, she's not sticking around, I'm sorry. Just to be clear, I like Flora. I have nothing against Flora whatsoever, but I just don't really think she suits the island. I wanted this sort of house to have a kind of almost like construction theme, not exactly, but, you know, have a lot of the sort of, like, they do a lot of work, you know, they do a lot of DIY work at home. I guess that's kind of the vibe I'm going for this villager's house. I was thinking about maybe inviting my very good friend Dobie to the island. I think he would be a great contender. We only really have Rolf as our cranky villager, and he is definitely not staying. So yeah, I feel like Dobie could be a really good addition, and he would fit in nicely with this sort of part of the island. He could live right next to Bob, I'd like that. By the way, I definitely intend upon adding more items to this island later on, so the builds aren't necessarily 100% finished the way they are. I will be sort of adding to them more and more as time goes by. But right now, I don't have a ton of bells, so I'm basically just working with what I've got for the moment. But when I do get more bells and I get more Nook miles, I will add to these builds a little bit more. And, you know, just improve them with small details and such, because, yeah, there's really only so much I can do when it comes to sort of filling these out. And obviously I can only fit so many items in my inventory at the moment as well. I don't have an upgraded house either. So yeah, Dobie's house is looking pretty decent so far. I feel like this area here is pretty empty, but it's such a big space. I really don't know what to put there. I feel like if I just dump items down here, it's going to look really random. So I might think on that a bit more later. I kind of want to focus on one thing at a time here and just, you know, try and get some more designing done. As I've said, I really want to be able to actually finish this challenge with a decent looking island, so if that means I do sometimes have to kind of ignore the smaller details for a little bit and just focus on getting the bulk of designing done, then that's what I'm going to do, because if I can, I will come back and add more details later on. I just feel like getting the big builds, you know, done is quite important. Especially since we're coming up to Bob's house, which is such an important one. Now, I really didn't think about how I was going to theme his house, to be honest with you, because I just don't know. I kind of have some ideas, so I'm going to have to try and experiment a little bit, I think, and see what I can do to make Bob's house look nice. I do definitely have to remove all these bushes from his house, though, because they have absolutely taken over. So I think for Bob's house, the idea that I really want to go with is kind of like sloppy, you know. Bob is a lazy villager at the end of the day, so he's the type of person, or cat I guess, who would leave just a bunch of stuff out in his yard, you know. He's got a sofa to chill out there, he's got, you know, loads of like toy boxes and stuff around, because obviously he's a lazy villager, he loves that kind of stuff. I just feel like, you know, he really doesn't take care of his yard. I mean, we've got Drago, who does a lot of farming and stuff, so, you know, his yard's a bit rustic, and the same for Dobie. Like, his yard isn't, you know, manicured or anything like that, but, you know, it's still nice. But Bob's yard, on the other hand, I feel like that's really one that has kind of got to be more on the, yeah, like, the lazy villager side, you know, kind of sloppy. Also, I'm really going to have to start planting more trees, because I'm starting to run out of trees on my island, which is a little bit concerning. So I'm going to have to go on a mass tree planting spree if I want to be able to have trees for future builds, because right now I'm just basically stealing them from different parts of my island, and that's just not going to cut it forever. Okay, so kind of a fun idea I had for the area above where Bob lives, which is still just important, you know. I know Bob is really important, but the rest of the island's important too. It's going to be like a little sort of, not a park, but you know, I'm kind of using some of those items that they describe as park. For example, we have the park fountain. That's something I'm going to be using for this little area. I just wanted to be able to kind of, you know, use that kind of stuff in some way, and I feel like this is a good place to use that. Again, sometimes it really is just about filling out the spaces the best you can. There's not always the absolute best solution for everything. Not everything is going to look perfect, but I'm certainly going to try to make things look as nice as I can. Also, a little design tip that I do want to give people is I love asymmetry in this game. I don't like it when things look too perfect and too symmetrical. You know, I really used to love that sort of thing, and I do think in some builds it can look cool, but in real life you notice just practically nothing is. And that's what I feel like helps kind of elevate some builds when you sort of make it look a bit more random. It makes it seem a little bit more realistic. And I don't mean realistic as in, you know, a real world kind of way necessarily, even though, you know, like I said, it does kind of happen in the real world. I just mean, I don't know, it makes the island feel a bit more lived in, I suppose is the word I'm looking for. Although I will say I have kind of been doing the same sort of little strategies for all of these builds, so I guess it's kind of symmetrical in a way. It's not that's not really the word, but you know what I mean. Like, look at this bush trail. It's quite funny how sort of perfectly matched up it is. I didn't want to get into the habit of doing that sort of thing, but to be honest with you, this build here has probably been the hardest one so far. I am struggling to fill this area out. So, you know, again, I'm just going to say it. I've got to do what I've got to do. I was going to put the retro transportation stop here, but then I decided I wanted to put it on that other little pathway because I didn't really thought it'd make any sense to have a sort of retro transportation stop here, you know, unless it's just exclusively for Bob, which would be fair, to be honest. That would be completely fair. I forgot that I've got to do down here as well. I really don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'm probably going to fill some of those areas with just trees. Because what else am I supposed to do? You know, if you folks have any ideas, I would say leave them down in the comments section, but it'll be too late. This series will already be over. If you have any ideas, you know, you can still, of course, share them. Unfortunately, I won't be able to use them at that point, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I don't know. I'm probably just doubting myself a bit too much at the moment, but to me, this very much feels like an unfinished build, which is quite sad. I don't want it to feel that way, but it's been a really tricky one. There's just so much space here, and I think trying to work that all out can be really difficult. And you know, I'm not complaining because I am actually enjoying doing this, and I do like the challenge. But yeah, this has definitely been the most difficult build so far, by quite a ways as well. I'm doing okay though. I'm doing okay. I've got my Bob outfit on and I'm designing Bob's house. So, you know, what more could I ask for really? I think it's this little area here that's really bothering me. It's kind of hard to do the trees because of how this goes. So, yeah, it's just a little bit irritating. I'm really having to go on these very sort of deep hunts now to try and find trees around my island because I've just taken them all. I think literally all of the cedar trees that were originally planted have been moved to a different spot, which is quite funny. I don't know why I just haven't planted more. I'm going to do that off screen. I'm going to plant a ton of trees and just have a massive tree farm that I can use. I also need to get some better items to do cooking with, really. Hey Teddy, how's it going? I feel like I need to chat to you. It's been a while. Long time no see, Groof. You're looking strong. You've been working out. What a coincidence. So have I. How are you doing, Teddy? Hey, is it weight training time? Okay, stop talking about working out for a minute. Have you seen all the stuff that Nook's Cranny's selling? What a seriously swole inventory? I wonder if they'll ever go global. I mean, they pretty much are global, really. You know, Nook's Cranny is in every copy of Animal Crossing, and Animal Crossing is a global game. So, yeah, Nook's Cranny has gone global. Teddy's very wise. There is something quite funny, honestly, about just sticking to this same design idea again and again and again. I don't know what it is, I just love it. I love how it looks when you do the bushes like that. I think it's great. And I can't tell you why I think that. Probably people are going to probably see my island and look at this and be like, why has he done that same thing so much? But I just enjoy it, okay? It makes me happy. It's satisfying to me somehow. And I don't know, I think it frames things in quite nicely. I'm gonna keep doing it, look. I literally can't stop myself. I just keep doing this. It just works out. Like it all lines up perfectly for me to do this. You know, I guess it's still a town at the end of the day. It's not like the most natural place, so I guess logically you can kind of assume they would do some landscaping and stuff like that. So that's kind of the pass I'm giving myself right now. It's a town. They would do landscaping, so I don't need to worry about using the same ideas again and again. Also, it's my build, so I'm just gonna do it, you know, I'm gonna do whatever I want. Okay, so I framed it nicely, now it's just about finding the right places for the items. I do have some ideas already. Sadly, the only sloppy item I could find is this sloppy sink, and I don't know why Bob would have this outside his house. I guess he's just kind of thrown it out, maybe. I really don't know, but you know, it goes with the theme, so I'm keeping with it. And we can use these decorative bottles to kind of emphasize that kind of idea. Also, since Bob is a cat, I figured he would 100% have some fish by his house. And that is exactly what I've gotten. I've gotten these fish containers, and yeah, that's exactly what Bob has gotten. It's kind of making him look like a like a chef, kind of. He's got the kitchen outside, and he's got the little fish thing. But in reality, he's no chef. He's just he's just put a bunch of junk outside his house. I am gonna give him one nice thing though, because obviously, you know, I love Bob. I'm gonna give him this little bench, just so he's got a nice sort of area to sit in, because he deserves that. He deserves to have somewhere nice and relaxing to sit down in. Again, I feel like custom designs would really help elevate some of this sort of stuff, but it's just one of those things, really. I wish I could have them, but we can't, so that's that. Oh, something that might fill out this area a bit nicely is my construction scaffolding. I forgot that I have a little bit of that, so I can kind of put some of this down here to make it look like they're kind of working on that area. And that kind of fills out the pathway a bit more. Also, look, Teddy's enjoying it. Teddy likes it. What do you think? Did you have lunch? I did. You come up with your play for the Happy Home Academy yet? No, I have done absolutely nothing with my house. Look at what I've done around the island. Talk about that. Come on, Teddy. Okay, I'm a lot happier with that section now. It's crazy how one item can actually make quite a big difference. And as I said, I do want to add a ton more items as well, just to really fill these areas out, because that'll be cool. Ooh, okay, so yeah, I want to give him this clothesline. I think I'm going to put that like over here, possibly. That could look quite nice. No, I don't want the... I do want to use that, but I don't want to put that down just yet. It's kind of hard finding all the items in your inventory, you know? Part of me wishes they didn't have the leaf icon, just because it would be so much easier to find certain things. But also the leaf icon is so iconic to Animal Crossing that I feel like it would be absolutely wrong to take that away. So, yeah, I don't actually want that gone, just to be clear. It's an icon of Animal Crossing. It can't go. Maybe if, you know, maybe you could have a toggle for it, so you could turn that on if you wanted to, or you could keep the leaf. That would be quite nice. He's also got some milk because he's a cat, so, you know, nothing else needs saying, really. I don't know why, it's just kind of funny, the idea of having the outdoor air conditioner here. I just like that for some weird reason. I almost imagine it like Bob has put that there to try and dry his clothes faster, which is quite a funny concept. I don't really know why I got this document stack, because it's not like Bob is really reading. I just, you know, wanted to illustrate the idea that he's kind of just leaving stuff around. It is really hard to kind of make it look natural when you're trying to make it look all kind of rubbishy and stuff like that. I, you know, have to think about how Bob would actually, you know, leave his yard. I have to get into the mind of Bob. I'm basically doing a sort of psychological analysis on him, which I have been doing for years, obviously, because he is my best friend in Animal Crossing. I like that, though. I think this honestly looks pretty good. It's very simplistic. I use mostly just kind of small items here, but I like it. I think it looks quite cute, you know, and it makes sense. It makes sense for Bob. I just need to get some of the other sloppy items, and I feel like this would be perfect. Like this bench, I should probably replace this with like a sofa, the sloppy sofa. That'd be great. And I do want to use up all these items as well, so I feel like I can... Hey, why are you so sad? What's wrong? So many untied shoes, so little time. Someone's got to do something, and it might as well be me. Just think about all those feet tripping over loose laces. But hardly anyone around here wears shoes. How can I help learn to tie shoelaces? I can't help it if I can't tie. Aw, that's really sad. You can tie my shoes. You can tie my shoes. That's fine. Hey, I wear shoes. What was that about? I'm so confused, because usually they're upset when they have like an argument with a villager. But what was the argument about? Being able to tie shoes? You are strange, Drago. You are a little bit strange. Yeah, this area is really cute now. I'm super happy with this. I managed to use the majority of the items as well. I feel like maybe I could add in a few more though. Like, I've been wanting to put this item down for so long. So there we go. We finally got the donation box down. And it's locked, which is quite funny. But yeah, I'm really happy with this. I can't believe this area is now effectively done. Like, I know I'm going to have to come in and add a few more flowers, and add a few more items just to fill this out. And of course, move Flora out and move Dobie in. But wow, it feels surreal to actually have such a big chunk of the island fully designed. So, if we look on our map, almost the entire right side of the island is designed now. I just have to finish where Sasha's house is, and also that really sort of big area as well. And I have no idea what I'm going to do for the big area. To be honest with you, I have zero idea. However, I do know what I'm going to do for Sasha's house, so that is something I'm going to have to do very, very soon. But yeah, we really are getting there now. We're getting there. Almost the whole left side of the island is complete, which makes me very, very happy. That's why I definitely want to get around to finishing off that section tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish off the big island area. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do anything there at all, to be honest with you. Just purely because it's such a massive space, and I don't know what to put there. I have no buildings left to put down. I have no anything really to put there. I'm going to have to come up with a unique idea, and I really don't know what that is. So I'm going to have a think about that off screen. But yeah, I am definitely looking forward to doing Sasha's house, because I already have a cool idea for that. And also this sort of little area down here as well, just to round off this part of the island. It's going to be fun. So I will see you for tomorrow and another exciting build. We are here on day 21, and I have done quite a bit of fun stuff off screen. Nothing major as usual, just, you know, filling in some of the areas that I don't really have major build ideas for. So, coming up here, this sort of big bit of the island, right in the sort of bottom right corner that I told you about that I have no ideas for, I have managed to make a nice little pathway through here. So it's very restrictive, you can't kind of wander off the track, which is exactly how I wanted it to be, because, you know, I don't want to have to design all those empty bits up there, so you can't see them, that's good. And yeah, you can basically head up here, and there's kind of just another pathway up here and nothing up here. So I need to actually do a build up here in the middle of this, but I don't know what that is going to be. I have genuinely no idea whatsoever yet, so stay tuned for that, because I don't know, but I basically filled it out. I know it looks like I've done a ton here, but it was mostly just planting trees and putting down bushes. That is pretty much the bulk of what I've done with these pathways. It's nothing too much, but yeah, I'm glad I finally got this done, because, you know, it was something I was quite worrying about. So having this area mostly filled up for now is decent. Back down here, I've started creating a little pathway just to this part of the island where Sasha's house is, because that is where we are doing today's build, which I'm very excited about. So I already know exactly what I'm going to do for Sasha's house, and it's kind of continuing on from along here. I'm going to turn Sasha's house into a fish market. Now you might be thinking to yourself, why? Why would you do that? Well, basically, the reason why I want to do that is because Sasha kind of lives by the sea, and also on my main island, Sasha lives by the sea. So my sort of idea really is to try and give Sasha a very sort of sea-themed house, and that is pretty much all there is to it. You know, there's not a ton of logic behind this. I just wanted to have like a fish market on the island, so I had to figure out how would be the best way of doing that, and I think I figured it out, so that's great, we can do it. Once again, I am using my most overused item ever, the beautiful fence item, which I am just going to use for the rest of time. You can't stop me, I'm sorry, I love this item. I don't care if it's literally everywhere on my island, I'm going to be using it, and it's going to be perfect. This really isn't going to be the most major build, but I kind of just wanted to use this episode more as an opportunity to show you folks that I have basically finally finished this side of my island. I guess it's technically not all done. If you were to cut it in the middle, it wouldn't be completely done, because I need to do where, I can't remember who lives there now, where Rolf and also, Rolf and who lives there? Rolf and Daisy. So where Daisy and Rolf live, I need to do their little bit, and then it would technically be the whole half of this island, the right half would actually be fully done. So that is really exciting. I guess I do still need to finish that bit up there as well. Gosh darn it. But yeah, I've gotten tons of these fish-related items just to, you know, really accentuate what we're trying to theme here, which is a lot of fun. So yeah, I've got some neat ideas for how I want this to look. I can't really explain to you why, but I just love some of these fish-related items so much. I feel like there's an even bigger stack of crates that you can get somewhere. I just couldn't find them at all, which was really disappointing. So I'm hoping that maybe I'll be able to find them later on and add them in, because yeah, I did feel like I was slightly missing out a little bit by not having all the items available. But like I've said in previous days, I'm just trying to finish what I can. You know, not everything's going to be perfect right away, but I'm going to do my best. And I'm still using the same old tricks as well of how I stack these items up, which I just find quite funny. I really have relied on certain lifelines when designing, and you know what? I'm happy about that. I feel like I've used my own little kind of style to get things done, and I think that's pretty cool. It's not the most bustling market, I suppose. It's pretty, you know, it's pretty standard stuff. It's nothing too crazy is going on here. But you know, it's a small island, it's a small little town, so you can't expect too much from this little market. Okay, so things are looking pretty good. I kind of wasn't expecting to have finished the bulk of this so quickly, to be honest with you. I guess it really is quite a small build when you consider the fact that Sasha's house is just off in this little part of the island. So there really isn't that much to do here. But still, I don't know, I thought it was going to be a bigger build. It's probably quite good, to be honest with you, because I don't actually have a ton of time to record today, which is frustrating given we have less than 10 days now, but I'm really happy with the progress I've managed to make off screen as well. I maybe do regret not showing some of this stuff on screen, but I wasn't actually able to record at the time that I did all of it. I wasn't able to go up to the mic and stuff like that, so sometimes there just isn't the opportunity to record even when I'd like to. But I always make sure that you folks don't miss out on everything I've done. You know, I want to keep you up to speed with everything regardless. Also, I want you to take a look at how few bells I have at the moment. It is actually diabolical how little I have. I have 900 bells. I don't know what's happened. I really need to do something with turnips again. But yeah, if I want to be able to finish this island and design stuff nicely, I'm really going to have to get a lot of turnips off screen, because things are so expensive in this game. I didn't really realize it on my main save file just because of how much money I've got on there. But yeah, you soon learn that you can easily run out of money when you don't have it. Another thing that I definitely need to do is clear up my island a little bit, because there are definitely way too many random flowers just lying around, like red and orange flowers that I'm never going to use. So I need to take some time at some point to clear all of those up. That's definitely something to do off screen. I'm not gonna bore you with doing that on camera. Another build I would like to do quite soon, and I'm very tempted to do next, maybe after I've finished the whole sort of right side, of the island, I want to do the museum, because I have some fun ideas and I think there's a lot of good items that would work well here. So that's a build I definitely need to do. You know, it's really the first thing I placed on the island, so I feel like I have to do a build with it. And the cool thing about doing a build with a museum is that really will take up a whole day to do. It'll take quite a long time if I want it to look really nice. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think one problem I have kind of faced when designing this island is I have kind of had to use some of the same items again and again, when maybe I would have liked to have a little bit more variety. I think a good example of this is the corrugated iron fences. You know, I feel like there is times that I really would have liked to have used something different, but I wasn't able to. And that's just an unfortunate effect of really not having access to a ton of different things, because I've only got 30 days to do this. So even if I time travel a ton, which I have tried to do, there's really only so much you can do to get different items in this game. You know, it's not as easy as it might seem. I think because on my main file, you know, I'd been playing it since the game launched, it really felt like it wasn't going to be a struggle to get all these different items, and I'd just be able to have so much freedom with how I decorated. But I think I easily forgot that that file had been there since 2020. You know, it'd been there over every update in the game. So, of course, it wasn't as easy to get everything. Still, I think, given the limitations, I am doing a decent job. You know, I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but I'm pretty pleased with what I have been able to achieve so far. And it is honestly really surreal to think that soon I will be done with this whole side of the island. I really didn't think it would come along as it has. You know, it all kind of just worked together in harmony, which is really cool. So yeah, aside from small little details and stuff like that, it's pretty much almost all done. We do obviously have to finish this little pathway up here, which shouldn't be too difficult. I don't really know what to put here aside from more trees and bushes and stuff and fences. And then obviously we need to finish this house over here and that house down there. Why is Sasha up here? That's a really random place for Sasha to be. I don't even know how Sasha got up here, because I think there's only like a vine to get up here. That's really strange. Sasha lives all the way on the other side of the island. One thing I will say that is quite interesting is I have locked myself out of being able to design certain things based on the fact that I have, you know, put inclines and I put buildings in certain places. If I had maybe thought about that a little bit more, I wouldn't be so limited in certain regards. Obviously, some of the terraforming limitations have been there, and there's nothing I can do about them, so, you know, they're a thing. But yeah, there's definitely been a few instances where I think I would have done things slightly differently, and, you know, things would have looked a little bit better. But I can't regret anything, you know, I'm just happy that I've been able to do so much with this island. And I want to keep this momentum up. I'm feeling really positive about designing ever since I managed to finish that big build with our villager homes. So yeah, we're kind of on a roll at the moment, and I want to keep that going. I do feel like some of these areas probably don't have enough items, to be honest with you. But again, that is sort of an issue that I faced based on the fact I have no money and I need to collect more of them. And one thing that has actually taken me by surprise is, in terms of crafted items, I really feel like I haven't used many of those at all. I thought I was going to use so many crafted items, and that really hasn't been much of a thing, which is quite a surprise. I'd definitely love to know if any of you folks are planning on doing your own challenges. That would be great. I love watching these on YouTube. As I mentioned at the very start of this, Froggy Crossing did an amazing one. I think she's done multiple now, actually, which is really cool. There's also one from Crossing Minute, who, you know, again, made a really enjoyable one to watch. And I'm sure there's loads of others out there as well that I haven't seen yet, and just others that I can't remember off the top of my head. So yeah, I love seeing these challenges. I think they're so much fun to watch. This part of my island that I'm decorating right now has always been quite an awkward one for me. This is really an area where I have had no idea what to do with it, which is a shame, because I feel like if I had a bridge here, I could have connected it really nicely with Nook's Cranny, but unfortunately I was not able to. So, you know, that's one of those frustrating things that unfortunately I just have to get over and deal with and design around, basically. I still can't believe this was the very first build we did. I guess we technically did a small one outside my house, but that never stuck. So yeah, this was really the first main build, and you can see some of the sort of design elements that I've used to this very day. This one is probably the most simple out of all the ones I've done, but I still really feel fondly about it. You know, I'm talking about it like it was absolutely ages ago. It wasn't. It was, you know, I can't remember how many days ago now, but not that many days ago. But it feels like it's been so long. This challenge, honestly, has really taken a grip on me. Also, one other thing, wait a minute, it's Teddy. He wants to talk. You hear that? There's some kind of scary rustling sound coming from behind you. Huh? That was just some paper stuck to you? Huh, wow. Guess my reactions are on overdrive. I just wanted to teach you how to show everyone distress. I didn't I didn't want to know distress. I didn't actually, to be honest. I guess thanks for teaching me distress. Now I'm distressed. That's very cool of you. Thank you for that. Anyways, ignoring what Teddy just did to me, I am also looking forward to designing the island entrance. I think, again, it's very much going to use some of the fence items to kind of box things in. And I'm going to have a nice little path of trees leading up to resident services. I want to have lots of purposeful paths around the island where, you know, you can go from spot A to spot B and get around nice and easily. And then I've got this whole Able Sisters area to design as well. I don't know what I'm going to do here yet. I think I'm generally just going to do a big sort of shopping area, sort of market area, because there's so many items in this game that would actually work really well. And then I have this villager home, which, what am I going to do with this? I have absolutely zero idea what I'm going to do all the way over here. That's going to be a tricky one. And yeah, just filling this massive space when there's basically nothing here isn't going to be the easiest. I will admit I am probably going to use my strategy of blocking certain areas off so people can't explore them, just so I don't have to fill them in, which I know some people won't like. They want to be able to explore freely, but realistically I can't decorate literally every inch of the island, so I need some areas that are kind of off bounds, you know? But yeah, I know this is a really short day, but I think I'm going to end it there. I didn't anticipate this build being such a short one, to be honest with you, but still, I'm quite happy with it. I think it looks cool, honestly. It's very simplistic, but it gets the idea across. You know, I think people would gather what it is just seeing it. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed checking out this build with me. I had a lot of fun doing it, and you know, getting a rundown of what we're kind of planning on the island at the moment. I really want to finish this side of the island, and once we've done that, we can move on to some of the most important builds that we'll have to do, like the museum, and of course, the island entrance and the outside of resident services. So I will catch you in the next one for day 22. Day number 22 is here, and we're getting so close to the end of this challenge now. Today's challenge is going to be focusing on designing this sort of house area up here. I'm going to do my best. I don't think I'm going to be able to design them all, but I'm definitely going to design... Who lives here? Rolf? Okay, yeah, Rolf. And also, whoever lives down there. Is that Daisy? Rolf and Daisy. Okay, yeah, Rolf and Daisy, their houses are what I'm going to work on today. Just to be clear, I think they probably will be moving out sometime soon, but, you know, we can get it ready for future villagers. I did already do a little bit of work down here. It doesn't really look that good, to be honest with you, so there's still quite a lot of progress to do. I'm really struggling for cash at the moment, so getting new items and getting bushes and flowers has not been the best of times. But we're so incredibly close to the end of the challenge now that there's not too much more to do really, so that's actually quite exciting. It is also a bit sad though to think the challenge will be coming to an end in not that long, you know, just because it's been so much fun. It's been really exciting to try something like this, and I feel like I've done a lot of stuff that I wouldn't usually do, so I'm proud of myself. Also, one thing that has definitely happened a ton on the island since it's been raining in-game is there are so many hybrid flowers popping up. I've really got to use them for something, but I don't know what, because I'm mostly just going with the white flower theme at the moment. Also, as I've done in other interesting areas that basically have nothing in them, I am going to take some cheeky shortcuts and block certain areas off, because over here, I mean, I'm not going to do anything with this little area. This area is basically completely pointless. There's no point having anyone explore that area, you know, I don't think it will improve their experience on the island or anything. So I think, yeah, I'm going to completely block that area off, just so people can't get down there and I don't have to spend extra time and, more importantly, resources designing an area that no one is going to see or use. That's the tricky thing, because we can't put bridges and inclines in certain places around the island. Certain areas become very, I don't want to use the word useless, but yeah, effectively useless. So there's really no point actually doing too much with them, really. To be fair though, I feel like I've made this actually kind of decent, you know, there's not really anything going on, there's no real point going over there, but it doesn't look terrible, I will say that much. I genuinely don't feel like that looks terrible, it's okay, you know? I suppose I could have actually put an incline around here somewhere, maybe. I just don't know if it would have fit with how the river goes. The river is the bane of my existence in this playthrough, honestly. It has just made life so difficult, so I'm gonna blame everything going wrong in my life on this river. But okay, I will say, this little area which I originally said I was just gonna block off, I feel like it looks kind of decent now. I don't feel like it looks half bad, so yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Not a ton going on there, but, you know, for what we have got, what we've been able to do, I'm pretty pleased with it. Just don't bother to go down here when you're visiting my island, because there's really no point. I really need to fill some of the big areas like this as well, but I just really don't know what to put there. It is kind of a shame that a lot of these pathway areas have basically just become grounds for trees, but at the same time, I don't know how else I would really fill them out. It's so hard coming up with build ideas in this game. It's something that I definitely really struggle with. So trying to think of things for pathways would be even more difficult. But in fairness, I do feel like they do look pretty decent. You know, I don't feel like anything looks awful really. I feel like the pathways look fine, just being simplistic and such. So I'm happy with that, to be honest with you. I think, you know, the pathways act as they're supposed to. They're little guide points to get you around the island to see the more exciting builds. Like, yeah, this is absolutely nothing special at all, but it's just decent, you know? It's just decent, and sometimes that's good enough. If I do end up getting more items later on, I manage to come by some more money and some more of the pokey, I will definitely try and fill some of these areas out with more items just to make them a little bit more exciting. But for now, I'm trying to focus on using all of my resources towards the big builds on the island, because, you know, they are the most important. But yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with this little pathway, you know, I don't really think it's going to be used that much anyways, just because it only really takes you to the campsite, and there's obviously this direction you can go as well, but, you know, I want to give explorers as many different ways to explore the island as they possibly can, so I'm happy about that. Okay, so we have Rolf's house. No, this is Daisy, actually. And yeah, this is an area of the island I have very much neglected, as you can see. It's not looking too great at the moment, so it really does need some TLC. Just like there's a service to get rid of your weeds, I really wish there was a service to get rid of flowers, because just look at all of these flowers that I did not intend to be around the island. They have gone absolutely crazy. Nook's Cranny is going to be getting a lot of flowers today, to be honest with you. By the way, even though I am creating all of these different pathways and stuff, I am going to try and leave my visitors who come to the Dream Island a vaulting pole and a ladder, so you can explore a little bit more freely. You know, I don't want anyone to feel too restrictive when exploring the island. I want to give you as many options as I possibly can, so yeah, I hope you won't find it too difficult to get around. Hopefully the series can kind of act as a bit of a guide for what to do. If you are confused, you can go back and watch how we design some of these, but I think the island will be a lot less confusing than my main one. Obviously, since we can't do any terraforming, it can't be too confusing because it is just the base layout of the game, and I think Nintendo did design it pretty masterfully when it comes to getting around. The only thing they did not design masterfully is the rivers in this island, because they basically force you to terraform them if you want to be able to put bridges down. That's why I only have like 3 bridges in this game. One thing that definitely is interesting to me is the villager house placements, because I really did try my best to make them as good as I possibly could, but really, I do think I noticed now, I'm not 100% happy with all of them, and it's a shame that I can't move them around. Because, for example, this one right here, I wish it was just slightly different so I'd have a little bit more freedom to design. But, you know, I just put them down really, not really knowing how I was going to do some of these builds. I will say, if you want a real difficult challenge, then having the no moving buildings rule is basically as challenging as you can get, in my opinion. It makes things so difficult, which is a big part of the fun. I know sometimes it does seem like I'm kind of complaining about things, and I guess I am, but I am actually really enjoying myself, and I'm glad that I gave myself a bit of an extra challenge. I know I said this quite a few episodes ago, but I do want to repeat it once again. If you want to feel love for Animal Crossing again, then you should definitely try one of these challenges, because that is an absolutely fantastic way, in my opinion, to really love the game and just, you know, get that spark back from playing Animal Crossing. I can't promise that it'll 100% work the same for everyone else, but for me, it has definitely really been exciting to play this way. So I'm not 100% sure what I want to do here, really. I don't know how I want their house to look. Right now, I'm just kind of making a little yard for them. Part of me does want to give them a farm like Drago had. I feel like that actually fits in quite nicely, so maybe I'll see if that's something I can do. It's quite funny because every villager on my island is basically going to have the same crops because I just was too lazy to buy the other ones. So everyone's going to have carrots, tomatoes, and pumpkins, which is a really interesting combination. Also, as someone who has grown carrots this year, let me just say, this game makes it a lot easier than it is in real life because the carrots that I grew were absolutely tiny and some of them had been eaten. So don't let Animal Crossing fool you, it is not this easy in real life. Drago makes it look easy because he's a master farmer, but I'm certainly not. But yeah, okay, I like this idea, you know? I think it's fun to make little farms outside the villager homes. It's kind of turning into a farm core island. Not really, to be fair, it's just some farming elements. You know, it is a rural town, and as I've always said, you know, there is a lot of farming going on in rural towns. I don't know where you are, if you live in a rural town or not, but yeah, farming is definitely a big thing in the sort of rural place that I live. So yeah, it definitely feels very fitting to me. It fits the vibes and the theme quite nicely. Fun fact, a lot of people don't seem to know that you can actually just plant your vegetables like this. You don't need to get the starters every time. You can grow them and then produce them like that, which I think is such a great feature. Having to get the starts every time would definitely be a lot of extra effort, so just having the ability to do it like this and replant what you've already grown, I think is fantastic. Definitely a good move on Nintendo's part. I do wish we had gotten more though. I wish we had gotten things like strawberries, you know, other types of berries. That would have been really cool. We could have made our own little sort of orchards, you know, where you go to pick your own sort of fruits and stuff like that. That would have been great. I mean, I guess you can make your own orchard with the trees, but that's something you've always been able to do in Animal Crossing, so I want them to kind of level that up in a way. One thing I did find really funny is that grapes grew on trees in Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. I remember that was so strange. I mean, it felt kind of lazy on their part. I get why they did it that way, because they didn't want to code, like, the proper grape plants, and you have all the vines and stuff like that. But at the same time, just seeing grapes grow on regular Animal Crossing style trees was very funny to look at. And I definitely hope that in the next Animal Crossing game, they have a larger variety of trees and they don't just put like grapes on a normal tree. That would be very silly. Still though, it's more than what we've got in Animal Crossing New Horizons, so I guess I can't really slate it too much. Okay, yeah, they've got a cute little plot. And I finally got an item, which I'm so excited about. I need to show you folks. Look what I got. It's here somewhere. Yes, here it is. I finally got the tractor. So the farm can finally look really cool. Now, realistically, I should put this on my own farm, but I don't really know how else to design this area. So I'm going to give this as a gift to whichever villager ends up living here. Right now it's Daisy, but in the future it'll be someone else. But yeah, that's my gift to them because I really don't know. I really don't know how I'm going to place it on my own farm, so they can have it for now. Also, I hope you folks are proud of me. I finally got some new fences to use. I had been using that corrugated one for basically every build, so I wanted to use the barbed wire one because that is actually one of my favorites. And if you know my main island, you'll know that I basically use that one absolutely everywhere on it. I will say though, I feel absolutely no shame in just using the same items again and again for these builds because I feel like it makes the theme feel really cohesive. You know, I guess it isn't a ton of variety, but it is a challenge at the end of the day, so there's only so much I can work with. And I just love the fact that it does make the island feel very joined together, very cohesive. And that's a big part of the design sort of ideas that I've been going for. As I said, if I do get more bells and more pokey, then I will try and buy more items to accessorize the island. But for now, I'm just kind of enjoying working with what I've got and doing designs like this. It does make things a lot more challenging, I will say that much. Sometimes it has been very, very challenging. But also, that is the fun of all of this, isn't it? That rock there is in a very awkward place, but also at the same time, it is kind of in a convenient place to sort of cordon this little area off over here. So I don't know, I'm quite tempted actually to to utilize that for my own needs, so I can try and just block off this area a little bit. Something that I did a lot on my main island was really utilize the ability to sort of hide certain areas and such that people could not explore them. And I know that might sound really odd because surely you want everyone to explore, you know, every part of your island, but I actually don't. I want to leave some parts of the island that I just don't know how to design or I really don't like kind of private, you know, so that people can't actually get to them. I feel like it helps me sort of frame my island a bit more and, you know, show people the stuff I really want them to see, rather than just every little detail, because honestly, I just can't design everything, and some of the designs end up looking quite ugly, so I do understand that people want to be able to explore literally everything, I do get it, but at the same time, sometimes you just have to block people off. Like this little bit I'm standing in right now, you know, you won't be able to explore this, but you can still see it. There's just not really anything here to explore, and if I kind of try and force myself to design this somehow, I'm just going to get a headache, so I'm choosing the option of not designing this little area down here and just having it be kind of pretty. You know, it's like Harvey's Island where you can see all the stuff off in the distance, but you can't get to it because it's blocked by fences and such. That's basically the same idea that I'm going for. I do really hope you folks will have fun exploring this island, by the way. I'm really trying my best to just make lots of fun little details for you folks to enjoy, so I really hope you will come by via the dream address and check it out, and I hope you will like it. I've put in a lot of work, as you can see, and I really want, you know, to see a lot of people come and visit. That would be great. And if you want to send me any pictures over on social media, all my links are down in the description and such. Yeah, I would love to see it. But yeah, that's basically this house done. Once again, a very simple one. I would like to add in a few more small details. I might have something I can add in here, just to, yeah, there we go. It's a very small little detail, but it does actually make quite a big difference in my opinion. Also, I love how the raindrops actually hit the water in there. That is so cool. That's amazing. Sometimes I do look at these builds and I think to myself, I could do more. But at the same time, I just think it's also really important for me to be able to just get them done so that I can actually finish this challenge, because I don't want to get to the end of the challenge and not have my entire island design. I'd rather be missing a few little sort of extra details than, you know, not have it designed, because I still have a lot to do. I've got basically the whole entire left side of the island to design. Maybe not the whole entire, because I have done some of it, to be fair, like I did behind resident services and such, but the island entrance, the museum, the Able Sisters, resident services, that's quite a lot of stuff that I still have to design. So yeah, I'm a little bit nervous, so I just want to be able to focus on some of those bigger builds rather than trying to just, you know, focus on the tiny details. But please, don't get me wrong, I love the tiny details just as much as you all do. I really wish I could add more in, so I am trying my best when I'm doing these builds, but yeah, it is really tricky. Like, I've got to do all over here as well, and then I've got this villager's house. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Thankfully, it is day 22, so I'm very positive that we can make a good dent in things within the next few days. And hopefully by the time we get to the sort of end of the challenge, I'll have a little bit of time to do some terraforming. Terraforming? I won't be doing any terraforming. Some extra detailed designing. I don't know why terraforming was the first word that came to mind. No terraforming, don't worry. I'm not going to suddenly get to the end of the challenge and break the rules. That would actually be kind of funny, but I'm not going to do that. That would just be the most interesting way of ending the series. I get to the very end and I'm just like, I'm going to completely break the rules now. I'm going to start terraforming and basically ruin the entire challenge right at the end point. Do you know what is quite funny? This area here has been untouched so much that there are still items I put here way back when we were trying to get our 3-star rating. You know what? That made me think actually for a minute. I wonder what our rating is right now. I'm going to have to check that out very soon because I'm curious. Yeah, this area over here honestly does not look too good. It's got some random bamboo, some rotting turnips, stuff on the floor, weeds. It's going to take some effort to design the Abel sisters, but I'm actually really looking forward to that. And I already know some of the items I'm going to use to do it. Once again with these orange flowers. These orange flowers are genuinely the bane of my existence. They need to go away. There is actually part of me that is half tempted to design using these, just because there's so many of them and I'm kind of running out of flowers. So you know what? Orange flowers, you are going to be useful for once. For once in your life, I'm going to use you for something and then never again. So we're just going to work with what we've got. Because look how many I have. These things are abundant on my island. Absolutely abundant. I can't believe how quickly I run out of bushes, by the way. That's always something that is a little bit frustrating. Once again, if you wonder what the theme is going to be for this villager's house, it's going to be rubbish. Once again, this villager isn't good enough to have a farm. I mean, right now it is Rolf, who, yeah, I actually don't really like, to be honest with you. No offense to any Rolf fans out there. I think he's okay. He's just not one of my favorites. But whoever ends up living here, yeah, they're just going to have a trash house, and I'm sorry about that. You know, don't get me wrong, me giving a villager a trash home is not me saying that I dislike them, because look, Bob has a trash home, and as you all know, he is my absolute favorite. He is the most amazing creature in this universe, in my opinion. But I'm still going to give him a trash home, because that's where he's got to live. That's part of the theme. That's how he's going to live. It would have been really fun to make a trash-only island, which I have actually seen some people do, but that is a lot of resources that I would need to collect to do that. So I'm going to leave that one to the experts, and for me, I'm just going to focus on doing this city little rural town core design. The orange flowers have finally won. They're probably so happy that I'm using them for this design. They're like, finally! He's been ignoring us this entire time, and now he's finally using us. I kind of picture Raymond living here, you know, and he's just got all of this just junk from the office outside his house. I think that kind of makes a lot of sense, you know? To be honest with you, when I'm doing the builds where I'm not, like, creating a farm or something like that, I struggle so much with item placement. When you do the farms, it feels so easy, but when you're trying to do ones like this, there's something about it that's just so difficult. I really don't know what looks good. Because then I've got this whole area down here as well that I need to design. You know, there's a lot of different elements to this. I actually really do love a lot of the pathways though that I have managed to come up with on the island. I feel like that's one thing I have done a good job of, so I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one thing. I've got to allow myself some kudos with this challenge, because I think if I don't give myself any, I will just feel so demotivated. I need to take the wins, you know? I'm leaving a little entrance here just so that people can use this little vine if they want to have easy access down there. I think you can get down there, I'm pretty sure you can anyways. I really did actually want to put a little incline here, but, you know, they stopped me. Another thing I'm learning is I'm going to need to buy more bushes when I do these designs as well, because, yeah, I've run out really quickly of them. I don't know what this villager is doing. I don't know why they have an oil barrel, but it definitely isn't good. I just realized you can sit on these stacked bags. I love that. Another design tip I use a lot is don't just put items directly on the square. If you can, try and put them in between the squares. I just feel like that makes things look a lot more sort of natural, even though it's really difficult to do, as you can see here. The game loves to make placing stuff just a nightmare sometimes. This is what I've had to do to place this off square. Like, I've had to remove the fence just to be able to do it. It's a good thing I like how that looks, because if I didn't, I'd have to redo it. Yeah, I just realized something though. If I put that there... Oh no. Yeah, I just realized that if I put that there, I wouldn't actually be able to use the little vine, so it won't be able to go off center, but hey, it still looks cool, I think. It's almost like old pillowcases or sheets that need to be washed, and that's why this little wash tub is next to it. But yeah, again, this is a build that could probably do with a few adjustments in my opinion, but I feel like it's pretty decent at the moment. It doesn't need anything absolutely massive, it's just good how it is for now. And rather than throwing them all away, I actually got to use some of these flowers that I detest, so woo, that is good. Okay, well I think I'm going to end that build off here. I'm going to continue this little bit down here, probably off screen, and then the villager house will be on screen. I've had a lot of fun with today's build. There definitely have been certain bits of this which have been very tricky, especially due to having a lack of resources like bushes and such. But at the same time, it's been fun to try and, challenge myself even more with just working with what I've got. And I like how these two builds have come along, honestly. I think it's been a neat one. I do enjoy designing the villager houses, even if I don't always have ideas, Like, this one's pretty different than the one up there, and I think that's exactly how it should be. We've got a nice amount of variety on the island now. So yes, I will catch you for day number 23. It is day number 23. We have Teddy working out. How are you doing, Teddy? Good afternoon, Groof. You doing good? This weather really gets the muscles glistening, Groof. How do you glisten? Because you've got fur. That's just, I don't know. Anyways, I just want to show you a little bit of progress. I did decorate this kind of whole area around here. I can't remember how much of this I did on screen, how much I did off screen. I know I did the villager homes yesterday, but yeah, I also did a bunch of this off screen as well. Just because, again, it's just one of those sort of pathway builds. Nothing too crazy going on. I do really like what I did around here though. I feel like this looks really nice, I'm pleased with this. Oh, I technically did do a villager house build. I did design the house for Cephalobot, but honestly, it's so simple. There's so little going on here. It wasn't a very interesting build. It didn't take very long to do at all. I really didn't know what to do with his house. I just wanted to keep it kind of simple. Because, we've got some other crazier builds around here, so yeah, you didn't really miss out on anything, but I wanted to give you that little recap. Today's build is much more significant because we are finally going to do the Able Sisters and the sort of shopping district of my island. Now, unfortunately, it's not a full shopping district because, of course, Nook's Cranny is all the way over there, but I'm really happy with how I designed that, so now it is time to focus on the other shop on the island. And I have so many items ready to use for this. As you can see from my inventory, it's actually just too full up at the moment. I'm really excited. I've got some fun stuff planned for this. Please someone tell me, by the way, why half of my trees just did not grow. What is the reason for that? I think the real question today is whether I will be able to finish off the entire section of this island. Because I don't know. This is a lot of island, as you can see, and there's not really much here. So I genuinely don't know how I'm going to actually fill all of this up. So we're just going to focus on one thing at a time. I feel like I've said this before when discussing the challenge, but something that I'm so happy about is how many items I've been able to use in this challenge that I've never gotten to use before. There are so many that I'm using for this particular build right now that I have literally just never paid attention to before because I never really needed them for any of my builds. So this is really cool. I've really come extra prepared today as well because I have a ton of energy too. So I'm ready to do this. I'm kind of doing something here which I don't usually like to do, which is making this build fairly, I don't know the right word. It's not very natural looking, you know what I mean? But at the same time, this is the shopping district, so I can kind of imagine, whoever designed this in the Animal Crossing world would have probably, designed it with trees in certain places and stuff, rather than it being very natural. I honestly don't even know why I think about this kind of stuff. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but I don't know, I just try and think everything out with these builds, basically. I think for me, when it comes to doing these designs, the main thing I really have to do is make a little outline. So I use the trees and the fences and the bushes to make that outline, and then I'm able to actually do the designing. I can't really put anything down until I've made that little outline. I also have to decorate this villager's house. I might try and tie it in somehow because I just really don't know what I'm going to do for them. Also, I forgot, I've got to do this little bit over here as well. I've got to decorate the little entrance leading up to the shopping area. Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much. I'm sorry, that is like my biggest Animal Crossing pet peeve. When you can't put down the stuff you want to put down. I do get why the game does it. It's got to have certain limitations for items to work correctly and display properly and everything. But I really hope that with the technological advancements that we can have in video games nowadays, Nintendo can get past some of these very sort of strange arbitrary, limitations that just feel so weird. Like, why can't I put a tree right up against the cliff, If I want to do it, let me do it, come on. I'm so annoyed that all of these trees didn't grow, by the way, because I need them for the build. I need them, come on. Also, in case you're wondering, the energy I'm getting is from tomato puree, which is so strange, the idea of drinking this whole, oh, I don't like it. The game has crossed me for the last time, like, why can I not put the tree there? That's not even that close. Game. Stop. Just let me do my thing, come on. So we're going to have a little sort of shop area in here, and then I'm going to have one over to this side as well, and that's kind of how I'm going to box things off, I guess. That's the right way of describing what I'm going to do. Sometimes I do wonder how effective I've been with the theme of my island, the rural town core, sort of rundown kind of town. Because some of these builds don't feel very rundown to me, which it is a hard thing to do, I will say. It's really hard. There are quite a lot of items in the game which help with this, but the main thing I would say is custom designs, and yeah, I don't have access to those, so I can't really portray everything I want to, which, yeah, is a shame. I do think that I've done a good job without them, though. I'm proud of myself for what I have managed to achieve. I think I've still managed to do quite a lot, even with a lack of them, so I want to keep trying my best. I just don't know what I'm going to do with all this space. I have no idea. Maybe I shouldn't have made the entrance feel so closed in. I don't know, it's tricky. At this rate, I'm going to run out of trees before I can finish my island. Something that I really do miss from Animal Crossing New Leaf is just having a larger variety of flowers. Because we do have some new ones in this, so I guess technically it might be the same amount, but it really doesn't feel like it for some strange reason. I don't know why that is, but I just think some of the ones we're missing, like the wildflowers, are really, their loss is really felt. Okay, so we've managed to sort of box this area in quite nicely now. I do want to extend things beyond this area, though. I don't want the shopping district just to kind of end there, but I've got some ideas for how I want it to look. So for this one, I'm creating sort of like a little shopping mart. I don't know why it's outdoors. I have no idea. I know as much as you do, but that's what I really wanted to do. I've had this idea ever since I saw these items, and I thought it'd be so much fun. And we also have a ton of clothing related items as well to go on the other side. To be fair, maybe one thing I could actually do is get some cars out the front of the Able Sisters, a sort of little parking lot or something. I can't really do too much of it because I don't have the custom designs, but I feel like I could definitely do something there, and that makes sense since this is kind of like a little shopping area. Let's just hope it doesn't rain on my island, because otherwise people are not going to be getting these goods. Okay, so we're keeping things very simplistic here, but I like that. I have no issues with keeping things simplistic. I think it kind of adds to the charm. I just love that you can place items like off-center in this. It's so perfect. It just makes designing look so much better and feel so much better. It's fantastic. New Horizons gets a lot of hate for different reasons, and like a lot of the negative feedback is completely fair, don't get me wrong. But also, this game did do some really cool stuff for the games in terms of quality of life upgrades that I think we, don't appreciate enough sometimes. Okay, so that's the little shop area done. It's very simplistic, I know, but I'm happy with how that looks. I don't feel like we need an absolute ton of items there for that to look good. Now, on the other side, we need some of the clothing items. I'm trying to remember what is exactly what at this point. I have so many of these. I seriously recommend some of you take a look through Wardell's shop in Happy Home Paradise when you get a chance. It is shocking how many items are actually in this game. Like, I can't actually believe it, how many exist. There's stuff for literally every type of build. I think technically, I might be wrong on this, but I think technically there was a few more items available in Animal Crossing New Leaf, but I really can't complain about the sheer variety in this one. I think after the 2.0 update, they just really killed it with the amount of items they added, and they just made, every type of island theme and build feel possible. I mean, I don't know who even thought of adding some of these to the game, but it was genius. I guess a lot of it was born of the fact we had Happy Home Paradise. I think without that, we probably wouldn't have gotten quite a few of these. So it is definitely good that they did give us that DLC because, yeah, it really allowed so much more creativity. So yeah, this is kind of like a little clothing market, which is a lot of fun. I like that idea. And as I said, there's just so many items to work with. It makes me really happy that we have access to just all this cool stuff. I have no idea, by the way, what I'm going to do with some of the beach builds on the island. Just don't even ask me because I really don't know. I have a feeling I'm probably not going to be able to decorate them. I just don't feel like I'm going to have enough time. If I can, I definitely will, don't get me wrong, but don't get your hopes up. I'm going to at least try and put palm trees on all of them so they look a little bit more interesting than they currently do though. Okay, so we are going to build a little sort of car park area down here. I'm not going to be able to do that just yet. I'm going to have to probably save that because I just don't have the items for it. But I'm definitely looking forward to doing that because, yeah, I think it'll be a fun idea. We've got our little used car lot. The cars have got to actually go somewhere and do something around the island, you know? I feel like driving around the island would be a very weird experience. I don't realistically know how it would even work, to be honest with you, so good luck to Gracie from the original Animal Crossing game, because, yeah, their car just wouldn't work. I do miss that minigame so much. If you don't know, there's a minigame where you get to sort of basically clean Gracie's car, and if you do it fast enough, you'll get some cool prizes. Unfortunately, that is not in any of the new Animal Crossing games. Neither is Gracie, except in amiibo form, so that does make me very sad. I've still got to design Teddy's house as well. You know, Teddy's one of the originals on my island. I placed down his house on day number 1, and we did have Agnes as well, but Agnes was unfortunately kicked out. Or maybe not unfortunately, depending on what you think of her. I wasn't a big fan, I'm not gonna lie, but I know some people might be a bit sad that I got rid of her. It's been very surreal playing this every day again, to be honest with you. You know, I just wasn't that active on the game for quite a long time because, you know, I played so much, and obviously I make so many videos about this game. So I think, yeah, I hadn't really actually sat down and enjoyed the game for what it is for quite a while. So I'm really happy that I have been able to do that again. And I just think, you know, I'm really pleased that I'm still able to design stuff and have it look half decent, because it has been a while. By the way, some people have asked me why I don't stream anymore, and I did want to answer that. So basically, I moved, and where I moved to, my internet connection is a lot worse, which I know might sound ironic for someone who does YouTube as a job, and I guess it kind of is. But it's an area I really wanted to move to. I wasn't happy where I used to live at all, so I had to move basically for my own mental health. And yeah, unfortunately that came with the internet not being nearly as good, which is really sad, and it means I just can't stream. It would just be too laggy, it just wouldn't work. But I'm really hoping they will upgrade the internet around here at some point, and then I will be able to stream again, because it's not that I don't want to. You know, I like doing challenges like this on my streams, for example. That's something I had done quite a few times in the past. I had attempted different challenges and never really finished them. But I really want to be able to do that again. So yeah, mark my words, when my internet gets better, if it ever does, I'm definitely going to do more streaming. I'm really grateful actually that anyone would even ask about me streaming, because, you know, I guess I didn't consider that people would actually miss them, which I know sounds really sad. I'm not saying that in a way to get attention or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't always find myself the most interesting person to listen to, which I guess a lot of people don't feel that way about themselves. So it just makes me really happy that people actually enjoy my streams. Because in a weird sense, this is kind of like a live stream. You know, it's much closer to a live stream than my usual content. You've basically just got my continuous stream of thoughts. So yeah, it's definitely more like that, I would say, than a lot of my other content. Definitely one of the hardest things about designing in this game, which I probably already mentioned in this series, but I'm just going to say it again because it's so true. It's trying to fill the spaces. Trying to fill big spaces is the bane of my existence. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how other amazing designers do it. I will never understand. I will say, if you need more tips on how to design, A good channel to check out for that sort of thing is definitely Lex Play. She does a ton of those and they're all really amazing, so I can't recommend her channel enough. There's some really good content on there for designing and just other great content as well. But yeah, especially if you're into designing, I think you'll find it really interesting. I'm pretty sure Lex has some videos on how to fill empty spaces, so I might have to watch those when this is over. Because yeah, I definitely need the advice. Wait, I just realized something crazy. To dig up these little tree stumps, you don't need energy. I didn't know that. I've learned something completely new. That's crazy. I mean, it makes perfect sense, because why would you need energy to dig up a little tiny tree like this? But yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. Wow, okay. I really hope these trees grow. I will be annoyed if they don't. Do not betray me, trees. You cannot betray me like this. I will say, I just find myself running out of resources so quickly in this game. It can be really tricky trying to get all the different fences, all the different bushes, all the different flowers, all the different trees. It's not easy, you know? Can you eat these rotten turnips? No, you can't. That would be so funny if you could. I really wanted to do that just so I could get a bit of energy, but no, unfortunately, you cannot eat the rotten turnips. You learn it here first, folks. I need a lot more of my corrugated iron fences. They are just the love of my life. I don't think I have any of them on my main island, which is crazy because they're so good. They're just perfection, you know? I can use them for everything in this challenge, and I'm going to. Believe me, I'm going to use them for literally everything. I mean, to be fair, I basically already have, so I guess that sentence is a little bit meaningless, but I'm going to keep using them for everything. Okay, so that marks the end of day 23. I'm really pleased with all this progress. I like this little build we've managed to make here. I was actually going to make it a lot more expansive than this, but I'm happy with it, to be honest with you. I think it's nice and simple. It gets the point across. I like it. We're going to expand this with the car lot. It's not going to be anything too huge or too fancy, to be honest with you, but I'm going to, you know, try my best to put something in here that hopefully looks decent. So yeah, I'll catch you for day number 24? Are we on day 24? Yeah, day 24. I'll catch you for day 24. So it is day number 24 on my no terraforming island, and we're getting so incredibly close to the end. In the last episode, the last day I should say, we completed this build over here, which is nice. We did the little Able Sisters shopping area. I also did a little bit of decorating off screen, as I said I would do. I decorated this village's home. It doesn't look very good, I won't lie. But I just kind of really ran out of items to use for this and such limited space that I think I'm maybe going to come back to this later. But hey, it's something. It's better than nothing. More importantly, the big build that I did off screen is this one over here. So it seems like I did a lot off screen, but realistically this is actually a pretty small build, to be honest with you. There's not a ton going on here. It's pretty empty. I just had to find a way to fill this massive part of the island, and I decided, like I said yesterday, to do a sort of car park. So that's exactly what I've done. I've got a few cars in here, you know, a few items related to cars and a little bus transportation stop. Just a fun little few bits that make sense for the shopping area up here. I kind of wish I'd made the shopping area a little bit bigger, but hey, I'm actually happy with how this looks now. The area isn't, you know, too populated with items or anything, but I still think it looks good. Today's build will be focused on something that I've been meaning to do forever, which is the museum. Literally the first thing we placed on the island we are finally decorating, and I already know exactly what theme I'm going for. So I've basically got a bunch of items here which are pretty much along the lines of kind of like research related. I'm kind of going for like an old sort of research station, you know, an outdoor kind of research lab. I don't know what you'd call it. I've just got a lot of items that are kind of office related and, you know, where you could imagine them doing like archaeological digs and stuff like that. I kind of wish I could lean into that a little bit more, to be honest with you, but I'm kind of so limited with the items I've got. So I'm just trying to lean into it as much as I can. But once again, I'm continuing the theme with some of the classic items which you've seen me use a billion times in this challenge now, like the scaffolding. I don't know, I like it. I feel like it just ties everything together really nicely, so I don't feel too bad about using some of these items again and again because they work, okay? They just work perfectly. I really can't believe how close we are to the end of this challenge now. It just feels wrong in a way that we're so close. I just don't know how to feel about it. I'm kind of sad, to be honest with you. Almost don't want the challenge to be over, but I do also want to have been able to design something, so, you know, I don't want to say double-edged sword. It kind of is, because I don't want it to end, but I also want to have achieved something. So, you know, you've got to pick one or the other, obviously, and it's got to end on the 30 days. Still, I'm really, really excited to show this off to everyone. I cannot wait to open up the dream address and have people visit if you would like to. That would make me very happy if that is something that you do want to do. The dream address will be available right at the very end of this video. One thing I definitely realized is I just have so many trees on this island, which I'm not complaining about at all, to be honest with you, because I love it. I just feel like it really, I don't know, trees are such a great way of filling spaces in Animal Crossing. They're underrated, honestly. Trees kind of don't get all the kudos they deserve because they've been in Animal Crossing since the very start, so I feel like they're a bit underappreciated nowadays, but I love them. I'm also going to use this as an opportunity to try and tie some of these areas together. For example, this leads over to resident services, so I really want to be able to make a path kind of going over here, just like I did for my farm area. You know, you've got this little pathway, so that's what we're going to try and do as well. I've got so many flowers that need clearing though, that's also going to have to be a thing. So yeah, I guess some of the items I've got are a little bit random, it might feel like, but they're just to try and get that sort of idea across that this is kind of like a little research station, you know? Like, you kind of have to imagine that this is where Blathers would sort of do his research outside of the museum. In my head, this museum isn't the most well-funded place on the island, you know, it's unfortunately very underfunded. You know, Isabelle didn't give the budget to this museum, but they're trying their best. Once again, I just find myself blown away by how many items there are available in this game from Happy Home Paradise. It's just absolutely incredible. I wish I could use them all in some capacity, even though that's just not possible. I definitely think that if I did another island like this in the future, which would be kind of sad because it would mean I would have to delete this one, but I probably will eventually, just because, you know, I want to be able to do more challenges. I think I will probably do a Jungle Core island. That is kind of the idea I had initially, to be honest. I was actually considering doing that. I decided not to because it would have been so difficult with the terraforming aspect of things. I wouldn't have been able to, for example, put palm trees on land because you need to be able to use the path tool and stuff. So it wouldn't have been the most kind of ideal idea. But at the same time, I feel like it could be done in the future, so I'm going to have another think about that. I don't want to already be thinking about my next challenge though. I want to kind of focus on getting this one done and getting it looking good. If we can do that, then maybe I'm ready for another challenge, because I've still got to successfully complete this one. If I can't do that, then I can't do another challenge. I've planted so many new trees, by the way, as you can kind of see here. I've just gone really crazy with it, but it's what I need to do. I've used so many in this build, it's been insane. It's been so many. I didn't actually realize I could physically use this many trees when decorating my island, but here we are. I think a big part of that is the fact that I can't use any terraforming. I think that is kind of one of the main reasons why, to be honest with you. I really don't think I would have used nearly as many trees and things like that if I'd had the ability to terraform, just like on my main island, because, you know, you put in a lot more cliffs and you can't always fit in trees. Also, I'm so happy to be finally picking these few flower heads up, because they have sat there since like day number 2 or something crazy, so it's good that they're finally up. Also, I know I've kind of moved away from this area at the moment, but the reason for that is I just really want to be able to get the little pathway done, because I'm kind of nervous about how it's gonna go. Okay though, I like what we've come up with here. I think this is a pretty decent sort of pathway over to resident services. I have to keep some things in mind because I'm going to have a line of fences down here, so that we can, you know, kind of box resident services in. So there's certain things I can't really put down at the moment, but I'm gonna have to, you know, try my best to think ahead about how that build is gonna go so that this one can look good. As I've said many times in this challenge, I feel like recently, I do try my best to kind of box things in and kind of block where players can go, which I know some people don't like when they come to visit islands, but it's my way of kind of framing and narrating how I want the island to be played, you know? I guess in a sense, I am trying to tell a story with the island, which I feel like sounds kind of cringeworthy. You know, it's not really that deep, to be honest with you, my Animal Crossing island. But you know what I mean. I'm giving you a sort of journey to go. That sounds even more cringeworthy. But anyways, I like this. I like how this looks. You know, it's boxed in, but there's still a lot of mobility to get around, which is cool. So that's gonna be good. You can go up here if you want. You can go over here, but you can't go down there. That's what I'm basically saying. You can't go down there. I am going to obviously make a pathway down there because there's going to be one to the resident services and then there's going to be one over here. So that's kind of how I'm framing things at the moment. So just trust the vision, you know? Even if I can't quite trust my own vision. I think the only thing I'm slightly disappointed in so far with this challenge, and I wouldn't really say it's a massive disappointment, is the fact that I haven't been able to use as many items that I've wanted to. I would have loved to use more crafted items, I would have loved to have bought more items, but the unfortunate truth is, it was way too difficult without any online features to make that much money. Doing turnips by yourself and, you know, trying to get those prices is really just, it just doesn't happen. It shocked me how rare it was to get an even half decent price. And, you know, grinding for bells is really not how I wanted to do this challenge. You know, to me that it doesn't really feel like much fun. So I really just didn't have much luck with getting a ton of money or resources. And I think that definitely hindered me in the regard that I wasn't able to do exactly as much as I wanted to. However, that doesn't mean that I'm completely disappointed in everything, because at the same time, I do feel like I have made a pretty darn good looking island, and I hope you'll agree with that. I hope that you folks will really enjoy visiting this, despite some of the limitations that we have had. I suppose really that is kind of the idea behind the challenge anyways. We're so limited, we're trying to kind of almost show off what you can do with less items and no online and stuff. That's kind of what I'm going for. So I hope maybe it can inspire you, because I know some of my viewers actually don't have Nintendo Switch Online. So maybe this could give you a good idea of what you could do with your island without having those features accessible. Of course, I do have the big benefit of having the DLC, so I appreciate that for some people that might not also be feasible. But, you know, I still hope you can get some ideas, because whilst a lot of these items are easier to get in the DLC, they aren't necessarily DLC exclusive. I don't think many really are in New Horizons, to be honest. And we have the house here of Quinn, who I really like. Quinn, I feel like hasn't really gotten much of a spotlight in this series, which I feel a little bit bad about, because I feel like certain villages really have. Bob obviously has gotten a really big spotlight, which you can't really blame me for. Bob is my channel mascot, he's my boy. And I feel like also Teddy has gotten a big one. Teddy was really sort of the unexpected star of this series, I would say. I love him. If you want to draw any fan art of my character and Teddy, please send it over to me on Instagram or email it to me or something like that. That would be absolutely incredible. I don't know if anyone would want to do that. It's obviously time consuming to draw art, and you know, all the people who do it are so talented, it absolutely blows me away. But if you want to, I would love to receive it. So I'm just putting that out there. Also, I'm going to completely change the subject just for a moment, but one of my most hated features in this game is the fact you get flower heads. At the time, I thought this would be such a cool idea, but it turned out to be one of the more annoying features in the game. And what I mean by that is the fact that you can no longer just pick up flowers by pressing the Y button or whatever, like you could back in Animal Crossing New Leaf and all the past games. Instead, you only pick up the head. So there's absolutely no way of doing it aside from digging them up. And it's so much more time consuming to do that versus how it was in past Animal Crossing games. And that frustrates me, it really does. It sounds silly, I know, but you would expect things quality of life wise would be even better in this game, and some things do feel like a weird step backwards. I'd say the majority of things are really good quality of life improvements, But there are a few kind of odd things out there that do make me question why Nintendo did it that way. In my opinion, something that would have been really cool, but I understand maybe a lot of people would not like due to pocket space, is I think it would have been cool if we had a kind of like a scythe item, and that would have been a way for us to harvest weeds quickly, and a way for us to harvest flower heads quickly. Think Stardew Valley, basically. That would have been a good idea, especially when you consider the flower aspect of it all. I feel like it would have been useful. If it was just for getting flower heads, then yeah, absolutely not. It'd be a complete waste. But with a double sort of use to it, getting all those resources and, you know, not having to pick up the weeds one by one, that would be a great quality of life feature and definitely a tool that I think would be worth having in your inventory. You know, maybe not one to have all the time, but definitely one to have sometimes. I will say sometimes inventory management isn't the best in New Horizons. The fact you can't sort your inventory always really confused me, because I just feel like that's a feature in the majority of games. Am I wrong about that? I don't know, I just really do feel like the majority of cozy games, or whatever you want to call them, like this, have some kind of functionality to sort your inventory. So it always really surprised me that Nintendo decided not to make that a thing in this game. One huge thing though that does have to be said is the fact that they do allow us to upgrade our inventory. I think that's one of the quality of life upgrades that got forgotten about basically, and definitely shouldn't have been, because in the old Animal Crossing games we had to work with such a tiny inventory, and honestly, going back to them, that is probably one of the things I struggle with the most. Also, don't worry, I have not forgotten about this build that I'm doing here. I am still doing it. I just wanted to be able to get some of the items down first of all, you know. One thing at a time is what I kind of need to focus on, but I can't help myself. I've gotten a lot of ideas for this build and kind of how to connect it to other areas. I just love this version of the museum so much, and I'm so glad that I actually kept it for my island, because there was a part of me for a little moment that was actually thinking to myself, maybe I should upgrade it and I could do something more like kind of like a city hall sort of museum design, rather than, you know, this sort of really rustic kind of design. And I'm so glad that I didn't go for that. I honestly made a good decision there. But yeah, I think our little lab area, if you want to call it that, is looking pretty darn good. It's very simplistic. Once again, I've kind of had to go that way with a lot of these builds, but my goal 100% is to try and add to some of these more later on if I'm able to. I won't guarantee anything because I just don't know how things will go. I might have to spend all my bells on getting some of the items to decorate resident services and stuff, but if I do come by more items, then I will try my best to fill out these areas a bit more with some fun little extra details and things. So yeah, you can kind of see the vision, I hope. I'm going to basically take the pathway two ways. I'm going to take it over here to resident services, and then I'm going to take it up here to the museum and to other parts of the island. And I feel like I have guided people in a decent way. You know, I feel like it's not too difficult to get around the island, which is good. And then obviously you could head up here to Teddy's house if you wanted to. Of course you do. Of course, who doesn't want to see Teddy? So there's a lot of different ways you can kind of take it, which I think is the best way of doing this. I've gotten so many hybrid flowers, by the way. I haven't actually done anything to make that happen at all. It's just happened. It's been raining on my island, I think, quite a lot as I've been time traveling and stuff. And I think that is basically what has caused half of the rain. Also, one thing I'd love to ask you folks is, what is your favorite kind of core in Animal Crossing? I don't really know how much they're a thing anymore. I think they are still a thing. But yeah, what is your favorite core? You know, like cottage core and desert core and all those types of ones. What is your favorite out of all of them? I think for me, I really love jungle core. I also love, I don't really know what core this is, but it's a lot of Japanese islands actually use this, and it's kind of almost like a sort of rundown fishing town. And that's kind of a lot of the inspiration that I got for this island, to be honest with you. So that's one of my absolute favorite cores and types of designs that I see quite commonly. Also, I really hope that some of these trees decide to grow. If they don't, I'm going to be absolutely heartbroken because the build is just not going to be filled out in certain ways. So trees, please grow. I need them to grow. I'm really glad I can use these pink roses in some capacity on the island. They're fantastic. Pink roses are one of my absolute favorites in the entire series. So I definitely wanted to use them somewhere. I didn't just want to bin them or something like that. I feel like people would be mad at me if I did that, which is completely understandable. Pink roses are an absolute gem, and yeah, a lot of people want to have them. Gosh, we're so close to the island entrance now. I don't want to do too much over here because I don't want to affect how I'm going to do that design, so I have to kind of keep away. I already generally know what I'm going to do for it, and it's not really going to be that exciting. I don't want to, you know, just downplay it immediately, but I'm just being realistic. I think, you know, it's going to follow a lot of the same themes and ideas that I've already used, and there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. It's cohesive, as I've said many times in this challenge. I do have a few items on me that I want to use for the build of Quinn's house. I actually was not expecting to do Quinn's house in this episode, but hey, you gotta do it. If you get the items ready, you gotta do it. Since Quinn's got all these flowers, I imagine that they do quite a bit of gardening, so that's what I'm going to kind of lean into here. I still really don't know if I'm going to do anything for the beaches. My gut feeling is telling me probably not. Which, I don't want to disappoint anyone by not doing the beaches, because yeah, I know some people really love beach builds, but I just really don't have any ideas for them whatsoever. And a lot of the items that I would like to use on them are so expensive. Things like the yacht in the game, I would love to make like an abandoned yacht yard or something, but they're just so many pokey and so many bells, and I actually genuinely just don't have them. So... It's just not really going to work, unfortunately. I would have loved to have done something with them, but yeah, realistically, I just can't, and it is a shame. But hey, you know what? Maybe I'll come and do them in the future or something, off screen, off challenge. Who knows? Just for my own enjoyment. But yeah, I like how this is looking. I think this looks pretty good. We've done a pretty good job here. I would like to add in a few extra things, but I've got to focus on the fact that I need to do this resident services build. That is really important now, so I'm gonna have to basically stop things here. I think we will do the resident services build in the next episode, the next day I should say. I keep calling it episodes, but this is all gonna be one big video, so it's not really episodes in the traditional sense. I just realized actually I need to add a few items back here. It's very sparse back here, and I did not intend for that to be the case at all. It's a good thing I've still got some fences and trees. I nearly used all of them on Quinn's house rather than actually doing the museum, which I needed to. What do you folks think about this version of the museum, by the way? I'd love to know if you think it's actually worth keeping this one or not. Because obviously you don't get the roost and stuff, so I feel like on an actual playthrough, it really isn't realistic to keep this version of it, which is a shame because it looks so good, doesn't it? But yeah, I think a lot of people don't want to do it because of that reason, which I completely understand. There we go, so we gotta wait for some of these trees to grow, of course, but that is basically this build in a nutshell. We've got our little sort of research station around the island, which I'm very happy with. I just think it looks cool. And then if you head down here, you can get over to Quinn's house. I'm going to move this over, by the way, because I just realized that's going to be really annoying if you're just trying to run down this path. You don't want to be blocked by the Butter-chan. So yeah, we've got Quinn's house. And then finally, tomorrow, we are going to do resident services, which is mostly going to be the island entrance. So yes, we're going to do the island entrance leading up to resident services, and hopefully fill out this whole area somehow. So yes, I will catch you tomorrow for the next day. It is day number 25. We are here today doing probably one of the biggest builds that I'm going to do on this island, which is decorating the outside of resident services and also the entrance to my airport. Now, realistically, when I say this is the biggest build or one of the biggest builds that I'm going to do, I suppose it isn't in the sense that... It isn't in the sense that there's not actually going to be that much going on, really. It's going to be a fairly simplistic build. It's just a very important one, you know? This is really going to connect this whole part of the island together. We've done all of the work over here. Yesterday, we managed to get the museum done, and we managed to get this house down here done. We still got to do Teddy's house up there, but once that's done, pretty much the majority of this part of the island is done, which is really exciting. So once again, I'm going to be relying very heavily on one of my favorite items in the game. You all know what it is already. You don't need to ask. You already know. It's the fence item. Yes, it is going to be used a ton here, and I love this item. It has worked so well for me. It's really been great at fencing things in, which is good because that is literally what it is for. So yeah, I'm going to be using it to kind of frame resident services. I've got the fences behind currently, as you can all see, so I need some in front now as well. Standing on their own, they look a little bit odd, but when you add in a few extra things, you know, you add in a few trees in front of them and bushes and stuff, they look really good. So I think I'm going to kind of leave that there. You know, it just adds that element that resident services is nice and fenced in, so that's exactly what I wanted to do. Also, there's way too many weeds on this island still. I mean, just look at this. I paid Leaf to get rid of them, and he didn't do it. He lied to me. Something I've noticed in Animal Crossing New Horizons is that weeds definitely do not spread as much as they did in past Animal Crossing games. Not even a little bit. It's actually crazy. If you go back and play some of the old Animal Crossing games and you sort of disappear from your town for a while, weeds aren't really that bad. But you disappear in Animal Crossing New Horizons and the game is out to get you. Actually, no, I mean the other way around. You disappear in Animal Crossing New Horizons and it's fine. You disappear in the other games, then it's out to get you. Honestly, the old Animal Crossing games were pretty brutal in different ways. Like, for example, flowers wilting and dying if you didn't water them every day. I remember it being particularly bad in Animal Crossing City Folk. I remember having lots of struggles with it in that game. Because in the original Animal Crossing game for the GameCube, you didn't actually need to water anything at all, which was fantastic. And unfortunately, you did in Animal Crossing City Folk. I had to go and buy some more bushes from Leaf, and it's just reminded me some of the stuff kind of surrounding where he is. Like some of the little items that he's got, like these little gardening pots and stuff like that, are so cute. I wish they were actual items in the game. It makes me so sad that some of the things that are on display, you know, we can't use to decorate for ourselves. Okay, back to the build. I had to get some bushes. I really wanted them to fill this out a little bit. I'm just so poor in the game at the moment that it's been really difficult, to be honest with you. I need to start making some money somehow. Also, I put that bush in the wrong place. I need to start making some money somehow because I'm really going to struggle if I don't, to be honest with you. You know, there's going to be a lot of things I won't be able to do and finish this off correctly if I don't get some more money. It has to be done. Something I really hope for in the next Animal Crossing game, whenever that comes, is I really hope that we get more tree types. Because right now, the variety doesn't feel as large as it should be. You know, I feel like we should have an absolute ton of trees available, and so yeah, I really hope that's a major thing in the next game. Give us lots of different trees. We do have some that you can use as items, like the baobab tree and stuff like that, but I want more than that. I want to also be able to, you know, plant these types of trees and have them in different stages and stuff like that. That's what we need in the next Animal Crossing game. Please give us more trees. I'm actually kind of nervous what people are going to think about my island when it debuts. I hope you'll like it. I really hope you will. I mean, if you don't, that's completely fine, of course. But yeah, I hope people will enjoy it. I hope people enjoy exploring it if that is something that you want to do. And definitely feel free to. The Dream Address will be there for you to explore the island if you would like. And yeah, if not, you can live it through this playthrough. I just can't believe this is coming to an end. I mean, it feels so surreal to me that it is. You know, I don't think it's quite sunk in yet that this challenge is so close to being over. Also, I know it sounds kind of weird, but I think I might keep these two on my island because look at them. They're in love. They're partners, you know? I just don't think morally I can bring myself to kick them out. I mean, I don't particularly like them, I won't lie. No offense to anyone who likes Rolf or Claudia, you know, because I'm sure they do have their fans out there. But I don't really like them. But that's fine, you know, it doesn't mean I have to kick them out of the island. They can still live here, we can all live in harmony together. And they contribute to the lore of my island. So I have to kind of thank them a little bit, you know. They're one of the quirky characters that live on the island. So you know, I'm not going to kick them out. I'm going to let them stay. I'm probably just going to keep my villagers as they are, because I feel like they've kind of stuck around my island for so long now. I just don't know if I can bring myself to really remove anyone at this point. Maybe I've gone soft on these villagers, but that's just how I'm feeling right now. I'm really liking this, by the way. I really like how this looks. You know, maybe I didn't completely nail the theme of the rundown town sort of vibes that I was originally going for. Maybe I didn't completely nail that. But at the same time, I still feel like it looks good. It still looks rural, which is kind of the most important thing. It's not like it looks super, you know, I don't know the right word, super suburban, like a massive sort of suburban complex. It doesn't look like that. So I'm pretty happy with what we've managed to achieve. I think it's looking pretty darn good. I've got a lot of items that I still want to use that are going to help me make things look closer to the theme. So mark my words, that's what I'm going to be using a lot of in this build, still to come. And yeah, we're going to really lean into that theme even more with some of these, because I found some really cool ones to use. I do need more fences, which is going to require me to start bashing some trees, which is not really the most enjoyable part of the game, to be honest with you. I don't know, some getting resources isn't something I love. I think since I'm kind of an old school Animal Crossing player in some regards, I'm almost not used to some of the ideas that are in New Horizons, like going for resources and stuff, even though I've played this game for so long now. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to do that if I do want to be able to craft more fences, but I wish I didn't have to, also because I don't have one. So you can't, well, you can get down to this part of the beach, but it's certainly not easy, and I'm kind of okay with that. Like I said, I do want to limit where people can go to a degree. You still will realistically be able to explore freely, but at the same time, I do want to keep some things, you know, a little bit more hidden. He was sleeping on there. I've never seen that before. That's adorable. I love that. I just have no money, and it's really paining me right now. I have basically nothing to my name in this game. I'm gonna have to try and hit a rock to see if I can get something, but I bet it won't be. Nope, and I just realized I've got energy, so all the rocks I hit are gonna be destroyed. Gosh darn it. What am I gonna do? I need money, but I don't know what to do. It's actually kind of shocking how fast your bells can go down in this. It really has taken me by surprise. Okay, we've got enough money to buy an axe now. I've fallen so far that I was literally so poor that I didn't have enough for an axe. But then again, maybe, oh, I can get a flimsy axe. That's actually what I want. I don't want the normal one. I want a flimsy axe. I actually really don't like the normal axe in this game because, of course, it just completely chops down trees like it did in old Animal Crossing games. And I don't really feel like that's as useful this time around, given the fact we can move trees without energy. So yeah, I don't really use that too often. I think I'd much rather have a higher chance of getting the resources, since obviously, you know, you don't have to worry about chopping a tree down. The good thing is, I'm certainly not short of trees on the island. I've got plenty of those, as you all know from these many builds. There are so many trees. Also, there are still a few areas that I've kind of done little bits with that aren't finished yet. Like right above here, you can kind of see. I want to show you actually what I did up here. So I've basically blocked this little bit off down here. Because if you look on the map real quick, if we open the map, you can see this section of the island, this little cliff bit, has absolutely nothing on it and nowhere to go. It's completely empty and devoid of anything. I can barely put trees up there. I can't really put many items up there. So I basically just blocked it off. I just don't really want players going that way effectively. And, you know, again, I know some people might not like that because they want to explore everything, but there's literally nothing up there. So that's how I want it to be. Oh, I hate bees! Oh, actually, they're wasps. I love bees. I'm not a huge fan of wasps, but I know they are still good for the environment, but in Animal Crossing, it's okay to hate on them because they are pains. My villagers are already starting to enjoy the build, which is kind of nice. You know, they're walking around this little area and taking it all in, which I'm grateful for. Thank you to my villagers for supporting my work and believing in my dream. I appreciate you. You're the best. I really feel like I've done this challenge on like a hope and a dream with the sheer lack of resources and items I've had. I've basically just had to go hunting for resources every time I've wanted to do something new, which is quite funny to me. I've never just had them on hand like a lot of prepared players would. Also, my prediction is with these villagers hanging out, one of them is gonna like sit right down where I want to design things, because for some reason they're definitely programmed to do that. I don't think that's a conspiracy at all. Like, I'm convinced that your villagers are programmed, literally programmed, to do the most annoying things. Because it feels like every time that I'm just about to decorate something, that's when they want to sit down. No other time do I see them sitting down. Oh, it's broken already. I'm also going to get this little Nook Miles pop-up done because I know people will probably be annoyed seeing the little red icon in the Nook Miles thing go off and on. I have no idea what I'm going to do with this little part of my island. I'm definitely going to try and do something with it because, you know, it's its own little thing. I think I might just kind of extend the farm build down here, to be honest with you. I think that's probably the best way of filling the space, and it'll be nice and cost effective, you know? Okay, we finally have some more fences, which means I can effectively fence off this area. I'm not going to fence it all off, don't get me wrong. I want people to be able to still explore to a degree. But I am going to be fencing off kind of little areas, you know, so you can't walk through here, basically. I know it might seem a little bit strange to some people, but just trust the vision. I've got an idea in my head, and that's what I'm going for. Claudia is really enjoying this build. She's singing now. Is she supposed to be based off of the Pink Panther? She definitely is, right? That is 100% what she's based off of, which I feel like is a reference a lot of people just won't get anymore. Like, that's not me trying to say, oh, the Pink Panther's this obscure character or something like that. It's just, I don't really feel like the Pink Panther has been relevant in a long time, you know? Am I right in thinking that? Because I kind of think that's true. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna kind of use this general area as like another farm area, I think. That's probably what I'm going to do. I'm not 100% decided on that idea yet. It's an open canvas. It's a blank canvas, I should say. So we can basically do whatever we want with this area, and that's part of the fun. I've still got plenty of time to finish builds, and right now I actually feel very confident about this, because I just feel like I've got a lot of extra time right now. You know, getting all this stuff done has really shown me that, yeah, I'm kind of ahead on things right now, which is a very good feeling, trust me. I'm rarely ever ahead of things in real life, let alone video games, so it's good. Okay, so we've got the main base sort of pathway worked out for resident services. I don't really know what to do over here, because I definitely need to do... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I definitely need to do something over here, tree-wise, because I just feel like it looks a bit plain at the moment. I was going to put some kind of item here, but I haven't really decided exactly what that's going to be yet, so maybe that's something I'll need to think on a little bit more. I do love how many trees are on the island. I just think it looks really nice this way. I love natural feeling islands, and that's what I've wanted to go for, and I feel like I've managed to pull that off, so that's pretty cool. It's a good feeling. So yeah, we've got lots of sort of organized pathways now, so people can know exactly where to go, which I think is a good way of doing it, you know? People won't get too lost, because the pathways are all kind of guiding us in the right direction. Like, you can't just wander off through here, and you can't wander off through up there. You need to kind of take the pathways so that you know which way you're going, and it'll help you kind of see the island as it's supposed to be seen. I've still got to think about what I'm going to do for Teddy's house. That's definitely an important one, and this whole area is so empty feeling right now. Okay, so now to add in some of the fun little items which help accentuate our theme. We've got to have some bottles, you know, someone's been having some snacks here when they really shouldn't have been. I'm even using one of the actual trash items which I found in my resident services. I just feel like it works here, you know? This snack item is quite funny as well. It's just a bag of crisps, or chips as you call them in America, just laying on the floor, which is... I don't encourage littering. Definitely don't litter in real life, but in Animal Crossing, it's kind of a funny concept. I always see discarded shopping baskets and stuff like that, so I wanted to leave some of those around. This is almost becoming like Trash Island, which is quite funny. I like this though. These items honestly make a big difference. They add a lot of sort of personality to the build, which is exactly what I wanted. And hey, maybe one of our villagers is doing some graffiti as well, since I've got this spray can. Maybe they're going to be heading up to resident services to do some graffiti, who knows? Yeah, this is a fun little build. I like how this looks. Again, it's very simplistic. It's, you know, maybe I could have done a few little extra things with it, and I might still add a few more details in later on, as I've said many times. But for now, I'm pretty happy with how that looks. So this is going to be our little entrance from the island, heading over to resident services. I think it gives you a good idea of the theme that we're going for, and it takes you to some of the other interesting areas as well. You can obviously go up there to resident services, but you could also go down here, which will take you over to what's going to be a big sort of farm area, and then it'll take you over to my house. So yeah, everything is connecting really nicely. So this will be a big build that we're going to have to do, but thankfully I do have the majority of the resources for this already, and we're also going to have to do another build with Teddy's house all the way up here, which is just really empty at the moment. There's absolutely nothing going on over here. So Teddy, I'm coming for you next. So yeah, I will catch you for day number 26. Hello all, it is day number 26 on my no terraforming island, and I have done some little bits and bobs off screen, as you can see by this. So I've started to design this sort of farm area which I was telling you about yesterday after we did the resident services build. So the main thing I've really done here, to be honest with you, is just add in a ton of these crops. I didn't really want to do that on screen because it's just so slow, and I just thought that might be quite boring to watch. So I'm going to really do the build here today by adding in all the nice little items to finish this off. I don't actually have a ton of time to record, so this is probably going to be a bit of a smaller day. But you know what, that's fine with me personally. You know, I'm kind of getting to the end of the challenge now. I've done all of the really big builds at this point. I can't really think of what else there is to do on a major level. Also, I love how when you push and pull this, the wheels move. Attention to details. Yeah, it's quite sad, but we really are coming to an end with this challenge now, and you know, I feel sad, but I also feel good about it because I feel really proud that I have managed to achieve something, and I just can't wait to actually show people the island. So my general kind of plans for the challenge is now, I want to tomorrow go around and kind of finish the island off in regards to adding more flowers around. I want to add in some of the more little items that are kind of missing from certain builds that I couldn't get previously. I think that's going to be my goal. Then the day after that, I want to do something which is going to be a little bit of a surprise. It's something that I said I was not going to do, but I've changed my mind on, so that'll be my plan for that day. I will say, it is definitely getting tricky to complete these builds in the regards that I just feel like I'm using the same items over and over again, which is a bit of a shame, but also, again, it's just kind of how things have gone down with this challenge. I've been really limited, and that's just been a part of the challenge, so I've had to work with what I've got. Still, my biggest hope is that when you actually come to visit the island, it'll still feel really interesting, and there'll be lots of unique things for you to discover that maybe I didn't perfectly show off in the videos and stuff, because it can be really tricky, honestly. It's not always the easiest to just show everything off. Sometimes I do forget certain things, or you know, it just doesn't come across right in the videos, so I'm looking forward for you to be able to visit for yourself, if you want to, of course. Okay, I don't really have much else to add to this build, which is a bit of a shame because it is looking kind of empty. But again, this has just been the big sort of challenge of doing this is I'm so limited with what I can work with. I just don't have that many farming items. Maybe I'll come back to this one on another day and add even more to it, but for now, I think it's looking pretty much done. It's just a nice big sort of farm area, you know? We gotta talk to our good friend Bob. I know you've been on this island somewhere, Ben, but I couldn't find you. I even started your house for a whole day, except when I had to go to the bathroom. I didn't think you'd want me doing that in front of your house. My bug friends said I'd find you, and they were right. Let's hang out later, blah, 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 blah. Bob, have you been stalking me? I mean, to be fair, I've kind of been stalking you, just look at me, but still, come on, Bob. I'm so sleepy. Anyways, what's going on with you? Let's have a talk, Bob. I had the weirdest dream last night. See, last night I dreamed I had a triple layer cake with extra frosting and sprinkles all to myself. I wanted to eat the whole thing, but I woke up before I could finish. Anyways, I'm gonna get to bed early tonight so I can eat the rest. Bob, you're eating a sandwich right now. Your priorities are just You know what, your priorities are perfect, actually. I kind of wish I could think the same way as you. You're amazing, Bob. Don't ever change. Don't ever change who you are. I'm really kind of shocked where I'm at with this challenge, because I kind of expected at this point I'd be rushing along and really stressed that I haven't got things finished, but the island's looking pretty darn good. I've managed to do everything at a really good pace, and I feel really happy about that. Okay, so we have Teddy's house, which I did say I would do the build for in this particular day, and there's not really a ton that I'm going to do with this. However, I do have some items that I want to use for it, just to kind of accentuate the theme that we've been going for. As you know, if you know me and you've watched this challenge, you'll know I absolutely love my construction stuff. I've been using that so much on this challenge. It has fit the sort of rundown island theme so well, you know, there's just so much going on. Teddy is clearly having some work done on his house. Maybe they're trying to bulldoze these trees so Teddy can make a gym or something like that. I really don't know. Teddy, please share your plans with us. We'd all like to know exactly what it is you've been planning. I feel like I've said this before, but probably one of the bigger benefits of actually just using a lot of the same items is the fact that it has helped me be more cohesive with the theme. Because I honestly feel like if I hadn't used the same items kind of in a few different places, the theme wouldn't really be shown very well. I do kind of worry that a lot of people are going to come to my island and not know exactly what it was I'm planning. Which is fine, I hope they can still enjoy the island, but yeah, at the same time, I do want the theme to show at least a little bit, you know? I am trying to use some items that I haven't used very much, like I haven't had a single one of these fire hydrants anywhere on the island, so that's something I wanted to put down somewhere. I've also got this little steel trash can. It's just so interesting to me because all these sort of names for everything are American. I feel like in the past there were some versions of sort of British text in video games and European games and such, but now that's not so much of a thing really. It mostly is just kind of universally American, which is interesting. Another thing I also wanted to add to this little area over here was this, just because I always felt like this area was just a little bit empty. You know, I kind of struggled a bit with this build, I'm not gonna lie. Filling out this car park area was probably the trickiest one on the island, and it still doesn't look amazing to me, but I don't know, I think sometimes, you know, I've just got to be happy with what I've got, because it has been a real challenge, and you know, hopefully it'll show that I just tried my best with what I have. The absolute final day, by the way, day number 30, will be dedicated towards an island tour. So day number 30, the final day of the challenge, will be an island tour, and that is also when I will upload the dream address. Now, I actually thought about this earlier. It's quite funny because obviously I'm not allowed to use Nintendo Switch Online, so I haven't been able to share the dream address of this until the very end. Once the challenge is over, I can go online as much as I want, and that includes turning on the dream address. But the island as you see it will be in its complete state without me ever having gone online, which is fantastic. Okay, I know this day has been incredibly short. I'm sorry if that is disappointing to any of you, but there just hasn't been that much to do. Like I said, I ended up doing a lot of it off screen because I thought it wouldn't be that entertaining to watch, and I didn't really know what I would narrate over it, to be honest with you, and that meant I didn't really have a ton to decorate. But to be honest with you, yeah, this is a very simple build. It's mostly just a ton of crops and a few items scattered around to fit the farming theme. But I like it. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with how Teddy's house is looking as well with our little theme. Wait a minute, we're ending off with Teddy wanting something. Give it all you got. Oh, thank you, Teddy. Teddy's encouraging me on the challenge. Oh, that's great. Okay, that's given me some great encouragement, so I don't have to feel bad about this being a really short day. Okay, anyways, I will see you folks for day number 27. It is day number 27, and I know I said to you that today was going to be dedicated to adding a lot of small little details to the island that I've missed, but I wanted to do my surprise build instead, and you can probably already see where this is going to go. So yes, I know I said I would never do it, but I am going to decorate the inside of my house. I figured my house is so small, it wouldn't hurt to do this. I've got some extra time on my hands to do it with, so yeah, I want to use up today to decorate the house, so that when you come to visit the island, you'll have at least one nice house to look in, or at least a decent looking house. I just really want it to fit with the theme, so I've gotten lots of items that I think are going to help with that. I also have a partition wall, which I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to use, we'll have to see. So I decided to use the crummiest flooring and wallpaper I could possibly think of. I think this looks pretty good. I think this kind of accentuates the island theme, you know, it's a kind of rundown farmer's cottage. That's kind of what I'm going for. The only thing I don't have, which I'm a little bit annoyed about, is I don't have a good bed to use. All I have is Luna's bed, which I got for free, and to be fair, it doesn't look entirely out of place in this house, but it's not exactly what I was going for. I'll just have to accept it for now, I think. Now, the fun thing about this build is we're working with such limited space, so it's gonna test my creativity whether I can actually make this look half decent or not. I think I can. I think with the items that I've selected for this, I can make it look half decent. I actually really enjoy designing the interiors in this game because I really love designing in real life. That's something I really enjoy doing. For example, I collect a lot of antiques. You know, I just go to sort of old thrift stores and like old antique shops and I'll see, okay, this really nice looking vase is £1, $1, you know. And I think, okay, I've got to give this a new life. I've got to bring it into my life. So yeah, I could definitely do that in Animal Crossing as well. Just pick up lots of random items and find a new home for them, basically. Like this TV, I think I just saw it randomly in Nook's Cranny. It was sitting there and I was like, hey, this is one of those really old-fashioned TVs that I used to have growing up in my family home. So why not have it in my Animal Crossing home? Honestly, I feel like this is going to make me sound, I don't know, really old, but who here actually remembers VCR? It's not been that long, to be fair. Oh, there's an alien on the screen. Did you see that? Oh no, aliens have invaded Animal Crossing. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I can actually remember going to Blockbuster, which, again, isn't really that old at this point, but it feels really old, you know? I think for anyone who went to Blockbuster, you'll get what I mean. It just feels like it's been a million years since you can put a box on the TV. That's so weird. I don't know if I like that. It just feels like it's been a million years since Blockbuster's been a thing. It's where I used to rent out some Pokemon games when I was really into gaming for the first time. That's where I would go to get, like, I remember picking up Pokemon Mystery Dungeon there. The reason why I rented it rather than just buying it, obviously I didn't have a ton of money because I was a kid, but also a reason is I didn't know if that game would be any good or not because it was so different from the other Pokemon games. So I feel like renting it was a really good idea to kind of, you know, try something new without actually committing to it. And it's a bit of a shame that that's not really a thing anymore. I feel like, you know, it's actually kind of a good idea. It's quite funny because I've actually seen a few people sort of come up with ideas to attempt to revive Blockbuster. I think Netflix even suggested doing something like that. Like they suggested renting out Netflix shows or something. I just don't think that would work in this current year. I really don't. You know, the appeal to that sort of thing has gone. I think people just want to be able to own everything, which is completely understandable. You know, I don't really think people want to be renting video games anymore. It's kind of like the whole sort of debate when we get into, you know, when we get into sort of physical games versus digital games. You know, there's a lot of people who don't like that because they don't feel like they're really truly owning their games. So I don't really feel like renting games in 2024 would be the smartest idea. I actually don't mind having digital games. I'm really not that bothered about having physical games. I completely understand why some people much prefer to have them, but for me, I think really I just want to be able to get the game as quickly as I can. And sometimes, you know, you have to go for the digital option if you want to be able to do that. So I've kind of put myself in a position sometimes where I have had to get a game digitally that maybe I wouldn't necessarily want to because I want to be able to get it at midnight. And Animal Crossing, when the next Animal Crossing game drops, unless they do a midnight launch somewhere, which I really doubt, I don't know what I'm going to do, because I can't wait longer than midnight, you know, I can't do that. It makes me really sad that Nintendo has never really done any midnight launches. They probably do in other countries, but here in England, for example, we have a shop called Game, which is based of GameStop. They have pretty much never done a midnight launch for anything Nintendo related. They've done things for Call of Duty, they have done things for, you know, all of those sort of more typical games that you expect gamers to play, like FIFA and Call of Duty and stuff like that. But they have never done it for Nintendo, and it just always felt to me like they were missing out on such a big market of players who would absolutely love to go to a midnight launch. So I just can't understand why they never really made that a thing. Okay, so my house is nearly done. This was a very, very quick build. It'll be a very quick day. Like yesterday, I'm sorry, but I'm just getting through them really quickly now because the challenge is, effectively over. But I really like this. I think this looks really cool. It's kind of like cluttered core. That's what I'd call it. And it fits the theme of the island really well, I tend to find, using a lot of these similar items. I mean, some of these I do actually have outdoors. So it's been kind of cool to use them indoors as well and connect things like that. And you know what? I will say, Luna's bed actually does kind of work in here, to be honest with you. It's wooden, it's pretty plain, it fits the color scheme of all of this. I feel like everything works together really nicely, So yeah, this is my character's little farming college. It's quite funny because I'm planning on the thumbnail of this video for my character to look quite extravagant at the 30-day mark, but in realisticness, in reality, my character is living in, a pretty small, kind of run-down home. The walls are falling apart, the island is messy, there's rubbish everywhere. It's quite funny to think of the contrast between the thumbnail, but the reason why I kind of wanted to illustrate it that way is because, I wanted to show the success and try and kind of illustrate that in a way, and I think that kind of works well. I was definitely inspired by Crossing Minutes' thumbnail for his full series of his 30-day challenge. He's a good friend of mine, and, we're always bouncing ideas off each other, and yeah, I'm definitely getting inspiration from him on that one. So yes, that marks the end of day 27. We are so close to the end now. I know this was a very short one. I'm sorry about that. I hope you're not too disappointed, but I hope you enjoyed this mini build anyways. It was a lot of fun. We are here on day 28. Oh my gosh, we are so close to the end now. As I said, as I've been planning, I'm going to be using this opportunity to do some little decorating bits around the island. So yeah, it is nearly over. I know these days have gone so short, but I really haven't been able to do any long builds at this point because the majority of the island is done, which is really cool and also very sad at the same time. I'm not quite sure what I'm planning for day number 29 yet. As I mentioned, day number 30 is going to be the island tour, which will be a lot of fun, so I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, it's gone by so quickly, and also at the same time, I feel like I've been playing on this island for my whole life. So yeah, it's strange. It's a really strange feeling. I still do have this bit of the island up here, so what I might quickly do, since I can actually get up here, is I might just plant a ton of these cherry trees up here. As you can see, I have really made it so that people can't actually get to this part of the island, so you won't be able to explore this one, I'm sorry. But I don't want it to look super terrible. I want it to at least look, a little bit decent. So I'm going to try and plant quite a few cherries around here. We've got a few flowers, which I think were here to begin with, to be honest with you. I don't think they are an addition I put down. I just really can't believe that the challenge is nearly over. I feel so proud of this island, though. I've been thinking about it more and more, and I'm just really happy with what I've managed to achieve. It's exciting, honestly. It's really exciting to think that I've actually been able to do this. Since, I have attempted challenges like this before on my live streams and stuff, and I was never really able to complete it. The challenges always kind of threw me for a loop, and I just wasn't able to do it. So the fact that I have actually managed to pull this off, I feel really good about that. I don't want to obviously get ahead of myself though, because we still have got to get to the end of the challenge. We are not there yet. But we are so close now. We're literally in the home stretch, and yeah, it's a strange feeling. I just noticed Gulliver is on the island. I'm sorry, Gulliver, but I am not going to be saving you. I know that sounds really harsh, so I'm sorry to Gulliver, but I just don't have the time for him right now. Gosh, this part of my island over here is just so empty and so bland. I feel kind of, bad for not really doing anything with this at all. So I'm sorry if anyone is disappointed by that, but what was there to really do over here, I really don't know. I think if I had extra time, I would like to decorate the beaches, but my biggest problem is that a lot of the beach items I really did want to use originally were so expensive in terms of pokey and bells that I never had enough. Like the yacht, for example. I really wanted to make an abandoned yacht yard on the island, kind of like I've got on my main island, but I just couldn't do it because I simply did not have enough resources, and yeah, it just wasn't possible thanks to that. Also, another thing that's quite funny is I just have none of the other fruits on the island since I haven't been able to use Switch Online, so there's just a ton of cherries around the island, but hey, at least it keeps the theme cohesive. I think we do have a few apples somewhere, but aside from that, yeah, it is basically just Cherry City, or Cherry Town, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to at least put the effort in to put some trees over here, just because, you know, I don't want it to look completely empty and barren. I feel like we can do something with it, even if it isn't the most amazing design in the world. It's better just to have something going on. See, on my main island, I'd never have small little gaps like this for cliffs. I would always have really big spaces and such. I'm just not a big fan of how the layout kind of does this, you know? So, I wouldn't have done this if I could have terraformed. But obviously, I can't terraform. I'm not allowed. It is completely forbidden, as it should be, you know, that's part of the challenge. But I will say, I'm excited to go back to doing some terraforming in the future when I can do that again. I definitely think I'll be allowing terraforming in my next challenge, to be honest. It has really showed me, though, that it is possible to do this without terraforming, and yeah, I think all of you should give that a try. If you want to, definitely give it a try. It might be really fun. You might be super happy that you tried something new like this, and that can feel really rewarding sometimes. There are so many different challenges out there, but I feel like not using terraforming was kind of, I don't know, one of the biggest ones that I personally wanted to try, just because it is such a limitation of a feature that we all know so well now, you know? I feel like terraforming, we all just kind of expect to use it in our playthroughs. We all expect to use it. So not being able to do that has really just shown me a different way of playing the game that is kind of a bit closer to the original Animal Crossing games, which is a really interesting feeling. I do think this little bit of the cliff will look decent when it's all grown through, by the way. I know right now it looks pretty meh, it looks pretty empty, but I think once the flowers and such have actually grown out, it will look a little bit better, which is good. And if it doesn't, well, that's okay, because the challenge will basically be over at that point, so I don't have to face up to the shame. Also, I will say there is one part of my island that I did decorate that I am not going to show off. I want you to find it for yourself when it comes to viewing the island via the dream address. That is the only way you're going to be able to see what I designed for this particular thing. It's an area that was unfinished during another build on the island, so that gives you your only clue. You're going to have to explore around, and I think you'll know exactly what it is when you see it. So yeah, just keep that in mind. There is a little sort of Easter egg surprise that I will not be showing off. You will have to visit the dream address if you want to see what it is. It's nothing amazing, don't get me wrong, but I just thought it'd be fun to include a sort of cheeky little Easter egg. Yeah, okay, well that's the cliffs for you. I've done a little bit of additions there just to make it feel a little bit more interesting. Again, it's not amazing. I feel like I could have done more with it, but that's where we're at the moment. I have so many items that I want to add in to keep things looking interesting, so I'm going to be adding in some of those now. This is an item I really like that I think is quite underrated. I want to see if I actually... Did I buy it? No, I didn't. Okay, I was going to say it's like... I'm trying to figure out exactly what it's called. It is... it's this thing. It's a little sort of telephone pole sort of thing. I really like that item. That is one of my favorite sort of city core items. It's one that I feel like is a little bit underappreciated, and I personally really enjoy it. This part of my island where the villager homes are is definitely an area that I wish I could have done a little bit more with. I just feel like it's not that exciting, which is a shame. But the villager house has definitely proved to be quite a difficult thing to design. I don't know why, but in my head they were not going to be nearly as difficult as they ended up being, which was probably very foolish of me to think. I think it's just the fact that I could think of so many items that fit in really well with villager homes, especially sort of like the theme that I'm going for, but for some reason it just didn't really seem to work out that I ended up having a lot of those items, so I had to do a lot of repeats. Also, as I'm going around, I'm trying to clear up a lot of these weeds, just because, you know, I feel like... I feel like the weeds, they can look alright when there's just a few of them around. Like, I'll keep a few of them about to keep things interesting, but they're not the best thing to kind of have around your island, sort of in massive groups. One thing I do hope is that when people come to visit my island, they will just enjoy discovering all these different kinds of things for themselves. You know, there really is a lot of fun things to discover, so I hope you'll have a little journey and sort of see what you can find that you might have missed in the series. I definitely need a new item here because this is an area that has been very, very sparse. So I'm glad to kind of introduce something in here, just to make it a little bit more exciting. Oh, and I'm definitely adding this item here. Let me see, where is it? It is here, the round street light. This is an item I haven't actually used yet, I believe. This is something from the Nook redemption thing, but it just works well. I need more street lights around my city. I forgot about this little bit of the island as well. This bit is so kind of empty and really pointless, but I don't mind it. I really don't. Adding in these little extra details is a lot of fun, honestly. I just feel like it's helping me to really make the island feel a little bit more alive, you know? Now that I've gotten a chance to get a few more bells because I sold tons of my crops and stuff, I'm able to, you know, make the designs pop a little bit more. This is an area that is quite sparse, to be honest with you. I'm wondering what I should add in here. I have a few kind of random things. I just don't really know if they fit, but I might as well just put them down just to keep the area looking a bit more interesting, because, yeah, it is quite plain at the moment. You know, maybe the idea is that someone abandoned their bike here. I don't know. I really do like this part of the island as well. It's just a cool entrance. It isn't very natural. Not natural, it's very natural. It isn't very rural town core, kind of, you know, with the bamboo and stuff, but I just thought it'd be fun. Maybe this is kind of more of a wild area. Cephalobot's house was definitely a little bit of a disappointment. I feel like I should add in some of these items here because, yeah, I really didn't do enough with Cephalobot's house. I feel like that is one of those places that needed just a few more items to be kind of a little bit more exciting. There we go. It's a very, very small addition, but it's something. It's better than nothing. Again, this is an area that I wish could have had more items in it. I would have loved to just fill this with the cars, but they were so expensive. I just actually can't believe how expensive some of these items were. I mean, it makes sense. I feel like they're generally intended for late game players. And yeah, my character never really got to the late game stage. My character is kind of, you know, in the early game. Still, we brought it to life just a little bit more with a few extra items, and that's kind of what counts. This house is another one of those houses that really just has absolutely nothing going on. But one item I did want to add, which I feel like is quite appropriate, is this little paper bag. Just because, you know, maybe this villager has actually gone shopping at the little shopping district over here. A build which I am very, very happy with. I love this one. So yeah, another short day for number 28. I'm sorry, but we are getting so close to the end now. I am ready for the final island tour on day 30. But we do have day number 29 to get through tomorrow as well. So I will catch you for that. Folks, it is day number 29, and as you can see, I have finally updated my look for the first time in forever. I just feel like this is a good look for my character to really end things off on. You know, we've got the Bob outfit on. It's basically what I have been trying to emulate this whole series. It's not exactly Bob's outfit, it's kind of like Fancy Bob in a way. But yeah, I just felt like I had to update it because I was wearing some very, very ugly stuff for quite a long time. So yeah, I've finally gotten dripped out, and this is the final day. So how do I want to spend my... I don't know, I did call it the final day. It's the final normal day, because tomorrow will be the end and the, you know, island tour. How do I want to spend today? I think I want to do something that I honestly haven't done enough in this entire series, and that is actually interact with some of my villagers, because some of these have been characters we've spent the last 29 days with, and I feel like they deserve some credit and appreciation as well. Like, hey Claudia, we've never really interacted, how are you doing? I think all of my villagers are probably going to talk about the fact I have ignored them for the last however many months I've time traveled, and she's just talking about the bug off. This is probably why I didn't talk to you very much, Claudia, no offense. Okay, Sasha. Sasha is a villager who I absolutely love. Have I ever talked to Sasha? Oh no, I haven't. Oh wait, I have. I have talked to Sasha at least once, I think. But I can't remember. Stop talking about the bug off. I don't care. See, I try and defend the dialogue in New Horizons. I don't think it's as bad as some people say, but then my villagers do this to me. You know, I'm always seeing you running around here willy-nilly. Be careful you don't slip and fall. I feel like that was kind of a threat from you, Rolf. Rolf is kind of the tough man of my island. I'm kind of afraid of him. Oh, hey kiddo, what's on your mind? Not sure why someone set up a shopping basket here, Groof. Maybe it's some modern art thing? Did you just insult my design skills? The reason why this shopping basket is here, Rolf, is because someone has just carelessly discarded it as a piece of rubbish. They went shopping and they left it here because the island is quite run down. That's the whole theme, Rolf. You'd know that if you'd watched the series, even though it's technically not out yet as of me making this, and also you are a character in a video game. One thing I really haven't done very much is actually going to my villagers' homes. I've also never been into Quinn's home because I haven't had Quinn on any of my islands, so it's kind of wild to see what this looks like. It's quite a cool design, to be honest with you. It's kind of like a really sort of modern kitchen kind of vibe. I like that. I like your house, Quinn. It looks cool. Also, a small detail which makes me laugh every time is when you interact with your villagers, or actually I should say you don't interact with your villagers, so you go into their home and you don't talk to them and you immediately leave. They do a little confused question mark sign, and I just think that's so funny. Wait a minute! It's Teddy's birthday in game today and Bob is here! Oh my gosh! Okay, so obviously I have time traveled way forward in the future. It is not the 26th of September, but what a coincidence that it ended up being Teddy's birthday today in game. We're just gonna celebrate it like it is. Teddy is my original villager in this island. I just can't believe it. Okay, I've got to give you a present. This is pretty much all I have. You can have it if you want. I mean, I feel like as a sort of gym bro who likes to watch himself work out and, you know, see all the gains he's got, I feel like that's a pretty cool gift. So I hope you enjoy that one, Teddy. Before my next birthday, I'm gonna make my major step aerobics debut. We're talking big time, baby. I mean, that's my dream anyways. Maybe it'll come true. I hope it comes true for you, Teddy. You deserve the world. Teddy really is a villager who has grown on me a lot since this challenge. I went into this not really expecting to like him at all, but I have to say, Teddy is amazing. Look how dapper Bob is, by the way. The star of the day is Teddy. I love birthdays. I love eating cake, and a second slice of cake, and then a third slice, and a fourth. And then, you know, there's other folks' leftovers. That is the real reason why Bob came to this celebration. He did not come here because he cares about Teddy as a friend or something like that. He purely came to the celebration just so he could get a ton of food, and honestly, I completely respect the hustle. Hey, Ben, what if I get real old and have too many candles to fit in the cake? Oh, I know, I'll get 2 cakes, I'm a genius. See, that's all that is going on in Bob's mind, and he's absolutely the best for thinking that way. I love you, Bob. All this attention makes me feel like a superhero. Thank you, thank you. No time for autograph, folks. I gotta go suplex a volcano. Well, good luck with that. I hope you had a good birthday. Teddy, you have been just one of the best parts of this series. We love you. You're a great icon. If anyone wants to draw any fan art of Teddy for the series, any fan art of Bob or any of the other villagers, please do send it to me over on Instagram. I would love to see it. It actually makes me feel kind of emotional in a way that this is coming to an end, and you know, we won't be spending every day here anymore. I won't be interacting with these villagers anymore. That's just a really sad thing to think about, you know? But I've just got to enjoy it whilst it lasts. Yo, you want to chat? I don't blame you, Donk Donk. Donk Donk is a very interesting catchphrase. Get this, Ben, I'm planning the most epic road trip. The playlist I made would rock your socks off. My snack selection is a gourmand's fantasy. But none of that matters if I don't know where I'm going. That's where you come in. Where should I drive? I think you should stay local. I think that's a good idea. You're right, why travel far and wide when you have an established social network in your own backyard? Though the lack of roads might pose a problem. Now that's all settled, there's only one thing left to do. Learn how to drive. Easy peasy. You're a robot, surely you can just like put off like your jet feet or something like that. Surely you can do that. Also, we might not have roads, but we do have cars. They're not looking in the best shape at the moment, but, you know, at the same time, it's better than nothing. I'm sure you could figure it out if you tried. We also have a bicycle, so you can get around with that. I think the main obstacle is the fact we're kind of stuck on an island. We can't really go anywhere. I feel bad for it, but Daisy's a villager that I don't think I've ever interacted with. Yeah, I don't think we've met. I'm Daisy. I moved here myself not long ago. I feel like you moved here ages ago. Can I call you Ben? Now that I've met you, I feel like a true resident of Terra. Here's hoping we can get to be friends. That's quite sad, because I don't have anything against her. I just never actually took the time to talk to her. So, yeah, poor Daisy. And we have Drago over here. We haven't talked to him in a really long time, which I do feel pretty bad about, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, Drago. You're still a cool guy. I still really like you. I'm glad I managed to find you on a villager hunt. And I like that you've got a cute little sort of farming house. I did say I was going to customize the outside of villager homes, but I never really ended up doing that. I thought it was better just to keep them the way they are. Then I'm kind of, you know, still keeping to the not really changing anything sort of aspect of this challenge, which I feel like fits and is very appropriate for what I've gone for. Okay, well, I've had a nice little mosey around the island and talked to some villagers here on day number 29. This is the last normal day. Tomorrow we will be saying goodbye to the challenge. We'll be doing a full tour of the island, and I will be uploading the dream address for you all to visit. So I will catch you for the very end. Here it is, day number 30, the end of the challenge. It is officially completed. The island has been fully designed. We've spent the last 30 days decorating with no terraforming, no online features, and not being able to move any buildings. Here is the full island map and our list of lovely villagers as well, some of which I weren't planning to keep on, but I've decided to keep them around anyways. And yeah, as you can see, the map is exactly the same as it was on day one. There's not a single thing that has changed about it, other than new buildings, new houses, new bridges, and ink lines. That is literally it. And of course, a lot of new items. So let's take a little tour around. I'm not really sure what way to go. I think I'm going to kind of head left and then loop my way around. So here is our little farm area, which I really love. I'm super happy about this design. I didn't know what I was going to do with my house initially, but I ended up putting some carrots here just to make a little bit of extra money, and then, you know, it really worked out in the end. It worked out amazingly. Down here we have an extension of the farm. Not the most exciting part of the island, to be honest with you. It's, you know, I wish I could have added more items here, but still, I think it looks very colorful. It still fits the theme quite nicely, so I'm pretty happy with this little part of the island. Now, if we move along, we have two pathways we can go to. We can head upwards, or we can head this way, and that's what I'm going to do. So here is resident services, which is kind of boxed in by the fence items, so that is something, you know, I've used a lot around this island to try and keep that sort of rundown, not city core, but almost city core kind of theme. That's what I've been going for. So we've got lots of items to accentuate that. Down here is the pathway, which could either lead to the farm, or it could lead us to the island entrance. So this is our little island entrance. I'm sorry, Quinn, but I'm going to ignore you for now. The challenge that is more important, Quinn. I'm sorry, I must ignore you. So yeah, this is our little island entrance. I'm pretty happy with it. You know, we've got lots of items to really accentuate the theme and such. I think it looks pretty good. Now, if we head over here, we have Quinn's house. Quinn is currently stalking me and running after me madly, which is very scary. Okay, they've finally stopped. Thank you, Quinn. And then, wait, are they trying it again? I think Quinn is like glitched out, genuinely. Okay, never mind. Let's ignore that. So if we head up to this pathway, which you could also take from resident services, we have the museum, which I have kept as the basic tent museum this entire time. I absolutely love it. It's kind of like a little research station out here. There is some construction going on as well. There's a lot of this around the island, because you know it's pretty run down, so they have to do lots of works on it all the time. Then if we head up to this pathway, we have Teddy's house. He's got quite a lot of land, you know, again, lots of construction going on. They're trying to make things a little bit better over here, doing some demolishing. Now, we could either go cut through these trees, or we could head straight down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to resident services and head upwards to this pathway. And we can see here my little used car lot. So, if you want to buy a used car on the island, this is where you can head. You've got the little office space here, got a little toilet if you need it. There is also some old fuel, but I don't know, that looks kind of toxic to me. And yeah, just a few old cars. I wouldn't recommend buying this one though. This one looks a little bit damaged. Now, heading up here, we have our sort of little kind of I don't know if I'd call it an island park, but it's kind of like that in a sense, I suppose. That's kind of what I'm going for here, just a sort of green space for villagers to enjoy. However, up here is our island's biggest car park. This is where all the cars can come to park around the island. You've got a little snack machine down there if you want to grab a snack whilst you're parked up. You also got a bus station so you can get here via bus, and a little area to fuel up, because this is our shopping district. And here we have a little shop where you can get all of your grocery needs. You know, if you don't want to go to Nook's Cranny, you can always head here and grab some groceries. We of course have the famous Able Sisters for all your clothes needs, and they've also got an outdoor clothes area where you can pick up some clothes at their market. All these clothes are on discount if you want one of them. Over to the side, we do have the home of another villager. I can't quite remember who this is. It's Claudia, okay. So we've got Claudia's home right on this little sort of area over here, which is nice. But yeah, this is a shopping district and the car park you can park in if you would like to. Now let's head up this incline. If we head down this way briefly, we are at Cephalobot's house. Cephalobot doesn't really have too much going on at his house, but you know, he likes it that way. He likes the quiet life. Now, let's take this pathway up this way, and we can see that we have another sort of nice area to kind of chill and sit. You know, maybe someone dismounted their bike here and decided to sit down for a while. That's peaceful. Heading over this pathway, we have the home of another villager, this time belonging to Rolf, which is pretty cool. And we have another home down there. If you want to get down that way, you can use the vine. However, I would recommend going this way, using this vine instead. That's a quick way of getting down. And there's another sort of little kind of park area, but we're going to ignore that for the moment. Here we have another villager's home. This is Daisy, and Daisy does have quite a cute little farm going on. It's not Flora's home, I don't know why she's over here, but yeah, nice little sort of farm, you know, with a tractor and some crops and such, which is pretty cool. Now I'm just going to briefly head down this way to show you the little pathway. As you can see, this will take you over to the camping island, but we're going to visit that another direction. I'm not going to go there just yet, but I just wanted to show you here's another pathway you can use to get around the island. There's lots of different ways to get around and explore, so try and see them all. Here we have Drago's house. Once again, he has his own little farm where he's been growing his own villagers. His own villagers? No, he's not been growing his own villagers. He's not been doing some experiment. He's been growing vegetables. That's what I meant to say. Here we have a very big neighborhood where we have two homes. We have Flora and Bob. Flora's got a nice little yard for herself where she does some work and stuff like that. Again, there's lots of construction going on. Here we have a kind of another island sort of park. We've got the fountain. It's just a nice green space to chill in like the other one I showed you. And here, of course, is the famous Bob's house. Bob has not taken very good care of his house, to be honest with you. You know, it's very run down, very disheveled. He's left a lot of stuff outside. That's just how Bob has decided to live, you know. That is the life that Bob currently has. Now, let's head back up this way and back down the incline. This will take us down another pathway, this time leading to Nook's Cranny. There's nothing down here, so don't worry about it. Here is Nook's Cranny, one of the first builds I did. Yeah, very much a lot of construction going on here. They're trying to make things a lot nicer at Nook's Cranny, but there's still a lot of work to do. You know, they've got to compete with that shopping district over the other way. And there's a bus stop to wait at if you would like to, a telephone box so you can call up a taxi if you need to, and just a nice little pathway. I do briefly want to show you this pathway, which is kind of like the island exit. You know, maybe you could grab a boat from over here or something like that. It's very simplistic, but I wanted to have a nice little pathway leading you off the island. Now we have a little park, a little sports ground for you to play basketball in if you'd like to, and any other sports. You can also wash your hand afterwards. You know, keep things nice and clean. Now I want to head up here to my camping area. This is the campsite and really the first build I ever did. I absolutely love this area. It's just a great sort of natural place on the island to enjoy. Of course, you can head up that pathway I showed you earlier if you want to. And yeah, the campsite is definitely a lot of fun. I hope you'll spend some time there. Heading back through the little sort of park, playground, whatever you want to call it, there is another incline up here which will take you to a sort of secretive area. And I'm actually not going to show you what that is. You'll have to explore that for yourself with the dream address at the very end of this video. So heading down this way, just more pathways and sort of green space for you to enjoy. Here we have the fish market and Sasha's house. Sasha is selling a ton of different fish here, so if you need any of those, this is a great place to go and get them. There's a lot of fish on display. Heading back over the pathway and over this bridge will finally take you back to my home. So that is pretty much the full island. I didn't show off every tiny little thing. There's lots of hidden details and fun things for you to discover. But yeah, that is everything. The challenge is finally over. I'm so proud of this island and I really enjoyed this, and I hope you have enjoyed watching this. I hope you've enjoyed all the little builds and all the discussions that I've shared. And yeah, I can't wait to see your comments and what you think of it. I'm just so excited to share this island with you all, which is what I'm going to do now. Well folks, it is here, the dream address for Terra. You can see it on screen right now. It is 607355564838. That is the dream address for Terra. Yes, it is finally over. The challenge is completely done. We have done everything there is to do, and this is the end. I want to give you my huge thanks for watching this series, especially if you watched through the whole thing. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you so much. But even if you just tuned into bits here and there, the bits you wanted to see, thank you so much once again. I really appreciate all your support on this series. It means a lot to me, and I'm really glad I could do this and actually complete this. I will say, if you want to draw any fan art of my character or any of the villagers on the island or Terra in any shape or form, please feel free to send it to me over on Instagram or email it to me or something like that. I would love to see it. And yeah, if you also want to send me pictures of you visiting the island and meeting my character, please do so as well. Hey, even if you want to tour it and share it on YouTube, you have my full permission. Please go ahead and do that. I would love to see it. Just make sure to tag me so I know I want to see it. Yeah, thank you so much for watching, everyone. I'll catch you for more Animal Crossing videos, and I hope you enjoyed this series.